All right, all right, all right. I think I be live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Thursday to you. Hope you're doing well and having a great evening or morning if you're on the other side of the planet. And as always, excited to see what we get from Spirit today, what we can learn and glean from each other here, and what we can learn about this human adventure, right? But before we do that, we do want to come back to this moment, get out of the chaos of the outside world, get quiet, get out of the future, out of the past, into a wonderful little hermit energy with Spirit, and of course, all of our Zen friends here. So if you want to join me in doing that, we'll start off taking a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then slow exhale out, coming back to the moment, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl as well. So if you want to join me, let's do it. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as we do that, we can allow that beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy from up above, from back home, from whence we come, have it come in and fill us up, our being, into our minds and all our thoughts and beliefs and stories, into our heart and all our emotions, to our energetic body through our chakras, our energetic body meridians, into our auras, into our physical bodies, every cell, every joint, every muscle, just filling us up and then flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. So we will do that here. And something we can do, of course, as I'm hitting this, that immediately helps us raise our vibration in any moment is gratitude. Just a little itty bitty gratitude for something that we're thankful for in this moment immediately begins to raise our love vibration and inviting more messages in from Spirit and magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win, 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 right? All right. So we'll do that. So again, I'll hit it 3 times. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Such powerful energies. As per usual, just I love how it just takes us to a different place. So welcome, welcome, everybody. Just takes me a moment to come back from that, right? So, hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well today. And as I said, excited to see what we've got coming in here. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z. We are here to help spill the tea from spirit. And the whole process of everything's listed down in the description area of the video if you want to check it out. So thanks for being here. Thanks for all the thumbs up. Does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami when you do that. So I'm very grateful for that. We are able to help with the algorithms and put the videos that I put out and these streams in front of others so we can all hear more from spirit as well. So thank you for doing that. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor, of course. So I definitely appreciate that. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome, welcome. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor those energy exchanges, step out of the free readings and dive deeper into those. And we get more, meaning we pull more cards. And then tonight, the oracle we'll be using, because you do get an oracle kind of fortune cookie for when you donate, you get an Ask Your Guides. We were using a different one of her decks the last 2 or 3 days. And then we got enough low in those that I moved on to another one of her decks here. So we'll be using that tonight. I'm excited. Woo, woo, woo. Um, yeah. So I think that's the main thing. I'm not going to go into my regular spiels that I used to, because most everyone that's here, you know the whole process by now. And if not, it's down in the description box. If you guys have any questions, if you're new, please do not hesitate to ask. We will answer you. And just let everyone know, of course, down in the description area of the video has all the process, all of my playlist, all that kind of fun stuff. And also has that I do personal private readings, non-public in front of everyone. If you ever want a private reading, those are prices are all listed down in the description area. I do live ones face to face or recorded ones, and then also energetic hedges. All that's down below. And then every full moon and new moon, basically almost every 2 weeks is usually how that works. I do have a giveaway where I give away a 30-minute personal private recorded reading and or an energetic hedge if you prefer that. And yeah, and so here's the link for the new moon coming up next week, the new moon in Aries, powerful new moon. Tomorrow I'll be putting out a how to make the most of the Aries new moon energy. So that'll come out like basically at midnight tonight, I think is my time, mountain time. So it's 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is when they come out. Um, so you should be able to have that for tomorrow. It gives you a full week before we get into those new moon wishes and intentions to make the most powerful of them, right? And then every 2 weeks, I also have a podcast that comes out. And here is the most recent one called Abundance, Where It Be, where we talk about kind of some of the two big things that keep us from having abundance come towards us. One is our energy that's difficult. If we're not in gratitude, drawing it toward us, will actually push it away from us. But when we're in gratitude, drawing it toward us, if it gets to the city gates and those gates don't open up, then it doesn't get to us. So we also talk about how to open up those city gates to allow the abundance to get to us, and whether it's love, money, whatever it might be, or jobs, all of that. So if you're interested, check that out. Also, the playlist, of course, is down in the description area of the video. So I think that's the big things that I wanted to mention. Let's move that out of the way over here. We'll do some shout outs, make sure my list is all up to date, and we'll get into readings tonight. I know I get so excited sometimes. We're going to be using this Tarot of Sacred Kingdoms. Ooh, look at the big old eye. So I like this one. We're still in Capricorn moon energy. So we're in a little bit getting down to business. Capricorn does that. Grounding, but organization, all that fun stuff. So we'll dive in. All right, so let's do some shout outs. Olivier Vergara is in the house. Hey, my friend. Good to see you. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Whoops, I guess I can't cut. I can paste. So we got you on the free list here. Hello. Number 1. And we've got Stormborn. Hey, Stormborn, good to see you, and thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list here. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, you're so funny. And we got Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that they found a sitter for the dog, but gave you the opportunity to be here with the cat. Well, the cat doesn't eat it, right? So I like that. And I see you made a donation, but I don't think that's your question, right? That was just a statement. So I'll wait for your official question, but I got you on the list for the donations. Hey, Angelic Smiley. Hello, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right, let's see here. We got those. We got those. And Lauren of Light. Hello. Oh, dragon today. Yeah, burning with desire. I like it. Yeah, it was a red mood, a red kind of energy today. So we went with it. So good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We do have you on the donation list here too. So we got you there. We got Marissa as well. Marissa, hello, hello. I get you on the donation list. Good to see you. We got Blueberry in the house. So, Blueberry, I have you on the free list here. And we have Ascending Universal Butterfly. Good to see you. I have you on the list here as well. Thank you for all the shout outs to the channel. Lotus of Serendipity, we got you on the free list as well. Hello, hello. And then from earlier today, we have Miniheel on the free list. We have Ashish and Swalroot Bobby as well. So, hello, everybody. You may be asleep right now. Some of you are on the other side of the planet. So good to see. And of course, Sudeshna Ghosh. Hello, Sudeshna. We've got 3 for you. So we'll dive in and find out what's going on in your world. You'll be up first. So I got here. And then Angelic Smiley. I see your free reading request. We'll grab that and put you on the list here too. All right. Let me check my Z emails. Make sure here. Yeah, for some reason, YouTube isn't sending me my live emails anymore, so we just don't know. All right. You like Z shirt? I like dragons. I have 2 huge dragons on tattooed on me, um, and their claws. I have a big crown chakra here, and the claws come here, and then I also have Tibetan and Sanskrit ohms on my shoulders, and the other claws hold that, and then they meet in the back and spiral down my spine. It's like the Chinese, like that, kind of like this kind of a dragon. So I am definitely love dragons. It's the one part of the yin yang. I had intentions. I've had this one probably for, gosh, over 10 years or more, probably more than that. And I was gonna, because half of the yin yang is the dragon and the tiger and dragon. I was gonna get tigers too. I was actually gonna get a tiger and a dragon, but the my tattoo artist was like, "Well, you're gonna look lopsided because a dragon is thin and a tiger is thick. You're gonna look like you're" So I got 2 dragons, and my intention, maybe someday I still will do it, is to get, either sleeves of not wolves, maybe I'll get wolves too, but tigers, or maybe on my legs or something. We'll see, we'll see. I'll make a promise to myself that if I get in shape the way I want to, then I'll allow myself to get more tattoos. You didn't know I had tattoos? A little dragon tattoo too? Oh, I love that, Jojo. Yeah, you wouldn't think it. Sometimes you can see some well, you can see the heads here a little bit. That's as much as I'm gonna show skin. It's not that kinda channel. You have a spider on your rib, how fun. I love that. All right. Well, let us get into the readings here, and we will see what we have happening. So, Marissa, thank you for your additional donation. I'll get that on the list here before I get my little party started here. So I'll do number 2 here. All right. You're not gonna show. Yeah, yeah, right, right? That's alright. It's tattoos, aren't really well, some people do them for the public, but all of mine were for, because I also amidst the dragon on my back, I have the other, 6 chakras. Because I get the crown chakra here, which I know that's the heart, but that's, where uh, the heads of the dragon and everything are, so it was, like, kind of the crown for me. But on my starts on my spine, and it's intermixed in between. So I've got all the chakras, the Om symbols on my shoulders, which that means, like, it's like the Om Sanskrit Om, but then the Tibetan Om too. And that means, like, the breath of God in a way. So it was I'm standing in between the breath of God, which is where I wanna be, right? Anyway, all the story time with Brother Zen, over, let's go. I know. All right, let's get into everyone's readings here. Thank you guys again so much for being here. So grateful that we're on this path together and that you have patience with me and my little uh, rants and the things I go off on. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Cheers, cheers to you all. I love you. All right. So let us dive in here. Oh, is that a gnat? Is that expectations in here? You have a choice to leave, or I will send you to the other side. Of course, it's gnat season, but yeah, it's right here. He wants to go to the other side. You want me to send you to the other side? All right. So maybe that's my reminder not to have expectations, right? That's all right. So Sudeshna, you're up 1720. If you guys don't know the story of gnats and expectations, I mentioned it the other last week, I think, but we won't go into it right now for you guys, other than to say it's about you. Yeah, do rant about we when we have a belief that gnats shouldn't be in my house, in my space, then I get upset. And I mean, there's a time when I would lived up in northern Idaho where I had tons of ferns all over my living room. I mean, like 30 ferns, right? And and there was a gnat infestation. I had, like, on my computer screen, there would be like 5 of them, and I'd be like killing them all day long. And I was angry because they were not supposed to be in there. As soon as I realized and spirit brought in the message that I was not, that they questioned gnats aren't supposed to be in there. When you lived outside as humans, they were there. Why can't they be in where you're at? And I was like, huh, interesting. So I was like, wow, okay. And I had, like, changed the soil on all of the ferns and did all the stuff to try to get rid of them, but they would be there, keep going, keep coming back, keep coming back. Well, when I realized that, and I was just like, "Oh, okay. So they can be here if they wanna be." They all disappeared, just like that. So whenever a gnat appears into my circle, it's a reminder for me, expectations. And calmness comes instead of, "Oh, it gotta be this way," right? So so that's for you, too, Sudeshna, if you have gnats and JoJo flies as well. No, flies shouldn't be in here, I kill those. Here comes another gnat, right in my eye, right? No, but it's true, it's like, and spiders, all those things, it's like, yep, we grow up with a mindset, and we can question those mindsets, so I like it. All right, so that's free for you, too, Sudeshna. We're gonna keep your same timestamp for some reason, so you can hear all that. But so today you had a call with management. They told you something about a new thing that some people will be chosen to perform some AI use a case activity to implement some use case using AI in programs, automation, maybe. And if we perform well, they might, excuse me, be able to move you to the AI project team. So you're not sure. if moving to the AI project team, they told is a bluff or not. All right, that's what we'll look at first. Is it a bluff? Are they bluffing? Is there truth to this little story that they're telling you here? And this is something additional we have to do now without any perks or anything. Oh, so it's like part of your they're just um, you just get added it on. Nothing, no extra money, nothing, just an opportunity that you can do and help them for free. Don't you love corporations? All right. Let's see here. Is it true? Oh, we got the Celestial Weaver. This is a unique card to this deck, and underneath it, we have the Three of Pentacles. Three of Pentacles, which is about being true to one's authentic self. Let me see. The Celestial Weaver, I'm going to read it. It's not really, really long, but since it's significant and specific to this deck, it's about power, manifestation, and interconnectedness. So here is a power card for you today. It's a message for you to fully allow to sink in. Weave the fabric of your reality through your thoughts, intentions, and actions. Every thread you weave has a ripple effect in the universe. So be mindful of your thoughts and intentions. They are what shall create a beautiful tapestry of light. You are part of a greater cosmic dance. Your existence is meaningful and interconnected with all that is, all part of the unifying field of consciousness. You are the weaver of your destiny, and with each movement you make, weave love, kindness, and harmony into the world around you. Remember, it's natural for you. So you are the weaver of your life and your dreams, and it's about being true to your authentic self here. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Wands, which is fast moving energy, and it's the year of action and movement. So I feel like this is something that they're offering, and I feel like it is true, but they're kind of pointing you to creating your own life. And we've got some other cards here, so we'll see. And you might, in some of your other ones, I think you might be asking more specifics too. So let's see what else they have here regarding this. So they have the King of Cups. So there's this balance between head and heart. We do have the Fool card. So there's a beginning of a new adventure here. And we have the Page of Wands as taking action energy. Interesting with all this coming in here. Because underneath that, you have the Queen of Swords. So you got the King of Cups and the Queen of Swords. Both of these are about balancing the head and the heart. So I do feel like this is something that they're offering. It does feel, you know, as if it's temporary, but it's an interesting energy that comes in here because I feel like I don't know, it feels like it's true, but it feels like it's over amplified about the opportunity. I feel like they're not gonna move very many people to it, but they're gonna have a lot of people do a lot of work, and then they're just gonna pick a couple handfuls, right? So they're gonna get a lot of bang for their buck, is what this kinda comes in here, and, especially that Knight of Wands, it just feels like they're trying to get a lot of people, you know, to stay and to put up with things and to get a lot of work out of people. It just feels kind of, um, I don't know, it just feels so one-sided. But, Spirit's saying here, especially with that Celestial Weaver, if you wanna give it a try, you can if this makes you feel balanced between your head and your heart. But again, I mean, with this Three of Pentacles, it's like you are worth being paid for what you're doing. It is an opportunity. They don't require any skills yet, right? So it can give you some experience while you're still there. But I feel like this nudge here, especially with the King of Cups and the Queen of Swords, how they've been pushing you to find something that has your heart and your mind, not just your mind, dream come true energy. So I feel like it's true, but I don't feel like they're gonna offer it for very many people to move over to this AI project. I feel like it's, um, you know, they're using everyone's knowledge to get all of this information, and they're just gonna pick a couple out of the bunch, right? And so I feel like because your question is basically, is it a bluff? It feels true-ish, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they're gonna do it, but it's over exaggerated for what they're saying here. So I feel like that is we'll also pull a fortune cookie, see what else they want to add in here for that. Let me crunch my rest of my cough drop here. All right. So what's your fortune cookie for this one here? So you've got freedom in your running guides. Look, escape the cage. Yeah. I feel like that says that energy about still trying to get out of there. But if it's something while you're looking for another job, don't let it stop you from pursuing things outside of there. But it says now is the time to shed dependencies that prevent you from living your best life and to remind you that you have the freedom to move on. Just a reminder, don't hold yourself back out of fear that there's nothing better for you because you cannot see it now. Instead, let your runner guides connect you with openings, opportunities, and invitations that will allow you to step out of your limiting and unfulfilling circumstances and lead you to the life you really desire. Examine your life honestly today. To what and whom are you staying connected out of fear of change or lack of confidence and vision that something better is waiting for you? For example, are you keeping the same old meaningless job because you don't know what else to do, even though you dread going to work every morning? Do you remain in a stagnant relationship that your spirit abandoned long ago out of habit, insecurity, or dependency? Your runners are here to free you from such drudgery. They are pointing to out avenues of escape so you can move on to bigger, more fulfilling, and authentic existence. Pay attention to all invitations, opportunities, and inspirations that come your way. You're being made aware of options you haven't seen or considered before now. Your runner guides encourage you not to resign yourself to a less than fulfilling or unhappy existence. Your runners want to show you the way back to your spirit and open the doors to a better, more expansive life. A brand new, more authentic, and exciting world awaits you the minute you release yourself from dependencies and attachments that no longer serve you. Give yourself freedom. Face your fears, listen to your inner guidance, feel the support of your runners as they point the way out, and then spread your wings and fly. I love that. So the runner guys message you, you are not trapped. A more fulfilling life awaits you when you let go of limiting dependencies and trust your spirit and not your fears to lead. Find your courage, pay attention to your runners as they point the way, and then fly. Fly, baby, fly. So that reinforces the message that I had earlier, right? All right. So that's for your first one. We'll circle back for your other two. Let me just do a couple quick shout outs here. Get everyone on the list. We got, is that Vivant? I think. Good to see you. I got your free reading here. Oh, nope. This is a donation. So sorry. I see that now. So thank you for that. We'll get you on the donation list here. And Maria P. Hello, hello. Maria P. in the house. We'll get you on the free reading here. And then I did get some donations that came in here via Z PayPal. Yes, they are both from you. I had a feeling. Let's see, what did these come in? So these came in after Vivant there. I think I'm saying that not correctly, but thank you for being kind to me and totally messing up your name, I'm sure. But I got you on there, Maria, for 2. So thank you for that. And I think that was it. I think that's everyone that came in here since then. Yep. All right. So I've got the list going here. So just so since we had some new donations, maybe I didn't even tell the order. I don't think I did before I got started here. So where we're at, we got 2 more for Sudeshna, and then Lauren of Light, and then Marissa Smith for number 1, and then to JoJo, and then to Stormborn, and then to back to Marissa for number 2, and then for Vivant, you can call me Kate. Okay, Kate. Oh, the French. Oh, it's French. Vivant. Is vivant vraiment? I don't know. That's fine. I'm close. I'll just, do it with a French accent, my fake, horrible French accent. So we'll call you Kate. All right. Here, I'll put that in parentheses so I remember. And then after Kate, we have 2 for Maria P. Thank you so much. You're so kind. All right. So let's dive in here. So Sudeshna for number 2, we're at 3106. So here is those 2. Oh, and I didn't even give your first one a love and a like. Let me just give, I have all these noted in my little thing. Let's just give them all love and likes here while I'm over there. All right. So for number 2, you want to know, will you be chosen for this thing? All right. So we'll take a look here. Based on current energies, are you going to be one of the few that's chosen? If yes, should you go ahead with it? It's a good opportunity for you. Should you be eager and approach them? Okay. So we'll just take a look here first. We have the King of Pentacles. So it does feel here like this is an abundance energy. So it does feel like you have a great opportunity to be chosen for it based on current energies. So is it, what's the energy about going ahead with it? And is it a good opportunity for you? And then should you be eager and approach them? And see what we have that. All right. So what's the ender? Oh, let's look at the bottom of the deck here. Yeah, you have the 2 of Swords. So there is a conflict here. The 2 of Swords does, of course, your mind is saying, go, go, go. And your heart's like, let's get out of here, right? So there is that push and pull that's going on, within you around this as the underlying energy. It's like, well, that's one choice. There's no wrong choice because you're the one that gets to create the story around whatever happens. There's just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. So that's what we'll pull here is if you do get, it feels like you might be in the running to get chosen here with that King of Pentacles. What's the energy if you do it? Is it a good opportunity for you, right? So you have the 6 of Wands. It is a victory energy. It does make you seen and stand out. So that's a positive energy. You have the 4 of Cups. There is this stagnancy energy with the 4 of Cups. So that does feel like it's exciting for a moment, but then you feel trapped in that position. And you have the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, you've got this independence, this feeling kind of isolated a little bit too. I feel like it's a lot of, you know, doing things independently. Um, and you're not as, even though with the 6 of Cups it's visual, it gives you recognition when you're selected. I feel like you kind of go into, um, like a private um, feel to it, right? It's like you're isolated in a way. Um, should you be eager and approach them? You got the King of Wands, which is an action energy, and the Queen of Swords. So this energy feels like about, you know, deciding between your head and your heart. Like your heart wants you to go find something else outside of, this company that you're in now. And here's that Queen of Swords, something that your heart wants that your mind can support instead of your mind going, too bad, heart. You just can't be happy and content. You have to do the stuff that we are told we're supposed to do, the stuff that we're trying to, achieve and do that, right? So I feel like they're saying here not to be eager about it, not to create like, a lot of fire around it. and approach them. But if you want the opportunity to learn from it, you know, um, show your stuff, and then you'll if it's meant for you, you'll be selected for it. But I don't feel like this is more kind of reinforcing what we had in your last fortune cookie was don't let this stop you from looking outside and finding the future in the job that will make you feel like you're living instead of just existing. So we'll see what this fortune cookie says here, but it does feel as if they're saying, yeah, it's going to end up feeling like it's trapping you, not freeing you like the other one was, right? So let's take a look here. What else for this one here? Okay, got this one here. And you've got growth and teacher guides. So number 24. And this one says, okay. This is about courage, desire, initiation, and creativity. So your teacher guides are igniting your imagination, awakening your creativity, and instilling in you the desire to grow to your full potential. Now's the perfect time for you to push yourself and explore new horizons. Have the courage to stretch, apply for new position one level up at work, volunteer for the leadership role even though you don't feel fully prepared or qualified. Believe in yourself and act with confidence as you step into more responsible, creative, empowered territory. You are more ready than you realize. So don't hold back, don't overthink, don't second guess, and don't play small. Now's the time to think and act big. Your teacher guide's message to you says, imagine a bigger, better you. And do you feel like you can have the kind of future you want at the company you're working at based on their past history with you? Or you feel you would grow more outside, right? So I feel like they're going to make it part of your responsibilities anyway, right? You all have to participate in it, but you can invest a lot of energy into it and get the experience, see if it's something you enjoy doing, and then, kind of go from there is what I feel. But of course, you get to choose the path. There's no wrong choice. If you're like, I'm going to go bug them and tell them that I want to do this, then do it. There's no wrong choice. Just when we ask spirit, what's the best use of my energy? They tell us, and then we're like, well, thanks for that, but I still want to do that. And they're like, go ahead. They're not going to get their feelings hurt. And I definitely don't. I used to. Boy, back in the day when I'd give people spirits advice, especially because it was friends and I was embedded in their lives, and they wouldn't take the advice of spirit, I'd be like, "Why do you even ask me then?" But I've grown since then, and I realize spirit doesn't. So I'm like, I don't need to. I don't need to be God's little sheriff, right? We get to let people be people. You're so funny. All right. So, and that was for number 2. So we will go into that. And we got Cat Mia in the house. Hey, Cat Mia. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And JoJo is putting her French knowledge to use here. Truly alive. Exactly that. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's the meaning of your name or your screen name at the very least. I like that. Truly alive. Beautiful. All right. So Sudeshna for number 3, we got 3908. Here is that one here. And you want to know, will they move to any new AI project team or should you focus on learnings for other jobs guidance? Okay. So will they move? I think you were going to say, will they move you to any new AI project team? So let's take a look here. Okay. We got that here. What else? And I want this here too. And about learning the other job. We'll look at the energy around both of those and then guidance. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we have the Ace of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck. So this is about new opportunities opening up. And I just feel like you have the availability of a lot of different opportunities that are coming about both that and your current job, but those are more of a, I don't know, it's like a, I would say it's like a false prophet is what comes to my head. It's not the true prophet, it's a false prophet trying to keep you and deceive you, not having you go where you really wanna go, which you have the Empress card underneath this, Ace of Pentacles, which is an energy of, like, following your heart and where's your passions taking you, right? So I feel like they're kind of pointing you just with the energy on the bottom of the deck that, your ultimate creation is outside of this company doing something that's more attached with your heart. And so, I like that that being the underlying energy, but we will look at, so if are they going to move you to this AI project team? Yeah, we have temperance, which is eventually, it's this slow, slow process. And so I feel like they say, oh, yeah, we're going to do this, then we'll move everyone on this date. And they keep on moving the date, keep on moving the date, keep on moving the date um, on the creation of this AI project team. Got the Ace of Swords and the Four of Wands. So they do communicate here, like who's chosen. So there is some joy here. Um, so they communicate who's going to be moved when we create it and da 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 da. But I feel like they keep pushing back the start date of it, right? They keep on swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Underneath that energy, we have the Queen of Wands. So it's like this reminder of your energy, because if you are focusing on gratitude and you love the AI and you're like, I really would like to, be on that project until I find like my, you know, what I truly want to do. Or if you're focusing on fear or want or need, that kind of pushes it even further away. But I feel like they eventually create it, but it's much further with that temperance card than the expectation that they've set, right? The energy around focusing on learnings for other jobs, you've got the King of Swords. So, yeah, it's very supported in doing that with the King of Swords. They're the master of the mind and education. So, you have a great opportunity to learn that other stuff. You have the Chariot card. There is victory, there is movement with doing that as well. So, very positive energies that are here. And you do have the Tower card, and I do feel like because this is preparing for the layoffs and the, letting people go, and that at some point your job at Cognizant is going to be removed out of your life for you. So, it's like being on an island that has a volcano on it that is gonna, it's gonna explode, and the lava's gonna cover up the entire island. It's like, why are you creating stuff on the island when you should be building a boat to get off the island, right? So, I feel like that's supporting the learning other things for other jobs, and why not? Can't you do both? You have to do both anyway, right? But they do have the 8 of Wands. This does bring movement and fast movement doing the other, you know so it feels like with the guidance, it's telling you here, focus your energy on what will help you versus false prophet promises. And but like if you love AI and you want to get into AI, then you're going to pour your heart into it and you know do those things. And then if they feel like, wow, you're really wanting to do it, they might offer you the position, but then it takes time for that project to ever get off. And by then, I feel like things will change. And I just feel like there's not going to be as much um, work there in that company. And that's why they're going to be doing layoffs. So um, it's just something to be aware of, right? The volcanic island. You got teamwork. with your helper guides here. So, and it looks like your hands in many projects is what I feel with that there. Let's see what this says here. And this is about triumph, leadership, success, and accomplishment. So, your helper guides are delighted to share the good news that whatever you've been working on will succeed. The bad news? Well, there isn't really any bad news. Your helper guides urge you to recognize those who have helped you to get this far in life. Your success in part came about with the help of others, even if they worked behind the scenes. This isn't to diminish your accomplishments or take away from your achievements, not by a long shot. You deserve your win. Your helper guides simply remind you to be grateful and acknowledge the contributions of those who have assisted you in getting where you are now, for you will continue to need their support in the future. This includes friends and family, partners, even antagonists, perhaps, and of course, your spirit helpers and guides. In other words, you're surrounded by a flow of loving support and have become the person you are today because of many sources of love who helped you get here. Recognize and appreciate your helpers, and their support will continue flowing into your life. View your successes as the result of excellent teamwork and continue to co create with those dedicated to helping you succeed. Your helper guide's message to you: share the glory. But I like that. Dedicated to helping you succeed. I don't think that's this company you're working for, right? But anyway, that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. Hopefully that helps in your little adventure there. So many blessings to you. All righty. So let's take a look here. We did have Alice came in. Hey, Alice, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here. I'll give a quick update on where we're at in donations so everyone knows where they're at. We got Plate of SpaghettiOs. Hello, hello. Good to see you again. We do have your free question. We'll get you on that list here. All right. So where we're at on donations, we have Lauren of Light up next, Lauren, and then Marissa Smith for number one, and then to Jojo. Jojo, did you put your question out here yet? If you didn't, put it out there at your convenience, of course. Just before you fall asleep, just Sleeping Beauty. And then we have Stormborn, and then back to Marissa Smith for number two, and then to Kate, and then two for Maria P, and then Alice who'll be up after that. So I like it. All right, take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So good to see you. All righty. So Lauren of the Light. Hello, hello, my dear. Thank you so much for your donation via the Cash app. So I do have your three questions, and we will dive into each here. Hey, you feel amazing. I love it. I feel the energy. I feel it. I feels it. Lauren of Light is shining bright. And you knew he was texting you last night. I know, right? So we'll see here. Yeah. So interesting, right? So we'll see here. We'll dive in. We'll get the skinny on things. So number one, what do you need to know about? Well, first of all, for your meeting tomorrow with the new company. All right, let's take a look here. So we'll go into that energy. So what we have here? We got that. We've got that. Right. We've got that. I feel like to have these two. We want that one, and then these two. All right, let's see what we got here for tomorrow. All right, so bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Cups for your underlying energy. So I like this. It's like a reminder of your why, before you go in, remember why you're doing what you're doing. And, this is about your heart. You're following your heart and you're doing what you love. And so when we go back to that, it somehow just brings in calm. It just brings in flow, puts us in a different energy going into it when we're like you know, I'm doing what I love, not trying to live up to expectations or blah, 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 right? That just sucks the life out of things. And, even when we're doing things we love, like doing readings and stuff, like I used to do a ton of, monthly zodiac sign for every zodiac sign. I was doing a lot, just doing a lot. And I realized, why was I doing it? At the beginning, it was because I loved it, but then I was, like, expecting it to do things, and I felt people expected it, and, you can get into that where when you're not doing it from your heart and you're doing it feeling out of obligation, it sucks the life out of it, and then you make a choice. Revisit, re-amplify it, or what are you gonna focus your energy on? I needed balance in that case because I was going 1,000 different places all at once, exhausting myself, and I these live readings are one of my biggest joys, and that's why I keep them. All right. So that said, that's the energy going into this meeting with the new company. And then your first cards that came out, wow, you got the 10 of swords and the 10 of wands. Yeah, so kind of that energy, letting go of expectations with the 10 of swords. And the 10 of wands is being aware of your energy, going into it, which is reaffirms what we were saying here. But this is the ending and new beginning energy, right? Letting letting the all these supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's around it kind of fall away so that you can be present and true to your heart and your joy. And I feel like things will go really, really smoothly when you step out of that mind and into that heart and that joy, right? And that's what changes the energy from something that feels like a burden to something that feels like gratitude, right? So I feel like there's an energetic shift that happens there. So be aware of the energy you're going in with it with is, one thing you need to know. Then another 2 cards, you've got the 9 of cups and the Knight of wands. Yeah, again, here's this passion of living your emotional dream with the 9 of cups, right? And the Knight of wands is about this they're bringing in the year of the fire horse, and it's all about growth and excitement, um, action, putting your dreams into action, and again, all that energy around this is my dream. This is my dream. I'm living my dream. You know what? I'm living my dream. And I love this because I feel like they're just kind of double downing on this, even triple on the message. Remember your why. Remember your why. And I feel like because everyone senses your energy, if it's authentic and it's from a place of joy and passion and sincerity, it comes through, right? Or if it's coming through as a car salesman, that's funny that they bring that up in because I think most of us can relate. No offense to any car salesman, you could be a unique car salesperson where go from your heart and you wanna help people. There are those out there, but, there's been car salesmen in the past that have given car salespeople a bad name, right? When they're just in to make a buck and they'll paint their little fake mask on, and of course, that's not you. That's, um, it's about being true and sincere, so I love that. Um And I feel like that'll make you stand out. I feel like that's what they want you to know. Not that that they're saying that you do the car salesman energy, but that your energy and being true to your authentic self makes you stand out. Because everyone can pick up on that energy right away and they can see someone that's, these other people that are, you know, trying to sell them, what is it? Waterfront property in Arizona or something like that. So, I like that. What else do they have here for you? So you have the World card. Yeah, victory energy. It's the end of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And I like this. I feel like um, going in with this new company tomorrow that I feel like there's something that you can help them with, like, um, taking them to a new level, taking them to a new place, um, is it's almost like you kind of with your energy, you kinda go in with creating a new vision for them, like, helping them see beyond the cycle that they're in and that they can see it, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, so I like that. The growth strategy, I feel like, is something that they're really hungry for, and I feel like, that's an important the return on investment is good. I mean, every company needs that, right? Otherwise, you won't be in business very long, and so I like that, but I like that growth strategy because this is taking them beyond cycles, and I feel like you'll be able to show them a cycle that they're in and how to break that cycle, and I like that for you. So I feel like that's important for you going into that, and then what else? You got the Queen of Pentacles, there's the return on investment, and the Two of Wands. And I feel like, you've got the two energies here, the power of choice, right? And I feel like, um and you probably have options here for him, right? Like when you know, you can do this and you can get this, or you can go this and get this. And I feel like options for them are important. So I feel like, or stages even, you can show them, yeah, okay, very good. Yeah, yeah. So you can have this, you know, I like that's important that you're doing that. Yeah, for them, right? Yeah. Yeah. Cause I feel like that's kind of what's there is just being able to go, you have kind of a choice. It's funny because it's like, and that's such a sales thing too, but it's I learned that with dealing with ADHD, my host, we learned through, what she's learned and showed me is if I go, "When do you wanna go?" It's like, I don't know, but if I go, "Do you wanna go today or do you wanna go tomorrow?" "Oh, let's go tomorrow." If you give people choices, it helps them decide instead of but not too many choices, but 2 choices, is a big thing for that. That's funny that they're bringing that in. But, it's a great, it's great for sales, it's great for helping people too, because there's too many choices. If we can narrow it down to 2, and I feel like these are the 2 best choices for you. You can do this and get this, or you can do this and get this, you know? But some people aren't ready to do the blah because it scares the crap out of them, right? So sometimes they need the first step and then that can leap later. And you can give them the option to leap later, maybe. And then you got the Four of Wands and the Page of Pentacles. Yeah, I like this. I know this is your energy already, but this is the celebrating their successes where they've come already and being really excited around where they could go, and sincerely excited because I know that's you. I can feel that you're like excited to help this company grow, and you're like, oh my god, I can see what you guys are capable of, and look what you've done, and I know you can guys can go to these levels, and that's why I'm so excited, kind of energy. So I like that. So I feel like that's what they want you to know. Besides, we'll get you your fortune cookie here too. So let me just put these cards back in here. So I like those things. I feel like it's more validation for a lot of things that you already kind of know, um, and some clarity around it. So I feel like you're like, okay, this is good. I feel like I'm in a good spot for tomorrow. And you've got solitude, your higher self. I saw this as when you look at it from a distance, bullseye. But it is higher self, solitude. Let's see what this is here. Oh. Throws me off because it's the numbers are written out, but I start looking in alphabetical order instead of numeric order, so it's funny. All right. Meditate, contemplate, review, and listen. So you've been counseled by your higher self to retreat and renew your soul through quiet contemplation and meditation. Your nervous system has been overstimulated. No shit, right? And you can't absorb any more input from the outer world. So step away, give yourself the necessary peace and time alone you require to recalibrate. In doing so, you'll begin to sense, feel, and even hear the voice of your higher self, which will help you to regain your inner direction. Meditate in whatever way feels best for you. Sit quietly and listen to guidance your higher self is transmitting through your entire body. Fully open your heart to your higher self. Even if you doubt you are succeeding, you're making contact now. Your higher self invites you to consider your present circumstances calmly and confidently. Clear direction from your higher self will come to you, so listen. So, your higher self's message would be quiet and listen. So I like that. And it's a good energy, is to listen to the client tomorrow too, right? So it's good for you to center yourself, to calm yourself, be in this wonderful place with your higher self going in. But I feel like that's also listen to what the client or the new company is saying, right? And don't jump to conclusions, but really listen, right? And ask clarifying questions. 'Cause they'll be like, "Oh, wow, someone who really is listening to us and not just thinking they know us." So, I like that. And that I feel like this is, again, validation for what you already do and know to do, but I feel like it's just, a good reminder, um, because you know all this. But I feel like you get super excited and you're full of energy that, it's like a reminder, listen. Even put it on your notes in the margin at different points. Listen, are you listening? Right? You do get so excited. I can feel your energy, which is normal, which is great. They love that. They love that you're excited, but, so it's a good balance between it all. So I love that. So that is for number 1 question. And then for number 2, oh, yeah, I wanna give you separate ones for each one of these in case you wanna come back to those. There we go. And then so Jake did text you last night. What's he thinking about you? All right, let's take a look here. What is on their mind? 'Cause we know the heart is kind of they've got, like it's almost like, um Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. I just see, like, they have this thing in a mask, and they're tied up, and they're and they're not being allowed to be expressed right now. They're being held behind a glass wall. Alright, so let's see what we got here with this. Yeah, you know he loves you already. So, on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Wands. A lot of action energy, a lot of attraction energy, energetic attraction, physical attraction, passion, that's really, uh, in there, just and it feels like it's activated, right? That they have this, um it's like this you don't realize and and I know you guys don't live together and you didn't sleep next to him all the time, but it's that kind of feel like when you feel someone by your side all the time and then suddenly they're missing, you don't realize how much that meant to you until it's gone, right? And that's where that thing, you don't know how much you've got till it's gone, but that's the feeling of it. That, when you feel like there's someone by your side and suddenly they're not there, you just feel this emptiness. You feel like this expanse, this canyon next to you with a cliff where you felt safety, right? But it's a more of a energetic feeling of a presence, like your presence is missing, and they're feeling that. What else? So that's the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we have the 4 of cups. Yeah. So this confirms, that they have their emotions flatlined right now. They've unplugged the emotions because they have to be able to function right now. So they do have that, you know. the heart monitor is showing beep, it's because they've unplugged it, you know? It's like when you take off the pulse oximeter, the pulse ox thing off your finger, there's nothing registering. It doesn't mean they're dead, it just means it's not monitoring it, and it's not, you know, uh, being indicated, right? What else do we have? Yep, we have the celestial weaver. So here's that creator energy that we had. I'll read it again. And underneath that, we've got the Four of Swords. So trying to put their mind at rest, trying to let go of expectations. But the Celestial Weaver, this is a specific special card. There's two in this deck, and this is one of them. This is about power, manifestation, and interconnectedness. So it's a power card for them today. It's a message for them to fully allow to sink in, and whether this resonates for you too. But I feel like it's aimed at them, but this is for you and any of us that this resonates for, as always. Weave the fabric of your reality through your thoughts, intentions, and actions. Every thread you weave has a ripple effect in the universe. Be mindful of your thoughts and intentions. They are what shall create a beautiful tapestry of life. You are part of a greater cosmic dance. Your existence is meaningful and interconnected with all that is, all part of the unifying field of consciousness. You are the weaver of your destiny, and with each movement you make, weave love, kindness, and harmony into the world around you. Remember, it's natural for you, right? So I like that. So it feels like they are trying to get a hold of their thoughts, try to let go of expectations, trying to be really, I don't know, just clear and aware of their emotions here. But we got this four energy, which is bringing in just kind of this feeling of I'm just trying to find stability in myself right now, um, overall, but also especially towards you. Then these 2 cards came out together. We do have the 5 of Pentacles, yeah, so that feeling of not being good enough, the fear being abandoned, fear being left out in the cold, that lack, the belief in lack energy, and then the 9 of Swords, yeah, underneath that. So all of these nightmares and insomnia, all those expectations that they think you have on them that was formed when they were younger. So, you know, um So there's a lot of this energy. The fear of being abandoned is a huge one of ours. And all of this is here. And they've got all these, they just fear that they're going to fail and continue to fail. And I feel like that's kind of why they do a self fulfilling prophecy a lot. And then they shut down and pull away. And you're like, see, you're abandoning me. Well, when you walk away and say you're ending it, what is it, 5 times in a year? I don't know how many it is. I just feel like it feels like 5 times in a year period. Um, I start to, feel like I'm the one that's, being, my, like we were talking about before, my nervous system is afraid of conflict because you keep leaving. And but I like this that you're approaching this time differently, and I feel like that's what, he is scared, like you said, that you're giving up, but also that there, is this energy of, sorry, let me just turn down my volume. There's this, the fear that you're gonna have a boundary that they can't handle, right? Which is what's coming, is a boundary of this can't work this way. And change is gonna be necessary, and our inner children hate change, it's scary. So there's some of that fear in there too. We also have the 8 of Pentacles, but we've got that before, right? 8 of Pentacles and the Hangman, about they're getting to this point of wanting to, "I'm gonna have to do the work to make this work." And I feel like that's what they're one of the big things they're thinking about is what does that entail? And and I feel like they think they know and they're assuming a lot, which is the whole thing is if we, can talk it out calmly and share what what you feel you would like to see, and they get to share what they would like to see and see where we can hash it out, right? I feel like that's the Eight of Pentacles, this transformation that they're thinking about this. And I think that we got that in one of your other readings this last weekend, right? Was that they're eventually that they will they'll commit to doing the work, right? We have the Nine of Cups. We have dreams come true energy again here coming in here below the surface, and the Six of Pentacles. So this balanced giving and receiving energy. I like that. That's kind of the dream come true. This is all part of what needs to be worked on, right? And the Knight of Pentacles. This it's the slowest moving knight, but they're also every knight is on a quest, and this knight is on a quest for self-worth, right? For the Ace of Pentacles to find it. So I feel like they know, they're not stupid, they're intelligent. Probably too much in their head intelligent is the problem, right? It's like you need to be bring in the heart and what is the emotional dream come true and find out how to balance this. But I feel like there is the Six of Pentacles, you know, it has to do with that Five of Pentacles, this fear of abandonment, being less than, being left behind. A lot of that from childhood is the source of this. You're just the mirror for the situation, and as they are for you, right? Um, but I feel like the journey of finding one's own self worth, independent of each other, so that you both feel stable, and then you guys can come together in your own independent uh, identity of your worth and not depending on each other for your sense of worth, right? Which is what we all get to experience and grow through. Of course, I know you've done a lot of your inner work around that already, but I feel like that's one of the big Eight of Pentacles things that is the foundation. If they are feeling unstable, and that's what throws them off into their fight or flight, which is what we all do, is once we find our inner worth, that solidness, then the world stabilizes around us, right? So the night is alchemy. Oh, good. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one as well. So I feel like that's where they're at, but I feel like they're still trying to figure out what it all is, and they're lost in these preconceived ideas of what you're wanting. They're just because they think they know what you want, but I don't feel like they really know. Maybe 50% is right. The other is like, well, no, some of this stuff isn't me. This is your past. But these are the things. And I feel like and this is a good time for you to really quantify what it is that you would need from them so you can tell it too, right? Yeah. It's new to him. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. So there is some closure, and it's this here's the, you know, number 5 of change energy. So it is important for some closure um, of the old to because you have to close out the old to get into the new in a way, right? But this is about ending, stop, releasing, and acceptance. So you're at the end of an era or an episode in your life, and it's time to let go and move on. Your guardian angel will help bring closure to this period in your life so you can begin anew. Much has been learned and gained through this time, but now it's over. As you let go, a new era can begin. So I love that. This era was the era of defining yourself by outside things and people. And I feel like he was like one of the last big things that you were defining yourself by. And it's not that it's not him that you have to let go, but it's the definition of yourself that you were projecting onto him, right? That you're doing that. So uh, I know you know all this. You may consciously feel ready for a change and welcome closure. If so, reflect on your soul's growth. You are stronger, clearer, and more responsible and powered than ever before, right? Yeah, the old way of thinking, exactly. You're not the same person you used to be, even a week ago. Acknowledge your growth and release yourself from all the people, situations, and attachments that you've now outgrown, for they hold you back. If you resist closure or cling to the past, ask your guardian angel to assist you in letting go. While it may not be easy to admit something's over, the gifts of this connection remain in place. Take the gifts and release the rest, for more gifts lie ahead. The best of life is yet to unfold, even if it doesn't feel like it now. Soon you will see. Closure opens the way for the best possible support to enter. So, your guardian angel's message to you: welcome closure. Trust that the way things are unfolding is in your soul's best interest. Shazam. All right. So, that's what they have for number two for you here. We'll take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. And we'll go into number three here for you. All right. Cheers. So let's shuffle these up. Dive into here. So what's coming for career, love, home next 2 weeks? So career. Thank you. Love. Gotta say it that way. Love. All right. And then home. Okay, got that one there. And then you want to know, what should you do different? We're gonna change the should to could, because from Spirit's perspective, there are no shoulds. There's just there's different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. What could I do different is what we'll ask. Any advice that would bring me an even more, experience that I would love even more, right? So that's what we'll ask here and that's for each one of these, right? So what can you do different with career, for love, and for home? And then just overall. All right. Yep. I feel like the next 2 weeks, you have the Four of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck here. So here is that sense of worth. Right now, so much of what you're dealing with, and you got the Moon card underneath that too, which, is this energy of, finding your sense of worth in a solid way, not defining yourself by career, love, or home. You're turning inward and upward and defining yourself by that eternal, unconditional love. That's your solid foundation. No matter what happens in the outside world, your worth has never changed. You've been priceless from the before you were born, all while you were born, all the way in between. And when you leave, you will have been priceless the entire time and continue to be priceless. So there is this, energy with that being on the bottom of the deck, that your foundation is solid in here. The rest of it's just adventure, but your worth never changes. I like that. So, what's coming for career? Wow, yeah. So you've got all these horsies. Well, so you've got the Six of Wands. So you've got victory and movement energy with the Six of Wands with career. So we know that that's like where a lot of your energy is being focused into. You have the Chariot card, which has all four horses. They roll over all four horses. So again, another of the victory cards, a lot of movement, um, a lot of power of choice energy. And I feel like the victory will be, of course, dependent upon your own um, choices, right? And so the more you celebrate all of your little successes, because I know we can get caught up into the big hitting the big things. I'll celebrate here and here and here, instead of, we can celebrate here and here and here and here and here and here, and then big celebration here, and then celebrate here, here, and here. Celebrate more kind of energy coming in here, because the more you celebrate, the more it comes in, right? Because it's your expression of gratitude mentally, emotionally, physically, energetically, right? And then you also have the Knight of Pentacles. So again, here's the slow moving, but it's the pursuit of your worth, and there is consistent growth, I feel, with the Knight of Pentacles there. What can you do differently? What could you do differently? You have the Two of Cups. Feel like you could do some, and I feel like we talked about this before already, but this is partnerships, counterparts, not counterparts, collaboration. It's not partners like get a partner in your company because you need to be independent, and you know that. You can collaborate with others, and you can join together in things for a period of time for a project or whatever, but for your business, you gotta be the honcho, you gotta be the one because, um, you need to you're a wild horse that needs to be able to run free, not have someone trying to rein you in. Um, Spirit will rein you in if you need reined in. I like that. They're like, "We know you're a wild horse." And you just go, you're a horse on fire, right? So, I like that. I like that. That's good energy, but, more collaboration, I feel will help with your career, because I feel like that's a big part of your why is helping other people, and so when you collaborate and your presence is among groups and your ideas and your approaches, people are like, "Wow, I could use you for my business," and I feel like that's not your intention of helping, but you end up getting clients and stuff because of collaboration, helping groups of people do things. So, I like that. Balance, right. All right. And then for love, over the next 2 weeks, you do have the 3 of Cups, which this is joy, celebration, and I feel like for love, this is more about friendships and your tribe than it is, love with, the man. This feels like, you know, um, because it's tribal energy, it's joyful energy, it's not third party energy. If you know tarot, three of cups can sometimes mean, "Oh, there's a third person." There's not drama energy with this at all. This is about focusing for you is your tribe, your family, you know, having your love pour in there and focus on that love because you have all this love to give, and you're not, um I feel like it's taking a break from pouring it into, you know, if you give away the milk for free, they'll never buy the cow. That's funny. That's a Texas saying. I don't know if that's the South. Is that all said in the South? You familiar with that? But I feel like it's like you're focusing your energy on your tribe and not in that one, right? Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah, I feel like this is more friends and family and tribe, not, pouring it anywhere else. Because I feel like now is the time for your reflection with love. Underneath that, you do have the Star card, the Fool card. Yeah, so it feels like here more you're focusing on your new adventure, you're focusing on defining what your dream come true is. And I feel like that's more of where your energy is being focused with love right now. You're focusing your passion and love into family and friends and your dream and not, um, and I feel like that's important not to, you know, fall back into the old pattern that we had, right? Where they would do this, and then we would take them back and act like as if nothing happened, and, come here, yeah, 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 yeah. Let's forget about all that." Now it's like, "No, we need to remember this because this can't happen again." And we need to break the pattern and break the way that we're just open arms, just allowing them to come back when, you know, um because this is about loving yourself kind of energy. So, what could you do differently with love in these next 2 weeks? Yeah, the 7 of Cups, which is feel all the emotions, Feel them. Don't deflect them. You know, allow yourself to cry more. Allow yourself to process. Allow yourself to journal. Because I feel in feeling the things, you can go, I don't want to feel this way anymore. Why am I feeling this way? What do I need to change in myself for this not to feel this anyway? And what kind of situation keeps coming up between us that does this? Because it's important for you to identify what things made you feel wonderful and why, and what things made you feel awful and why, and find out what in me is creating those emotional choices, what stories I have attached to those, but also what's reasonable, you know. It's like you give a lot of leeway to them going, well, because of how they are and da da da. It's like, yeah, but you deserve, and I feel like this is that energy. You get to spend the next 2 weeks kind of going, what do I deserve? What do I feel I deserve? And then you can find out if you feel, well, can they give me what I feel I deserve? And if you're like, they can, but maybe like you said, they haven't put in the work for it yet, right? And it's like, well, this is part of the Eight of Pentacles. You're helping create the Eight of Pentacles kind of energy, right? So interesting. All right. So I feel like that is for love. And then for home, you've got the Five of Cups. Yeah, I feel like this is about letting go. It's kind of mourn the, the loss of what you were going to move to and you're going to do all this, but then it's about, the Two of Cups, behind. It's like we're sad about the spilled cups, but we've got the power of choice behind us of now I get to choose where my home is, right? So there is that, this next 2 weeks is allow yourself that sadness again, to have that loss, but then it's like, where do I wanna go for me? Where's my dream place to live, right? Yeah, and underneath that, we do have the Tower card, so that obviously the tower we were gonna go move into burnt down, for us to make space for something that's more in alignment with us, and there's a lot of clarity here with the Justice card, the Libra relationship energy, but clarity around all this. And so again, it's like, you know, you might be hesitant to move somewhere because you're like, well, what if he comes around in a month, whatever. But it's like the work that he's going to need to do for you to live with him and be with him. Because, there has to, like as mama said, there got to be a ring on the finger if I'm going to, commit to move somewhere for you. We've got to be married already. I'm not gonna even gonna take a engagement ring. Yeah, you have a plan. Yeah. So I like this, this energy, and because you're like, even if it's gonna be for 6 months or a year where we're living separately, I'm living away from someone, I'm making choices for my journey and my adventure. What you could do differently is you got the Five of Swords. Yeah, it's this battle between the head and the heart. I like this little reflection energy that comes in here. And it's God, I feel like this is the Five of Swords is because this is conflict and argument energy. And it's like I feel like there is a little bit of, if I tell them I'm going to go move here instead, that this is going to create an argument. And I feel like it's okay. It's not choosing somewhere for the sake of an argument to have this be known, but it's an energy of, regardless of an argument, I'm going to choose where I want to go, regardless of what ripple effects it has, because I can't live my life for uncertainty right now. I'm gonna live for what I know, and I know what I want. And I like that because I feel like they're gonna need to prove themselves to you. That's just what I feel is important, and even if, like it says, even it takes a year for them to prove themselves to you, then so be it, but in the meantime, I got my life to live, and I'm gonna enjoy where I live. I'm not gonna be in limbo waiting for no one because the the era of living by the phone has changed because now we have mobile phones. We used to have to like, do you remember? I know you probably don't remember. Back in the olden days, you might have seen it on TV. The phones were attached to the wall and they were by a cord, even before the cordless phones. And they used to have this long cord that you would stretch. And if you had two phones in the house, people would pick up and listen to your conversations or interrupt you by accident. Oh, sorry. Start dialing beep, 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 beep. Oh, it's all fun. Anyway, so that's what they have. And then overall here, what could you do differently? Yeah, we got the Seven of Swords and the Page of Pentacles. I feel like it's about really questioning, you know, the it's we can be overly, I want to say too hopeful, but it's about, because the Seven of Swords is question your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets where you are deceiving yourself and cheating yourself out of these new opportunities, this Page of Pentacles, by going, yeah, yeah, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. So, it's like we can get in tune with possibilities of who someone could be, what someone could do. We can get really too hopeful in that they're capable of doing it quickly, more quickly than we think that they can, and plan for a long haul as I kind of feel this energy coming in. There is opportunities, but we have to we don't have to. We can deceive ourselves all we want. Enjoy our adventures, living in that if we want. That's really true. But I feel like they're saying something you could do is be realistic with new opportunities and the growth of someone and take someone for who they are now and 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 as we had said, there's going to be some um we can't continue to do what we've always done and expect something different, and we can't expect them to continue to be who they are and act differently. They have to evolve, they have to go into the cocoon and transform, and that cocooning can be with them away, on their own to learn, and then they can come back later as a butterfly. But in the meantime, you got butterfly things to do. You gotta flutter. Gotta flutter, baby. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this too. For the next 2 weeks, what else do they want you to know here? Yeah. Pleasure, joy guides. Yes, joy, 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 joy. Doing what you love, loving life, not being caught up in trying to figure everything out, right? Fulfillment, abundance, satisfaction, contentment. Your joy guides urge you to relax, have fun, and allow the good times to roll. Life is to be enjoyed, not endured. Ooh, I like that. Life is to be enjoyed, not endured. Whether it's a fun day at the beach or a rousing romp with your love, your joy guides remind you that there's no benefit to refusing the beauty and bounty of life. Release old, worn out patterns of learning through pain and suffering alone and begin to learn through joy, inspiration, and pleasure. It's time to leave the miserable energy of the past behind and allow yourself to experience more contentment and peace. Focus on what brings you happiness and lifts your spirit. Pay attention to what you love and choose more of this in your day to day life. Suffering as a noble cause is no longer appropriate. I love that. Suffering as a noble cause is no longer appropriate. You have suffered more than enough. Stop postponing rewards until the afterlife. Instead, enjoy a little heaven on earth today. Indulge your soul in some delicious food, good music, close friends, and playful fun. Allow your joy guides to add some sparkle to your life now. I love this. So your joy guides message to you, relax and enjoy life. Everything will be okay. How beautiful is that? Woo woo. So it's like, don't worry about what's going on. They will take care of themselves. They're an adult. They need to do what they need to do. You just get to take care of you, boo. All right. So that's what they have for you, my friend. Thank you again. Oh, I didn't put the third timestamp. I'm so sorry. Well, you have 2 year timestamps there. Sparkle and glitter. I love it. You're very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. And I'm so grateful for your energy and thanks for being here. Uh, so fun, fun, fun. What an adventure you are on. So thank you, thank you. All right, so let's take another sip and we'll dive in here. I'll give an update, and I think I have some more people come in, so I'll catch the list up and we'll continue on. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All righty. So let's catch up here. I know here. So we had Leslie come in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list here. We got Tim Delisham. Good to see you, my brother. You hold what you hold and expect one phase to mature. 4 more to go. West for against the war have the intel pitching up and down. Oh yeah, right. Up and down, up and down. Yep, it's the fun adventures, right? So I don't think you were asking me a question right here. Normal, calm here. Yeah. It's good, good. And there's Jojo. Thank you for your question. We'll put that on the list here because you'll be coming up here in a few. I think that was everyone new that had come in here. All right. So where we're at, we've got Marissa Smith up next, and then Jojo, and then Stormborn, and then back to Marissa's second one, and then to Kate, 2 from Maria P, and then Alice is where we're at for donations. I believe so. All right. So let's dive in. So Marissa, 13708 is for your first one here. So thank you for your donation. I think yours was via Z PayPal, not PayPal, up here. So there it is. Let's give that a love and a like there. And so you applied for another place, a 2-bedroom apartment. Will you get it? All right. So based on current energies, will you get this 2-bedroom apartment? All right. Let's see, they do want this one here, and these others came out here, and they do want this other one here. All right, what do we got going on here? So you have the 9 of Wands. It feels like this one, there might be a temporary block. What's underneath it here? Yeah, we got this 5 of Wands energy. There's some sort of conflict with that one that you're being held back from. So I feel like that one's not going to unfold there. We'll see what these other cards are here. But you've got the 2 of Cups on the bottom, which is an emotional choice energy. But the cards that came out after that, because I feel like they're saying that that one's being held back from you because of some sort of drama stuff that would happen in that place. Not like, I almost feel like it wouldn't be involve you, but around you, and they're saving you from this conflict. But what else is coming in here? Yeah, we have the 3 of Cups. So there's this joy and celebration coming here. You got the 5 of Pentacles, which I feel like there's this, the 5 of Pentacles is a lack energy. It's, the fear of being left behind, left out in the cold, etc. But there's this energy that comes in that I don't talk about a lot with this one, but they're bringing it in, which is when we realize it's not humans that bring us what we need in each moment, but creator, source. Sometimes they do ship it through humans and humans bring it to us, but our sustenance, our livelihood, our new homes, all of that, we hand it over to creator. They will bring it to us through others. And I feel like if we sit in that energy and going, yeah, it's not, my life isn't dependent on humans. And I have a source that loves me eternally and unconditionally that wants to give me what I need and more. And I feel like there is this, it's coming, and I feel like that's what they're trying to tell you is, "We got you. It's coming. Just continue to do what you're doing. You can, the celebration is coming here very soon." Yeah, because 'cause you've got this death and rebirth energy and this judgment card, which is you're being called to a different location here. So there is an ending and a beginning that takes you somewhere, and you're being drawn somewhere else. The underlying energy under that, yeah, because you have the Fool card, which is a new adventure awaits you. So I do feel like, there's an opportunity here. And I don't know if this is something that you've been thinking about moving to a different city or if there's a different job opportunity that's coming up, but I almost feel that kind of energy with those cards that there is something coming where you're going to have this opportunity, and it might be in a different part of the city or a different city altogether. And it's like, it's good money and it's like, wow. But if you've got this other place, you'd be locked in. So I feel like there's a little delay, because what's going to be coming for you next is going to be like such a great new adventure that is going to be like, whoa, you can't move out of the city. Maybe it's to a different part of the city if you can't, like you're legally can't or something. But I feel like there's an opportunity that's going to put you in a different place, where you're like, oh, wow, I would have to drive across town, but now I can get an apartment right by where I'm going to be working. Like if they're going to offer new positions or different something, I feel like there's a big change coming with job, and it's going to put you in a different place than you normally would be, kind of energy. You also have, yeah, self love. I love it. And nature spirits. And this is card 47. So self reflection, personal awareness, self interest, self esteem. So you're being called, yeah, but what they're saying is you're going to find a new position, new work. So that's what I feel like is going to change. Just to clarify. So you're being called to align with your true nature and consciously create a life that reflects, soothes, and supports your unique soul. This is the foundation of self love. Do not settle into a rut or routine that numbs your soul. To love yourself is to choose what brings you joy, stimulates your creativity, and stretches your imagination. Reflect on what makes you feel, body and soul, more at ease, alive, nourished, present, and relaxed, and build a life on these conditions. Do not feel guilty or allow anyone to talk you out of caring for your soul. Recognize what creates stress and anxiety and decreases your ability to feel good in life, and avoid these conditions as much as possible. That's what I feel like that 9 of Wands is keeping something that would, um, bring anxiety, um, to you if you got into that other apartment. Are you a gentle, introverted soul, for example, who thrives in peace and tranquility? If so, choose to spend more quiet time alone to rest, rejuvenate, and tap into your creative flow. Avoid noisy places and people who show little sensitivity, overstimulate you, and disturb your peace. Are you an energetic, extroverted soul who comes alive with excitement and adventure? Then break free from the monotony of routine that comes with a predictable day job and enroll in a tango class, take a trapeze course, or join an improv group on the weekends, and let your fiery nature exercise its love of expression. Are you intellectually curious soul who loves to dive deep into conversation, philosophy, and learning? Then go back to school or join a book club to explore subjects and works that interest you alongside kindred spirits, and avoid people and conditions that lull you to sleep with boredom. And then are you an earthy soul who loves to garden, work with your hands, build, design, cook, and create? Then go outdoors, explore markets, visit garden or design centers, or better yet, create your own workshop or studio space that allows you to make the things you love. Your loving nature spirits encourage you to build your life around your true nature. This is the foundation of self love. And your nature spirit's message to you: know thyself, support your true nature with loving conditions, and reject anything that doesn't. Wow, I love that. Very empowering message. All right, so that is what they have for your first one. We will circle back around for number two here in a couple. We've got JoJo up next and then Stormborn, and then we'll come back for your number two there. Right. So thank you for that donation again. And JoJo, you are up 145.38. Yes, for that one there. You took a long shower, just came back. Perfect timing. Boom, boom, boom. So let's give your donation up here a love and a like. So thank you for that. And your question was: do you have a protective underworld guide, or are you yourself the demon you need? That's funny. Cheers, cheers. I love your questions. All right. Let's take a look here. So, do you have a protective underworld guide? Okay. Yeah, I do. I'm feeling like I'm getting a wolf in my head. They come in the form of a wolf, but they're actually a shaman, and from like a shaman collective, because they part of their expression is they love dealing with the underworld, but they you think you can be a demon, and we all can really, right? Especially when we go into fight or flight mode. But I do feel like, that's the underworld energy, that because like shaman, they do the underworld journeying to get back pieces, to help us get back pieces of ourself that we left behind, right? That's the kind of energy that's coming in for this. And we do have here, we've got like this 8 of cups on the bottom here. And this reminds me of like a ship in the underworld when they come and you have to give them a coin to pass, across the underworld sea. It's like a flashback of a movie they're showing in my head. But that's what as soon as I saw that, but it's they help you travel and go into the underworld to help get back pieces of ourself that we gave away because of the lower underworld vibration, emotional vibrations that we felt, and they help us transmute it. They help us leave behind the emotions that don't serve and retrieve the emotions that will help. So I definitely feel that there, and I feel like they are part of a shaman collective, but they like to show up as that wolf. Oh, very cool. Yep, and you got the 6 of cups. Yeah, past life connections too, helping us in the mirror, energy. So, definitely that feels like the subconscious world, because that's where all our past life energies are too, and they'll help us, go do that, and, um, you came back from the apartment that felt like the underworld. That's why I had to take a long shower to cleanse yourself, get all that energy gone. But I like that. So that's kinda confirming that with the 6 of cups, it is about past life and lower, that energy too. You have the 3 of pentacles. Yep. It's about being true to your authentic self, but it's part of they're related here too to that creative energy. It's like some of their expression is also connected to your creative, um, that, creative group. The collective. Yeah, it's a collective. It's a creative collective, right? So their essence is part of, the, connected to the, um that shaman kind of collective, but they're also connected strong with the creative connection. So, they're involved with you from two different expressions here with that Three of Pentacles energy, because it is part of your creativity is intertwined with your lower underworld experiences because that's what that's where the drama and entertainment is. That's funny that they said that because that's the entertainment. How many people go to a movie just to watch someone having a happy life? No, we like the drama. Underneath that, we have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, so new opportunities. Yeah, and the Phoenix. I like this. So this is one of the other unique cards in the deck. So I like that. I feel here too because I've talked about my Phoenix Collective is my fire element is part of the Phoenix Collective, which is a sub collective of the Syrian Starseed Collective, and I feel like that this Phoenix is like their nudge that they're like, oh, and we're also involved in this other fire collective. Like I feel like we've talked about you being part of the Syrian Starseed Collective that you have an expression in it, and I feel like they do too, and they're like, "Yeah, and we're also related and connected that way too." But this is part of this Ace of Pentacles, this creativity, this new birth that's coming your way. They're helping you with this because this is about transformation, resilience, and rebirth. And it says, this is a very special card that you picked up today. So pay attention because it is a blessing and a very strong message. It says, no matter how difficult or challenging life may be, you have the strength to rise from the ashes and be born anew. This is your time to liberate into renewal. Just as the phoenix emerges from the flames, you can overcome what may have been holding you down and soar to new heights. Endings are never permanent. Every ending is a new beginning. Strength and beauty are on your side. You are in the process of liberation. In many ways, you're already there. So I love that. Yeah, there's this three, but and not to downplay that at all, but when we have a billion plus expressions that we're experiencing all at the same time, because that's how powerful our true higher self is. This is just one tiny little experience. To have 3 out of a billion, it's still significant, but in the big thing, it's like, someone's going, "I have 100,000 with you." Oh, well. But I feel like they do have quite a bit related to you, different expressions that you guys are very connected in many, of the same experiences and expressions, so I like that. You can't comprehend, that's not I know, right? It's like, "Whoa." And then what else do they want you to know here? We got the Ace of Wands. Yep, so they do help you with your power, and the Two of Swords, all this mirroring, because we got these 2 mirrors here too. But, they help you with the power of story with this Two of Swords because, you get to choose what the story is. But I feel like they communicate a lot in your dreams with you. Because if I don't know if I can get it to focus in enough here, but in that mirror, there's a scene that's unfolding there, um, that's different than what's happening here, and it just feels like they give you stories in your dreams and that they're part of that there, right? Yeah, and, the King of Swords and a lot of your mind. Yeah, here's the master storyteller energy coming in here, so a lot of mental clarity and inspiration and ideas come from them, which makes sense with being a part of the underworld shamanic collective, the creative collective, and that fiery collective too. There's a lot of that energy that's there. So yeah, the answer is yes, you do have a protective underworld guide. And yes, you are sometimes the demon that you need. You create the story, you know? So we are the sometimes the stories we tell ourselves, we're our own villain, a villain, a victim, and a hero. We know we're in a drama, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you got success with nature spirits. Card 48, your third eye shining bright there. Bling. And for this one, this is accomplishment, satisfaction, security, and safety. Well, there you go, protective, right? So your focus and effort have laid the groundwork for genuine security to unfold. Your work has been well executed, so the outcome is assured. This is not an accident, nor is it because you're lucky, although others may see your blessings and bounty as such. Your loving nature spirits want you to know that your forthcoming abundance results from your own past hard work and dedication. You've earned the blessings coming your way. Your wish is about to be fulfilled. Your loving nature spirits celebrate you. You're becoming a masterful creator. There will be more than enough coming your way to share with others as well. The future will take care of itself. So, your nature spirit's message to you says, congratulations. Your creations are on their way as surely as, after a successful planting and cultivating season, the harvest happens. Stay attentive during this last phase. Be confidently patient and wait on the timing of nature. So I love that. I like it. I like it. I like it. And I think you might be holding an onion. I don't know what that is. What do you have an onion for? You like your villains? Oh, Maleficent. Maleficent. Yeah. Yeah. Cause she's not really. And, I love that because like Wicked, I love Wicked. A pomegranate. There you go. Like Wicked shows the perspective from the Wicked Witch of the West. We from Dorothy's perspective, this person was a villain, but when you find out in Wicked, she's really not. She was actually a freedom fighter. And but it all is about perception, right? As well as Maleficent. She was a protector as well, right? So I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear, my dear. Yeah, they fear him because they don't understand him. Exactamundo. All right. Well, that is what they have for you. So thank you again for your donation and sleep well if you're going to sleep now. Or good day. Have a great day if you're staying awake. But much love to you, my friend. Always good to see you. All right. Good night. All right. So up next we have Stormborn 15805. So Stormborn, there's your timestamp, and we'll go up here, and I think yours was up here. There it is. Let's give that a love and a like. All right. So thank you for that. You want to know, is Canela a good fit for a nanny for your family? All right. We'll take a look here and see what energies they bring in and see if that aligns to what you feel is a good fit, right? So let's see here. What does Spirit feel you need to know in order to make that decision? We got that. Got that. Got that. Like those two for that. I feel like we want this two and this one here. Two more as well under that. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, because you have the King of Wands here, which is, you're the one that will make the choice with the King of Wands. And I feel like that, then the King of Wands energy brings in like an awareness of, to try to step out of our head and into heart tells me with someone, right? Because someone might look good on paper and suck in reality, right? And your heart will tell you that. There's some people that they're on paper, it's like, but you meet them in person and everything you pick up and everything that you experience, you're like, wow, it's it's like their character's not represented in the interview paperwork, whatever stuff, right? So I feel like that's important to know here with the King of Wands. But what else do you need to know specifically around Canelo? So you've got the Two of Swords. Yeah, that is the again reinforcing the battle between the head and the heart. Your head might be going, "I don't know," but your heart's going like, "Oh my God, I love her." You know, you have the Ace of Pentacles. It's a new opportunity. This is an abundance energy with the Ace of Pentacles. So it does feel like they bring in this sense of fresh air and this this fresh start kind of energy. I feel like they are they're more alive than some other some others that you've had. That's what he means. They're active, it's refreshing instead of always on someone for not doing the things that they've agreed to do. I feel like they're refreshing that way. You got the 8 of Cups. Yeah, I feel like with the 8 of Cups, there is this kind of requirement to leave behind emotions that don't serve you anymore when, we look at them, because I feel like they might remind you of someone, like, physically, from the past, and you have to separate them and go, "They are not them." That they remind you of them in ways, but it's more physically and maybe their voice and their action, like their, movements, but not in their, like, uh, how they act out things in the world. That's different, right? They don't act the same way as the other person did, just have same whatever expressions, right? Like I talk with my hands, you know, if someone talks with their hands too, you're like, oh, that reminds me of so and so. And oh, their voice kind of reminds me, the fluctuation, their accent they put on things, or they do this or do that, it's like they remind me of that, but you got to separate them and allow those emotions to stay over there because they are not them. That's interesting. You got Page of Pentacles. Yeah. So again, higher opportunities here, very more productive than a lot of nannies that you've had. I like that energy. And the Four of Swords. Yeah. It's very, very restful, peace of mind. They really bring peace of mind. So this looks very positive. Let's look under here. Now I have extra cards under that Eight of Cups. We have the 10 of Cups and the 4 of Wands, yeah. If you can look past all of that, who they remind you of, there's a great amount of joy and happiness. They're a very happy person, very uplifting and great laugh, smiling, just a little bundle of joy kind of energy that comes in here. If you can get out of those emotions and realize you're like, wow. So very positive energies here. And then under the Four of Swords, what helps bring peace of mind here? Yeah, great equal giving and receiving. This Two of Cups, they see what they do as a relationship of sorts, not as a job. So I feel like they really look at this as being part of the family, as a giving and receiving that, there is this, it's not just money changing hands for a service, it's we're part of each other's life kind of energy. And I feel like that's how they look at it. And even with this Eight of Cups, I kind of feel like they had to leave some family behind, or, they're away from a lot of their loved ones. So I feel like they do have this, kind of feeling like a part of the family energy instead of like job. And so they do care more about what they do. So it seems very positive energy here. I feel like those things fit into it. Of course, it's not going to be 100%. No one ever is. That Four of Swords also brings in that it's important that you let go of, having so many expectations on who someone has to be. It's what are the most important things and focus in on that and celebrate those, right? Because no one wants to be, I think we talked about that before, right? No one wants to be told and focused on what you're not doing, because that just drains us, right? But if someone tells us what they appreciate what we are doing, we want to do more of that plus more because we're encouraged by praise and gratitude for what we are doing. We're not motivated when people are telling us what we're doing wrong. We're motivated to get out of there, right? And to do less. So I like that. Your fortune cookie is opposition, nature spirits. So I do. I feel like there's a difference between night and day between them and others. Let's see what else this brings in here. Yeah, it's concession, fairness, democracy, neutrality. So your nature spirits remind you that no one is entirely good or bad. There you go. Every person has their own version of reality, which may not necessarily agree with yours. Instead of arguing or feeling wronged by someone who refuses to see your point of view, open your mind and consider theirs. It's like what we were just talking about, right? That's crazy. See the balance of light and shadow, rigidity and flexibility, receptivity and hostility in all people, including yourself. Although it's easy to feel indignant and defensive toward the one who opposes you, the truth is that no one is trying to harm you. Instead, your detractor simply supports their own interest and priorities, which are different from yours. Rather than reacting emotionally with argument, attack, or invalidation, seek to understand your opponent instead. Be mindful not to be overly self centered and self protective. Be fair minded and relax your stance. Recognizing their humanity and not just the part that opposes you. For example, what are your opponent's priorities? What are their needs? What might they fear in you? This standoff between you can be softened if you consider their motives as well as your own. Gain insight into your common interests. From there, you can move ahead. Compromise. Let your higher self communicate with your opponent's higher self rather than antagonize their ego with combativeness. Allow your nature spirits to ease the tension between you. They will cool the hostile air and calm the ground under your feet so you both feel more stable and secure. There is an acceptable solution to this impasse if you ease your position and lighten your heart. So, your nature spirit's message to you: accept that your interests are no more or less important than those of people around you. So, the only way to achieve resolution is through understanding and compromise. It's great information, right? Because otherwise, if we feel it's our way or the highway, we're gonna go through nannies over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? Because we're not gonna find someone who's gonna think exactly like us. There's always gonna be a little bit of conflicting viewpoints, but it's about seeking understanding, being curious about where the other person is coming from instead of trying to control them. And that opens up the lines, and that's when you can have a great relationship with someone. And I feel like Canela has that ability to do so with this energy. So ultimately, you get to decide, though, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Stormborn. Many blessings to you. Sorry, I'm falling off my chair here. Let me scooch back a little bit. You had me on the edge of my seat. All right. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So up next, we have Marissa Smith for number 2 at 2:08:47. There's both your timestamps there, Marissa. And let's give you our second one here, a love and a like. They want to know, will Alshan, and I think you were going to say you, right? Will Alshan and you reconcile in the future? Not someone else, right? I know they have a few, right? I just want to make sure we are talking about you. I know, like, I got April going on, but who's this other? Is there another one? You're not wondering if they'll reconcile, right? You're talking about the two of you. So, based on current energies, will the two of you reconcile? Okay. And in the future, what else do they want you to know here? Got these and these. All right. With this being on the bottom of the deck, you have the Judgment card, which is your higher self calling you away to something more in alignment with your heart. Underneath that, you also have the High Priestess, which, in regards to them, is you being off by yourself. I think it came in a reading too when we are asking about the two of them. They're bringing that back to me. The two of them. What did they think of you? Did they talk bad about you? And they were like, "No, you're off, and a High Priestess off on your own." So that's coming back again in here. But let's see here. The specific question: will you guys reconcile in the future? Oh, you got Justice card here, and this is again, this is supported by this Judgment card and the High Priestess. You got 3 major arcana, and the Justice card is Libra energy, which rolls over the house of relationship, but this is a lot of clarity comes in with that Ace of Swords that allows you to see things differently, that changes the scales for you. I don't feel like you guys reconcile because I feel like you change your mind as the more information that comes out and the more clarity you get around why you want to be back with them. And I feel like I feel like these other cards will tell us more of the balancing here because you do have the 2 of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups. Yeah. So you see here, with this Queen of Cups, she rolls over emotion. But so you get in touch with a lot of your inner emotions. But this 2 of Pentacles, again, balancing energy along with Libra. But I feel like you're starting to really see that they always have 2 people going on here with this 2 of Pentacles, right? There's this um, always another choice. There's always 2 choices. They're always making a choice between 2 people all the time. And you're beginning to see that, yeah, they don't have the ability right now in their lives to be able to stay committed to a person because they can only be with them for a moment before they start to go, "That's not enough. What's over here? Maybe this will fulfill me." Then they get with this person, and then a matter of time, they're like, "Well, okay, that's not fulfilling me. Maybe this person will." I feel like they're always leaping off onto the next thing, right? And you're seeing that cycle and that pattern, and it's really starting to, you know it up here, but your heart's going, "I don't care. I still want them." But something, it just drops into your heart. Once our heart gets it, what our mind knows, it's like, there's a difference between knowing it and knowing it, right? And you've had that where suddenly something, you've known it, but it drops into your heart and it changes everything. It changes your actions, it changes your perspective, changes all your emotions around it. And I feel like that's what comes in here. You have the Page of Wands and the Eight of Swords, yeah. So you do start to let go of the mindsets, the thoughts and the beliefs and the mindsets that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and trapped with them, to them. And that Page of Wands is this energy of a higher passion, something that's leading you in a different direction. Yeah, because you have the Page of Pentacles, which is new opportunities in the future world, and I feel like this is twofold. With, um, Alshan themselves, the fears, their fears that they have, their expectations, all the stuff that's going inside of them that doesn't allow them to, they live from their passions, not from their heart because they haven't found that self-love that was not taught to them and held from them growing up. So they haven't learned how to love themselves, and so they can't love someone else or receive love from someone else. But passion is what they're focused in, and their fears are what hold them back, right? And that's what keeps you guys from coming back together because they keep, going to thinking that there's other things that are gonna fulfill them, things that, these expectations and thoughts are telling them, "This is what you need to do, this is what you need to do." They're living from fear and passion more than from, calmness and love energy. And so they're going to keep making stupid choices because that's what we do, right? When we're in fear, we don't think clearly. We're out of our minds, out of our love and compassion, living, doing whatever our little inner child feels we need to do to feel safe and in control and comfortable again. And that's when we do stupid things. But I feel like, with this Page of Pentacles, this is an opportunity in the future to be with someone else that is more in alignment with what your heart wants. Um, so I feel like that is where we're coming from. I just don't feel like there's going to be reconciliation based on current energy because they don't have the ability to do it. And I feel like if you guys did, you would just quickly go back into the old, getting what you guys got before. It wouldn't be a new change because nothing's changed on their end. And if nothing changes on their end, they're not going to change their behavior a whole lot. We'll experience it differently because you're growing, you're changing, but they're not. And so you're going to have a low vibrational experience with them because that's all that they can offer, right? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here, too. So you've got change with higher self. And number 13, the death and rebirth energy, the cocoon, the butterfly in the cocoon. So this is about the unknown, redirection, discomfort, and uncertainty. So as your higher self advises you to prepare for unexpected change, when it arrives, do not get swept up in the fear and reactivity that this change will incite in those around you. Change is not necessarily bad, and you are not in danger. You may, however, be uncomfortable as life directs you in ways that you did not expect. Handle the added stress of change by staying out of your head and getting more into your body. Redirect your uncertainty into physical exercise or activity to offset overthinking and maintain equilibrium. Take up running or do yoga, for example, to help you dispel the stress and anxiety that unexpected change causes rather than drown in apprehension of what is to come. Check with your inner guidance as you go. Your higher self also advises you to be open to the changes showing up. It's challenging to enter the unknown, but your higher self calmly assures you that no matter what unfolds, all is in divine order and you are safe. The process of change can be unsettling, but your higher self informs you that the outcome will bring positive new opportunities in the end. There's that new opportunities. That's new opportunities, not old, renewed opportunities, right? Your higher self is messages to you says stay calm, adapt, accept change. Things will work out in surprisingly positive and beautiful ways. Yeah. Because you're changing into a butterfly and he's going to be a caterpillar, and butterflies just can't carry caterpillars, and caterpillars can't go where you need to go. So, and they're not going to be changing for a very long time, it seems. So hopefully that helps, Marissa. That's what they have for you for your second one. So thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate those. All right. So Kate, you are up next, 21841. So Kate, here's your timestamp. And thank you for your donation. Let's get up here. Give that a love and a like there. All right. And see, I did. There we go. I have your question over here. So, any words from late grandparents? I love it. Potentially selling the house you inherited from them to move into an apartment. It's been a challenge to keep up with the place. All right. Yeah, let's take a look here. We'll zero in on that question because I'm sure they want to be able to answer you here, and then anything else that they have here for you too. So we got that. So underneath, and then something else they want you to know here as well. Okay. And that here too. Okay. So, on the bottom of the deck, overall from them, they do have the Four of Swords, which is a great energy. The Four of Swords is like put your mind at rest, kind of a message, because it's usually someone sleeping on the Ace of Swords with the Three Swords of expectations and heartbreak and disappointment left on the wall. We've left that behind because we're seeing things from a higher perspective. And so they're basically are saying from their perspective, they don't look at things the same way as we do, and they're like, Don't we have no attachment to any physical things because we see it all as energy, and it's just everything belongs to everybody when we're looking at everything from our higher perspective. Everything just is, everything belongs to everybody else. This perception of owned property and money and all that, that's a human fun adventure thing, but they're like, "We don't see it that way anymore. We're not in that human mind anymore. So do what you want." They're reminding me, I had, someone whose husband had passed, and they were asking me, I was channeling their husband for 'em and answering questions, and were they asked, "Did he like the urn I put his ashes in?" And he showed me that he wasn't even looking at the urn, he was so enamored and looking at her because he, for the first time as this human character, he was able to know every thought, every emotion she ever had all the way back into the womb. And so he was just so focused on who, she is and was, and paying attention to her and their children. And that he was like, "Earn? What earn?" And he didn't care about any of that stuff because it's all about the connections with people. So that's your start of your message there. So specifically about the house, what do they want you to know here? So you got the Two of Wands. Again, that's the power of choice. Whatever you wanna do, you can choose whatever you want with that, like they said. The Hanged Man, yeah, that is they see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective than we do. So they're like, "It's totally up to you." There's no judgment from us. When we're in spirit, we don't see things as right or wrong, good, bad, better, worse, just different decisions, different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. So I feel like here you've got the Seven of Cups and the Seven of Swords underneath that. And they go, yeah, you've got a little bit of conflict in your head and your heart about it all, but I feel like they're saying here, don't let your fears and your thoughts and beliefs stand in the way of choosing what's best for you, because we're fine with whatever you choose. We're just along for the ride now. We'll be by your side for the rest of your life, wherever you live. We're not attached to a house. We follow you, not a house. We're not going to hunt it. Well, maybe we will, just for fun, but just in as a fun little thing to do. Maybe on Halloween we'll hunt it, but we'll be with you all the time. They're so funny. uh, I'm getting pictures of Tweedledee and Tweedledum, like from Alice in Wonderland. They just showed me. They're dressed up like they're Tweedledee and Tweedledum. They're so funny. So let's see what else they have here for you. So I feel like they're saying, you know, yeah, you know, do what is best for you. Don't worry about us having any negative opinions or an opinion around it at all. We don't care. We just care about you, you know. So I like that. And then you have these 4 cards that came out. What else they want? Yeah, Ace of Cups, follow your heart. I like that. Next to the 6 of Wands, yes, victory. You are celebrated, and um, regardless, they're just like, "We celebrate you for everything." And again, they don't look at anything as a failure or anything. They just look at, you're going through fun experiences. You're learning and growing, and they love that for you, and they encourage you to follow your heart. and not worry about, yeah, and get out of your head with all these 10 of swords, which is all of the thoughts and the beliefs and the mindsets and the supposed to be's and should be's. They're like, yeah, I know a lot of those were handed down to us and we handed them down to our children who handed them down to you. And, you know, we had just been handing down all this stuff, but you can ignore all that. Follow your heart. I love that. Yeah, follow your dream. Follow your dream with the star card. What does your dream come true? That's what they want for you, is for you to follow your dream and do what you love, and they totally support that here. You'll said these 2 cards come out together. I had all these sevens. You have the 7 of wands and the ace of pentacles. Yeah. And this, there's take what opportunities you wanna do with this ace of pentacles. It's creating something new in the outside world. That 7 of wands energy is like, you know, shine bright, buttercup, be true to yourself. Don't dim your light. Don't ask anyone's permission to shine. You don't need to defend your actions. Be you and do and create what you want in the outside world. And I feel like they're just kind of reiterating here a lot that they might have come across as having high expectations and, it might have been passed down from generation to generation, but there is this, no, you can let that go and live in an apartment and downsize and you'll have extra money and you'll be cared for. You can do stuff. You can follow your dream instead of, this perceived expectation that you're supposed to keep it no matter what. And you can do this, right? So I love this. Does the Tweedledee and Tweedledum, Alice in Wonderland, does that resonate for some reason? They just keep showing me that picture in my head. Doo, 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 both of them together dancing. All right, and then you have these 3 cards. Yep, you got the Devil card, which confirms this is let go of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that kept you feeling bound, right? So this is very much this let go of all that old thinking, right? Yeah, and here's the 6 of swords. Yep. Leave behind the old ways of thinking, look at things from a higher perspective. That helps you move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And, out of everything they go, possessions don't matter, your peace does. So I like that. And the 4 of Pentacles, yeah, I was wondering if you're gonna get the home card. Home is where your heart is, and where your heart is where we're at. So we follow your heart, not a physical home. And I like that 4 of Pentacles with all this. They're like, yep, release your attachment, because all these 3 cards together, which is release your attachment to long-held beliefs. The 6 of Swords is a movement card. So, moving from the 4 of Pentacles, they're saying move. Yep. Move, move, move. They had a great sense of humor, both did. Yeah, so that makes sense. They are hilarious. But I like it. They support your moving and being true to yourself. But I feel like amongst all that, they're also telling you, all these supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's with that 10 of swords. They're like, and that devil card, let go of all this thinking that we gave you, all this conditioning. And we love you unconditionally. There's nothing you can do to ever lose our love, our respect. Um, it's eternal and we love you. So don't worry, there's no wrong choice. Enjoy. So I like that. And then we'll see here through this fortune cookies here. Let's see what we got here. What else they have here for you. Yep, I like this. Perseverance. 39. Your joy guides. Yeah, they are your joy guides for sure. Joy, joy, joy. So I like this. Study, practice, reevaluation, and review. So I'm gonna replace joy guides with your grandparents. So your grandparents ask you not to give up, even if you don't yet see results from your efforts. You are here to learn to successfully create the life you want. You are facing a steeper learning curve right now and are encouraged to persevere. Go slow and don't judge yourself because we're not. Some things take more time and effort than you originally imagined. You may make some mistakes as well. It's all part of the creative learning experience. Successes will eventually come if you keep at it. Such a grandparent message, right? Study your situation with curiosity and consideration. Question why one choice worked when another did not. Be attentive and thorough in your observations. Appreciate your successful creations and seek to understand what contributed to these successes. You did something right in bringing about these positive experiences of life. What was it? By the same token, study your less than rewarding outcomes with equal curiosity. Examine where you made your mistakes so that you can avoid repeating them in the future. So, your grandparents encourage you to ask for their help in removing the blocks and blind spots that keep you from attracting what you really want in life. Consider your unsuccessful creations as rough drafts and continue trying. Keep your spirits up. You will turn things around soon and succeed where you presently feel you're falling short. And the message from your grandparents is don't give up, you know, on life, don't give up, you know. And there are no mistakes. That's why we put mistakes in quotations. There's just experiences, like different experiences, different outcomes, and if you don't like those outcomes, that's why we call them mistakes because they don't match up to what we think they should, blah, blah, blah. But when something happens, it's all experience and we can grow from it and learn from it, right? So, I love them. What great energy. All right, so that's what they have for you, Kate. Hopefully that resonated for you, and I'm excited for your, putting it that a house up for sale and moving into an apartment. Let's go. They're all go, go, go. If that's what you wanna do it, right? All right. So thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right, we are at 2.5 hours. So what I'm going to do here, I'm gonna head over. I haven't touched any free readings yet. And so I'm gonna go, as I do, I like to take a little break real quick, especially I gotta get up and move my back a little bit. It's feeling so much better, but after sitting, I can feel it crinking up. So I'm gonna get up and run to the little boy's room. Do I need more coffee? I might grab some more coffee too. And then I'll be back and I'll start off with free readings. And then I'll come back and finish the three donations that I have. I have two for Maria P. And then one for Alice is where we're at. So after I come back, and maybe, hey, Michelle, good to see you. Peace, peace to you. um, and then whatever free readings I don't finish, I will circle back for those as well and finish those out. And I think I've got everyone on the list here. I think so. I think so. Yep. All right. Hey, Guerrera means war. Good to see you. We are hanging in there. Hope you're hanging in there too. Like a monkey from a tree, we're hanging in there, right? All right. So I'm gonna grab some more coffee, run to the little boy's room while it's percolating. It's one of those little machines, and then I'll be right back and we'll start in on free reading. So yay, blueberry, cheers, cheers. Thank you guys. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, all right, all right. We have returned. Let me just get in my little seat here. Gotta adjust the back here. There we go. Now I can fit my butt on here. All right. So thank you, everybody. So grateful to have you all here. And thank you for your patience in getting to your readings too. So Guerrero, you have a quick question. We'll add you. I catch my breath. I don't know why I'm winded today. Yeah, absolutely. I got you here onto the free list. I probably won't get to you in the 30-minute session I'm about to start, but you'll be in the follow-up after I finish donations. So, because I think I have enough. I'm not going to get to everyone in the 30-minute time frame, but we will get to everyone some point. All right. So again, when I come back from my free readings, then Maria P will be up for 2 donations, and then just Alice, you'll be up then. And then if any others come in the meantime, we'll add those on too. Excuse me, I'm burping up now. Yeah, it will be today. I've got my pet gnat is flying around here. Gonna call him Igor. Igor, my pet gnat. If you see him flying around, I'm gonna try not to kill him, but I might send him into the afterlife if he spends too much time among my eyes. All right. All righty. So we will start in here. So we got Swaroop Bobby up first, 2:38:28. So that starts the clock for the 30 minutes. So Swaroop. Poor Igor. I know, right? Or Eeyore, right? From Winnie the Pooh. All right. So will you get a new job this week? So based on current energies, are you going to get a new job this week? Okay. Anything else? Yeah, this one here. All right. So are you going to get one here? Well, you got the 3 of Cups and the Hermit card. So it does feel here the 3 of Cups is a joy and celebration energy, which to me is a yes. And the Hermit card might even be a working remote or work from home position if you're looking for one of those, because it definitely feels here like it's that hermit, that kind of a more of a remote job than it is a actually in office kind of thing. So it does feel here that this is a yes for you based on current energies. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, Swaroop. Easy breezy, short and easy tonight. So we like it. All right. So thank you again. That's what they have for you. And then Ashish Balkaran, we have 2:39:47 for you. Oops. Try that again. Boom, boom. And what lesson are you meant to learn at this stage of your life? All right, let's see. What do they want you to know here? What is it that you wanted to learn at this stage of your life, right? Yeah, you wanted this ending and beginning energy, this death and this rebirth. You have the 6 of Pentacles along with the World card. Yeah, you have definitely this with the World card and the Death card. Those are both energies of endings and new beginnings. And it has to do with the 6 of Pentacles energy. Now, the 6 of Pentacles is about putting an end to the old way of looking at things, which, I talk about the 6 of Pentacles in actually my most recent podcast, if I could talk, Abundance, Where It Be. It's in the, if you need to catch it, in the description box of this video, it's there. I'll put it here too, if anyone's interested in the chat, and then also below your name and the timestamps, just for ease of use if you want to click into there, because that's one of the big things they're teaching is about, this rate of exchange, like what you feel you have to give in order to receive. And it's out of balance when we're young, because as children, 7 years old and younger is when it's being formed. We give so much we feel as children and get so little back. we talk about in that video, especially because we think parents have so much more capacity to give than children. So when a child gives this and a parent, even if they gave equal to what we think we're giving, we still think we're getting the short end because they have the ability to give this much. But we have this idea that I have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back, or 1,000 abundance coins to get one abundance coin back. And that's in our subconscious running our lives until we consciously bring it up and question it. And that video talks about some tools on how we can transform that. So if you're interested, but I feel like that's one of the biggest things is a re what you're wanting to learn at this point in your life is to transform that rate of exchange from being equal 1 to 1 instead of 1,000 to 1, right? So I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. So check out that video if you want to know more as well, right? It's free. All right. So that's what they have for you. Ashish, so many blessings to you. Right. And then Miniheel, you are up. So glad. We did see this one. Sorry that if you posted one the other night, I didn't see one anywhere, but we definitely found this one today. So a general read for what major good things are coming soon to you. Let's take a look here. So we'll see what 1 or 2 things, because for free readings, it's just 1 to 2 cards. So this doesn't limit it, but you definitely have here some new opportunities and some abundance that are available to you coming in. And it has to do with this 5 of Cups. You've been changing your, uh, like your emotional energy. And it's like you're beginning to consciously choose higher vibration emotions. It's like you're done feeling the lower vibrations. You're done feeling like life is happening to you, and you're starting to look at that life is happening for you. And there's even this gratitude energy that the more that you focus on what I love about what's happened and trusting that when things happen that I don't understand why they happened, that somehow they were happening for me, there's this change of emotion, this power of emotional choice that's coming in here. And the more that you choose the higher vibration, the more of these blessings, these good things that come to you. So, I feel like that there's a great opportunity for things to come your way, but there might be some of these lower vibrational emotions that have been keeping you kind of it's not like you're like sad or depressed all the time or anything like that, but there is some underlying emotional energies that kind of just draw you to the underworld in a way. In fact, the video that I just posted right above yours, in the timestamps, or if you're here right now, the one I just did on abundance, where it be talks about our energy and it talks about the rate of exchange we talked about. And I feel like that's very important here because there's something below the surface with this that's keeping things from coming your way. And so I feel like they're pointing you to that so that you can open the floodgates, which will allow more things to come your way as well. But I feel like that's the big piece. They don't wanna give you specifics because they're like, "We want you to focus in on opening up your city gates and drawing more things to you because there's so much opportunity for it that rather than tell you about these couple things that are coming your way, they want you to be aware of this so that you can have boatloads of stuff come in instead." So that's what they have for you, Mini Hill. So be sure to check that out. Like I said, the video will be right above your name in the pinned comment, which is the easier path, the abundance where it be podcast. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings. And we have Lotus of Serendipity. We got 2:45:39 for you. There's your timestamp. And hello, hello. I am well. I hope you are well. You'd like a general read. Thank you for all the blessings. Many blessings to you too. All right. What else do you want? Lotus of Serendipity. What do they want for you here? Yeah, you got the King of Cups and the Queen of Wands energy. Wow. So you got some great energy coming in here. It almost feels like I don't know if you were looking for a love interest, but this King of Cups, it's an energy of a very compatible person coming into your life. So if you're not looking for romance, it can be someone very uh is a very compatible person, like you guys just bond really quickly, really well. If you're looking for love, this King of Cups represents someone who, and the surface shows emotion. Behind the scenes, the kings have swords. So they have this ability to communicate their emotions. They're not so much in their head, they don't know what an emotion is, and they're not so much in their heart that they're emotionally unstable. Very balanced person. And the Queen of Wands is someone on the surface that looks very fiery, very exuberant, very passionate about life. Behind the scenes, she has cups. So on the surface, two people, like, how could they be together? But it's because the Queen of Wands has a great amount of passion, in the surface, but great amount of motion behind the scenes. The King of Cups has a great amount of emotions. That's where they connect on an emotional level. So a fiery person with a emotionally passionate person, but behind the scenes, we've got emotion and ability to communicate. So it's a on the surface, like I said, it could seem like someone, like, they would butt heads, wouldn't they? And you're like, no, because they've got this unseen connection that if you get to know each other, then you see how that there's this perfect compatible bond between the, and especially in the emotional center. So I feel like that's what's coming in here right now, for you. So hopefully that helps bring some clarity for you. So many blessings to you. I don't feel like there was anything more at this point with that. I feel like they just need to let that simmer and soak in, right? All right. Many blessings. And then ascending universal butterfly, you got 24830 for yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And I'm one popular gentleman. Yeah, you're so funny. I am feeling so much better. Thank you. I appreciate all that energy that you guys have been sending. It really has helped. So, a general reading for you. Absolutely. Let's take a look here. What the spirit wants you to know. We've got this and this here. And you've got the temperance. Oh, and the celestial weaver. What a beautiful energy, because this new kind of way I look at temperance with all the alchemy is like we can turn anything into a golden opportunity. And the Celestial Weaver, that's a unique card for this deck. And I'm going to read it here. It's not really long. Um, but it's one of two cards. This is about power and manifestation and interconnectedness, kind of like the alchemy of the temperance card. So here is a power card for you today. This is a message for you to fully allow to sink in. Weave the fabric of your reality through your thoughts, intentions, and actions. Every thread you weave has a ripple effect in the universe. Be mindful of your thoughts and intentions. They are what shall create a beautiful tapestry of life. You are part of a greater cosmic dance. Your existence is meaningful and interconnected with all that is, all part of the unifying field of consciousness. You are the weaver of your destiny, and with each movement you make, weave love, kindness, and harmony into the world around you. Remember, it's natural for you. I like it. So there is this energy of you weaving something beautiful, and there's this alchemy that you can create, this golden opportunity through, you know, just your daily thoughts and beliefs and actions, but that there is something here that you are creating. And the temperance card is telling us that even though when we can't see things happening and we don't see the magic always happening, as the temperance card usually has two cups and they're going back and forth. Sometimes we don't see the bright magic, but it's changing slowly, and then out of nowhere, boom, suddenly the gold appears. So I like this powerful energy for you there. So hopefully that resonates for you. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Good to see you. All right. And then we have blueberry up next, 251.29. And I do have blueberry coffee again. Blueberry, just saying. There we go. So you want to ask, how does S feel about you? All right, take a look here. Do one card for that. And then now I never really had anything with him, just had 2 or 3 encounters with him through my friend as I know him or him. Okay. So how do they feel about you here? What else can you know about him here? All right. So we do have the Leo energy, the strength card. So there is some, kind of attraction energy there with the strength card. It's fire, Leo energy. There is this standing out energy, this courage, this inner strength that they kind of see here. Let's see what this other one is here too. And the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, they definitely see, we got two eights here. We got the major arcana number 8 and the Eight of Pentacles. There's this flow. I feel like they're kind of going with the flow energy here. There is attraction there, like I said, with the strength card. But like, there's something about this courage of, I'm just waiting to see with the Eight of Pentacles. I'm just going to see how things unfold, to see how the wheels spin a bit. But I feel like there is a spark there, but I don't feel like they are in a place where they're just like all gung ho wanting to, you know, pursue a bunch of things with anyone really. I just feel like they're just kind of flowing and seeing what rises and what grows in their interactions with others. So I don't feel like there's, this bonfire of passion, but I feel like there's interest, and I'm just kind of seeing what happens, what unfolds. But I don't feel like they have a huge spark for anyone in particular. I just feel like they're just kind of, like I said, it feels kind of like this going with the flow, no intentions, no expectations, this lion energy of the Leo. I don't want to be caged. I just want to go on adventures. And eventually they would like to find someone to be an adventure mate with, you know, but they're not big into restrictions and limitations and stuff right now. Feel like they just kind of want to flow. And the more that we can just go with the flow with them, the more open they are. If we try to want more, then they can kind of feel like the cage moving in, and then they're like, they'll take off, right? So hopefully that helps Blueberry. That's what they have right now. So many blessings to you. Right. Livier Vagara, you are up. 254.24. You're welcome, Blueberry. There's your timestamp. Boom, boom. All right. So you want to ask energies for the coming week. Let's see what we got here. Energies for the coming week. We've got that one. Ooh, ooh, that one's trying to run away. Do we want it? Yeah, we do. All right. Okay. Yeah. So the energy of this week they have here, I feel like they're focusing on the lover's energy, the lover's card. And the Six of Cups is like past life connection energy. And I feel like this is one of those, I know it's not like at the forefront of what you're looking for in life right now, but I feel like there's just this, you don't have to worry about wondering, who is it going to be? What if I miss who they are or whatever? Because the Six of Cups is past life connection energy. So when you meet this soul partner that'll be coming across your path someday, uh, maybe sooner than later, that you will know it because it'll be like you're bumping into someone that you've known for lifetimes, and you have this instant familiarity, this comfortability, this recognition of each other, not having known each other though. This isn't feel like someone coming back from your past. This is you meeting someone new and going, "Do I know you from somewhere?" And you guys figure out, "No, we don't. They just came into town. They had never lived there. They've never been there, and you've never been where they've been." So you guys are like, "Wow, I feel like I know you." And you both have this kind of energy that just draws you in. So I like that. You won't have to, wonder if it's them. Like I usually joke, right? That it's like they're glowing in the dark and there's a rainbow shooting out of their butt. And you're like, "Oh, that must be them." It'll be that obvious. So you'll know when you meet the person, so you don't it'll be a big indication, like, if you're wondering if that person is the one, then it's not them. Because if you're wondering, then it's not. Because you will have no doubt when you bump into them, it's gonna be that obvious for you. So that's your little tidbit for this week, Olivier. Many blessings to you. All right, and then we have Angelic Smiley, 25649. So Angelic Smiley, here's your timestamp. And did he see your messages? What did he feel? All right, let's take a look here. So did he see your messages? Yep, it does feel like he did. You got the 3 of Cups with did he see it? Um, feel like he also, I don't know, someone else saw him too, it feels like. But what did he feel? Well, there was joy energy there. And they have the 2 of Cups. So we do have this kind of, it's a power of emotional choice energy, which I do feel like they had different emotions around it, but they did. I feel like they did receive it, and their feelings here were about, you know, I don't know if this is relationship energy, but whatever the message was about, I feel like they felt like connected, like supported is the word I was looking for. Cause I was like, not partnered, but they felt very supported by you and very but I do feel like their emotions kind of fluctuated back and forth as I'm in that energy with that 2 of Cups, because I feel like the 3 of Cups is a joy energy, but it's also a third party energy, which that's why I feel like they saw your message and someone else saw it too. And but their energies here are they felt supported and they feel that connection with you through through the message that you sent. Um, Yeah, so I feel like that's kind of where they were at. They were glad to receive your message with that 3 of Cups, um, but it also threw them off into, like, into their head and versus their heart, and you know, they had, these different emotions around it. Some of the emotions, like I said, they were happy and they were joyful, but then they were like, as their mind gets involved, then it starts to wonder about expectations and what does this mean? And then it starts reading between the lines, and then they're wondering, and then they're nervous, and then I don't know. It's just like all these different energies, right? It's like, wait, did you mean this or did you mean that? And then there's some confusion that comes in, but then like, no, 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 you meant this. So I feel like they're kind of still like the jury's out and how they really, really, really feel about it. But their first impression was joy and connection. And then their mind gets involved. As this is our troublemaker always, right? Then we start overthinking, we start reading into things, we start wondering, we start fears activate, all that fun stuff. But so hopefully that helps a little bit there. Angelic Smiley. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right, let me see how we're doing on time here. Yeah, we're at 3, so I think we'll be 3:08. So we still have time for some more. So Maria P, you are up here for your free reading. You're getting your free reading before your donations. Seems to be the way it's been lately, right? All right, and you'd like a general for love and work. Let's take a look here. So for love and work. So for love, you do have the 10 of swords. So the reminder to let go of expectations, there's this being sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations, and because expectations do suck the life out of relationships, right? We talk about this all the time, right? So that it comes up here is just that reminder that of things you already know that, all right, what am I focusing in on what's not happening, what's not happening the timing that I want or the way I want, blah, blah, blah. Or am I focusing on gratitude, right? So it's a good reminder because if I focus on what I'm not getting, then what I feel I'm not getting gets expanded even more. And then I get more of not happening because that's what my energy is inviting. It says, I like more of not of things not living up to my expectation. When I'm focusing on gratitude, then I get more of that kind of energy. Your work, you have the King of Cups. Yeah, you got this really balanced energy between head and heart here. And I'm getting that nudge here, about, they brought up a few times, it feels like that they're, when it comes to work, career, you know, your mind will tell you what you should be doing, and then your heart is like, this is what I want to do to feel like I'm living. And I feel like there's that energy that they're wanting to bring in here, to evaluate, are you doing what you're loving, or are you doing what you feel you are supposed to do? And spend some time, they recommend, asking your heart, what is it? If there was no money involved or any of those expectations, what would you be love to be doing every day? How would you like to uniquely express your heart to the world in your own special and unique way? That's what they have for you. Right? And then it'll be up first for donations when I get to those here in a minute. All right. And then Cat Mia, you're up 30242. So Cat Mia, here is your timestamp. And what can you tell yourself? You're lacking a little confidence for doing that. All right, let's take a look here. So we got that there, and this one here. Oh, I'm going to give you three. So you've got the Seven of Pentacles energy here. So let's be patient with yourself. Is a big one. Yeah, and you got the Five of Wands and the Celestial Weaver. So the Five of Wands with that Seven of Pentacles and the Celestial Weaver card is about, it's a very unique card for this deck. It's an extra card that doesn't come with other decks. There's two, and you got one of them. This is about power and manifestation and interconnectedness. I've actually had this like three times, I think, in this session today. It says, here is a power card for you today. This is a message for you to fully allow to sink in. Weave the fabric of your reality through your thoughts, your intentions, and your actions. Every thread you weave has a ripple effect in the universe. Be mindful of your thoughts and intentions. They are what shall create a beautiful tapestry of life. You are part of a greater cosmic dance. Your existence is meaningful and interconnected with all that is, all part of the unifying field of consciousness. You are the weaver of your destiny. And with each movement you make, weave love, kindness, and harmony into the world around you. Remember, it's natural for you. And I feel like, when you ask, what can you tell yourself? I feel like really there is this energy of that you are so much more than your human character that you're living. You're the actor behind this character. You're a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. You have the power with this Five of Wands to change your energy from lower vibration to higher vibration in a second. The Seven of Pentacles is there's no rush in this life. You know, we have eternity. You are a powerful, eternal being. You've seen planets be formed. You will see planets, you know, fall apart because we're eternal. We're not these human beings. So I feel like there is this, energy here about you can remind yourself of who you really are. And that gives you this different perspective. I know when I'm feeling stressed out in life, I actually meditate and I go off into the moon and look back down on the earth. And it just puts you out in the universe and it just makes you realize how small everything is here in comparison to the universe and in comparison to who we really are. So I feel like that's what you could tell yourself is remember who you really are. And a lot of my podcast, The Easier Path, has a lot of that, those tools and things to help us remember who we really are. And if you the podcast is always listed. The um, playlist is listed down in the description area of the video or on my main page, but I'll throw it here also below your name under your timestamp in the pinned comment when it eventually comes out. If anyone's watching right now, here's the playlist. If you want to dive into that, it's all free. And it does sometimes help our path be easier. All right. So that is what they have for you. Kat Mia, thank you again. Good to see you. All right, and then plate of SpaghettiOs. We are up. We got 306.57. So I think this might be my last one here before I start back into donations. So thank you guys so much. So that's your timestamp there. So SpaghettiOs. Why is Jackson deliberately being an ass? He apologized for being rude the first time, but immediately does it again. And he doesn't even apologize this time. And I'm done with it, right? Interesting. Yeah, I can't remember what we said on your reading last night, right? Cheers to everybody. Let's take a look here. So what's behind these actions, right? I bet we're gonna get fears, right? Yeah. Knight of Swords. Movement of thought about relationships. Got the Knight of Swords, Two of Cups. And I had a feeling, well, I mean, because they're telling me, because every moment, every human is expressing either love or a cry out for love. And the cry out for love comes in many forms. Oftentimes, someone being an ass is among the top 10 for sure. Because when our little human inside, our inner child, when we feel unsafe as a human or out of control or uncomfortable, then our little inner child, grabs that little, fire alarm at the school, sounds the alarm. The intelligent, loving, compassionate side of us booted out of the control room, which leaves a little 2-year-old and its pet hissing cat in charge. And they're going to do whatever they feel they need to do with their limited intelligence, with no need for compassion or love, to try to feel safe and in control and comfortable again, which oftentimes comes across as being an ass, right? Because they're doing things that seem rude, but it's fear expressing itself. So something they're triggering somewhere. And so whatever trigger is going on, you know, they're being triggered by something that you're doing. And it's not you triggering you because that's a big trigger, right? Someone puts a finger in your face, I think it triggers most of us, right? Ooh, we're just going to bite it, right? Or break it. um, but so there's something that's happening that they're being triggered by in your guys' interactions or before you guys interact and they're already in a trigger mode and you just get hit with uh, the monkey throwing the poo and you get hit by the poo, right? When really has nothing to do with you. This has to do with something that their triggers are theirs, like our triggers are ours. People don't trigger us. We're triggered by something happening in the outside world. Their action might be the thing that we have a trigger created within us that we've created this trigger. When that happens, freak out because that's scary, right? That's makes me feel unsafe, whatever's happening. And it has to do with the relationship energy. So they might have had, this pain in the past. And sometimes if we're feeling we fear someone will leave us or we're going to disappoint someone, they're going to leave us. There can be a lot of fears below the surface, but there's something to do with relationships because the Two of Cups, the Knight of Swords is there's a trigger being happening around relationships that this is the way that, they might subconsciously how would you say, like, subconsciously, um, sabotage relationships so that, um it's kinda like almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Someone's gonna think I'm not enough and leave, so when it starts to become too uncomfortable, then I and screw it up, and then someone leaves, and it's like, "See, I knew it." It's like, "Well, if you weren't being such an ass, I wouldn't have." But so I feel like that's what's important to know, what's happening below the surface, so hopefully that helps, my dear, and that's what they have, so many blessings to you. All right. So I am at, say, I started at 238. 238 plus 30 would be 268, which is actually 308. So I'm past the 30 minutes. So I've done 30 minutes of free readings. I still have Leslie and Guerrero Means War at this point. I will come back to you guys after I finish donation. So we will get to you. And it's my pleasure to do so. All right. And so we will uh, circle back for those. And then Marissa, thank you, Marissa, for your additional donation here. I'll add you on to the list here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So where we're at, I will have two for Maria P, and then just Alice will be up after that. And then Marissa for your third one there will be up for that. So let us dive in here. Let me bring up my PayPal here. There we are. So we'll go into the first one here. All right. So Maria, first one, 3/13/13. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And there we go. See what we have going on. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you, and then after the date. All right. He seemed very stressed, but I told him to tell me about it. His thoughts on him telling you about it or what he was stressed from? Well, spirit knows. I'll see what comes through. Anything about the dark side you need to know? Tomorrow at work for you? Dr. Bob's thoughts on you, Dr. Laura's thoughts on you today. And then, oh, during the department meeting. Okay. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, Queen of Wands. Very much attraction, passion, energy there. There is emotion behind the scenes there. But yeah, he was very, very much about attraction for you today. Again, there's a lot of emotions below the surface of the Queen of Wands. All queens get a second portion of emotions behind the scenes. So he was very much seeing you as a queen, passionate and emotional energy towards you today. After your date, he wanted to get away from you. No. Page of Wands, even more passion. So there definitely is very much right now this a lot of attraction, a lot of emotional, not emotional, but for these cards, a lot of kind of that passion, energetic and physical attraction energy towards you. I feel like that's an important thing that you need to know that they are so attracted to you so that you're like, okay, they like feel like you're the queen of Sheba, you know. It's a powerful thing. Um, he seemed very stressed. You told him about it, his thoughts. Yeah, Eight of Swords. I feel like he's trying to let go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. You know, his stress is coming in with a lot of his expectations of himself and what he thinks other people have on him. I feel very much work related, a lot of stress coming in here and the dark side. Um, not a ton from you. Um, some because he always has those until he that's his to work through, but he kind of feels a lot of pulled in a lot of different directions, a lot of expectations. So he's trying to let go of some of these things, these fears, to come in as well. Anything on the dark side? We got the 5 of wands. Yeah, so we got some nice conflict energy, some drama going on over there. So that makes sense with the stress there. Some more of that fire-breathing dragon going on. So that's good, right? Tomorrow at work for you, you have the chariot. Does feel like here comes some movement, some victory, some power of choice energy. So it does feel like here there is some, we got these choices are coming closer and closer here. We've been getting this a lot for you that you've got this choice to make coming up. I feel like tomorrow it's very important for you, regardless of whatever these choices are. You have the power to choose. What are your thoughts? Are you focusing on stories of higher vibration or lower, emotions of higher or lower, energy of higher or lower, actions from a place of higher or lower? Because whatever you're focusing on is very expanded tomorrow. So it's very important for you for tomorrow to make sure what choices are you making with work, because it's up to you. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today. Got the Hanged Man. He was looking at from things from a different perspective. He kind of feels like here that he was kind of sitting back in this today and even during the department meeting, because this energy feels like he was just kind of like in his cocoon. That's this energy, just kind of sitting back, watching everyone, absorbing, not really coming to a lot of um conclusions on anything. I don't feel like you had a whole lot of opinions on things today during the department meeting stuff. I feel like he was just kind of soaking it all in kind of energy, because which is his general energy, right? Dr. Laura, she had the Ace of Pentacles. So she was, this is a good energy. It's an abundance energy. So her thoughts on you today, productive, accomplishing things. Um, it feels very positive energy with that, because it is an energy of, I don't want to say new opportunities, because that doesn't really fit with the energy that I'm feeling from her, but it's a good energy. It's productive. It's a positive energy there. So I feel like it was good. It felt productive, and she felt you were productive today and in the meeting. So looks good. Let's see what your fortune cookie overall says here too. And you have boredom, teacher's guide. So I love this. Yourself and your higher self and your higher self. So let's see here. So this is about tedium, emptiness, frustration, disappointment. I just had my little gnat friend, expectations. A gnat for me is a reminder of expectations, because I used to have a belief that gnats shouldn't be in the house. And whenever I saw one, I'd get angry because that's not the way it should be. But then it's like, no, you know what? Um, and that is supposed to be here, otherwise he wouldn't be here. And they have become my reminder of expectations. I know. So life is relatively stable and calm now, and you've achieved a certain degree of predictability and comfort on a day-to-day basis. However, something is lacking in the way of deeper fulfillment. Your teacher guides gather in response to this emptiness. They gently remind you that there's more to your soul than you are presently expressing. They're calling upon you to share more of yourself with the world and let your hidden or forgotten talents come forward. Trust these beautiful guides as they lovingly urge you to set aside your reservations and unearth and express your hidden gifts. They wisely counsel you that any restlessness, emptiness, and boredom you feel isn't the result of something wrong in your life, but rather is a reminder that there's more of you to express. Ooh. Your teacher guides invite you to take advantage of your present peace and use your good fortune to explore your deeper spiritual and creative callings, like we did, when we did that, your general reading about your career and work. There's something more to be expressed, right? For example, start a meditation group course, enroll in a film making class, learn Reiki, begin writing, or maybe even teach a class for others. Stretch and ask more of yourself and give more of yourself to others. Your teacher guide's message to you is dig deeper. There's more of you to uncover, express, and share. I like it. Right. So that's for number one for you. And then for number two, we got 3, 21, 41. Here you go. Boop, boop, whoops. Try that again. There we go. All right. And then for number two here, we're back out of here. Go into this one. All right. Oh, tomorrow's your interview. That's what you want to know about tomorrow. All right. Anything to know about for tomorrow's interview? All right. So you got that. Dr. Bob's thoughts when he saw you today. Does he think you're a good fit? Okay. Is Wally doing anything with Dragon? Anyone else besides me? Sexy time. Why didn't he reply a lot yesterday? Okay. Nope, don't want any of those. All right. So, anything you should know about tomorrow? You have the Empress. Yep. For tomorrow's interview, this is about creativity and, you know, being true. I feel like here we talked a little bit about this before. This is like a reminder. It's a conversation, it's not a test. This doesn't represent, you know, the results of this don't mean anything about your worth. It's about people's opinions. And people's opinions don't define our worth. Just whatever mood people are in, whatever they're doing, is gonna be their perception and impression of us. But do know with the Empress that what's meant for you never passes you by. And as you go into this interview, just be yourself. Let your emotional self be there. Don't, freak out about, okay, this is what they want to hear. This is what they just, be true to yourself with this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, Empress energy. Just go in, be yourself, be who you are, because they're going to choose the person they feel will be the best for a position. Has nothing to do with your abilities or your, like you said, your worth, right? So it's important to go in with that kind of energy. Dr. Bob's thoughts when he saw you today. We have the Knight of Swords. There's this movement of clarity. I feel like when he saw you today, he was like, with this Knight of Swords, he was looking, going, "That's right, we had that interview tomorrow." I think that's what he was thinking here. Knight of Swords. He was like, because that's movement of communication. He's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have our interview tomorrow." I feel like that's what triggered in his head. Oh yeah, that's it. Not I don't feel like he has a lot of judgments and a lot of, like, watching everybody thing. I feel like he's a pretty go with the flow kind of guy. And then when he interviews, he's looking from a big picture. He's not I feel like Dr. Laura would mean more like, what word did you use? Just, more detail oriented and really reading into things. I think Dr. Bob goes more by feels. That's why this Empress, it's a conversation. How did we interact? Not did you say all the right things? He already knows what you do and a lot of your duties and stuff. He's just going to have a conversation to see how you feel about the job, what you feel you could do with it, what you could offer. You know, what's your idea? Do you think you could learn it? What do you think it will take you? Just those kind of things to see what differentiates you from someone else, right? But no judgments, I don't feel. Does he think that you're a good fit? Yeah, King of Pentacles. Yeah, that's abundant energy. So he does feel like you're a good fit. Otherwise, I feel like they would deny your interview. So he does think you're a good fit. And I feel like he feels like a few people are a good fit, and that's why he's trying to determine who's the best fit um, for their organization. So is Wally doing anything with the dragon? We got the Six of Pentacles, which is, you know, this is a codependent energy. Um, and this isn't, That's a no for me for here that they're not doing anything. This is all about the give and take of a living together, but no wands, hanky-panky energy, right? Is there anyone else besides you? Nope. The tower. All have been removed out of their life to make space for you. Oh, that's sweet. The tower. No, the only one that was there has been removed out before, right? The dragon. There's even the flames. The flaming dragon has been removed out of their life. That they were the only one that by the time when you guys met, that was there. Um, and then why didn't he reply a lot yesterday? Yeah, but it looks like here. I mean, we've got the 2 of cups. I feel like that's just reinforcing, we are in a relationship. Page of swords, is a lot of thinking, a lot going on. I feel like they had a lot of communication happening, trying to gain a lot of clarity in their life. And, they told me look at the bottom of the deck. We got the 9 of pentacles. They were in this energy of being, to themselves and we did move into Capricorn moon energy, which is all about tasking and getting stuff done. So I feel like he was really in a I gotta get shit done mood. So he was focused yesterday in getting stuff done, really in his mind, really, in that go, go, go mood. So he was really, um, focused in on that. All right. And then let's see here. What is your fortune cookie for this one? All right. And so you've got new life teacher guides. So I like this because you had that other one was what? It was it was your teacher guides too about boredom and now here's a new life. 28. So conception, pregnancy, children, birth. Uh-oh. Whatever your gender, your feminine intuitive side is in full bloom. The wishes, dreams, and desires you've carried in your heart are now gestating in the divine womb and are coming into fruition. If you identify as a woman, this signals a possible time of conception, pregnancy, and birth, and a blossoming of some sort. Be careful if you don't want a child. If you identify as a man, this is a time for your creativity to become manifest in the physical or career world. If you're married or partnered, this may signal children are on the way, or it may mean that new ventures, a new home, or new creations are on the horizon. Whatever your desire, it's happening. Your teacher guides ask you to summon the divine feminine forces within you. With this influence, your artistic and creative expression comes alive. If you've been feeling sterile, stagnant, or controlled, the divine feminine forces within will loosen things up and get your creative juices flowing. Stop thinking and start feeling. Get out of your head expectations, right? Get into the heart. The feminine essence of your soul is with you, and her influence will bring you creative sides to life. Your teacher guide's message to you, new life is on its way. So you got some new birth of things coming in. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that. Hey, Deb Deb. In your tiny cozy cottage. Aw. Temp hub until campers opened up. I love it. Oh, how fun. Walking among the trees and the plant. You're in your glowy. I like that. So I like it. I like it. So that I'm glad you're enjoying your time. You're tired and you're sore, but you're happy. That's right. You got some fresh air out with nature. You got this wonderful groundingness, right? So I like that. All right. So that is what they have. Hey, Lauren. Lauren, welcome back. You just FaceTimed him. It was so weird. Ah, okay. Oh, yep. Here he comes through the donation right now. All right, very good. So we will check into that here. I do have a couple more in front of you. Grounding, yes. So we've got Just Alice will be up next, and then Marissa, and then Lauren, you'll be up after that. If I have no other donations after that, then for free readings, I have Leslie and Guerrera Means War. That's the only ones I have right now, and that'll finish it up. All right. Fun, fun. Well, thanks for stopping in, Deb. Deb, enjoy your wonderful, restful sleep out in your little camp grounding. That's funny. But a bunch made it funny. All right. So many blessings. Let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Much love to you. All right. I will. Peace and love. Peace and love. Sweet dreams to you. All right. So, Alice, thank you so much for your patience in getting to your reading. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And why is Kyle staying up so late at night? All right. Whoops. Okay. Thank you. Cards are flying here. Got this one, and this one, and this one. And that's it. All right. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the Nine of Swords. Now, this is the Nightmare and Insomnia card. So, with that coming in, they're they might have a trouble with insomnia, trouble sleeping that is induced by a lot of these fears, these expectations, supposed to be, should be's, kind of energy that comes in. I feel like the first card that showed itself beyond the bottom of the deck is the Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles has to do with home. So concerns with home, like their actual physical four walls, a lot on their mind around home and maybe where they're wanting to live. I think, yeah, that right because they just brought back. They said, yeah, remember he's um, trying to figure out where he wants to live. Like he wants to move, and he's trying to figure it out. He's a little stressed with that. But that has to do with a lot of fears. There's also some of this having to do with their worth and trying to figure out, the three buckets of the outside world: relationships, situations like job, and then also things like home and possessions and body and money, right? So I feel like all of these things are he's stressed over all these different areas. So he's got some insomnia, but he's doing a lot of research and he's doing a lot of research online around all three buckets of relationships, situations, and things. So we'll find out more here because I feel like, of course, we're concerned that he's chatting with other people around relationship energy, and that would be included in the Four of Pentacles among all the three buckets. But let's see here. We got more cards for clarity here. So we do have the Celestial Weaver, which is this is an energy of trying to create their destiny, trying to create their world. And that makes sense with everything we've talked about here, just reinforces what they were saying here, that he's trying to create this and he's trying to form his world and he's concerned about making right choices and wrong choices. And, he's doing all this kind of stuff. So it does have that energy. Again, we got the Page of Swords. So there is a lot of communication going on. So he is communicating with people at that hour. Can be family, can be other interests. We'll see if they'll tell us more here with these others. Yeah, we've got moon energy here, which is mother moon, lunar, but there's a lot of hidden with the moon card here. So that can represent, you know, some shenanigans, that there's something below the surface that's unseen that he's doing late at night on this Page of Swords. And the Seven of Cups, which represents a lot of different emotional energies that are there too. So I feel like, he's doing a lot staying up at night, not just chatting with other people, but I feel like he's also researching where to live, um, jobs and different things, and because I feel like they are trying to move and it's gonna require changes in all areas of their life. Um, so I feel like that's, a lot of what's happening there. So I definitely feel like that is part of it. That 7 of Cups is what we wanted to know. Is there emotional things that they're doing at night? Yeah. And hidden things. The moon is, one of those cards that does represent some hidden and untold, unseen things that are going on that, late at night. Can be, I don't know, are they, because they might be talking to parents back on the East Coast, but other people on the East Coast, right? Um, so it's late at 2 hours later. I don't know where they live. Feels like they're 2 or 3 hours ahead of you, maybe? Are they back, like, uh but I feel like it's not as late for them as it is for you, but it's still late, right? Alright. Let's see what else comes in here with your fortune cookie. See what else they want us to know here. Okay. So we've got exhaustion, helper guides. Yeah. Card 19. Let's see what's coming in here. Overload, mania, workaholism, overdrive. So there we go. And I feel like we're gonna make this towards them is the energy here. So I'm gonna, instead of saying you, I'm gonna say he and try to replace it as good as I can. So he's at risk of overdoing, trying too hard, and burning himself out. It's commendable to work hard and do everything in their power to fulfill their goals. However, it's equally important for them to know when to rest and allow the universe to work its magic on their behalf. They've done enough for now. Their enthusiasm and dedication are admirable assets. These qualities are necessary for successfully creating the life they desire. But unless their energies are balanced with relaxation and rest, they um, they can consume him and undermine his best intentions. Now's the time to tone down his enthusiasm and ease up on his intensity. If he allows his helper guides to step in and lend him a hand, overdoing is fear and control in disguise. It signals that he does not trust the universe to help him. He only trusts himself. This is a mistake, for there are limits to what he can achieve alone, while the sky is the limit in what he can achieve when partnering with the universe. So they're advising him to take a break, trust that his helper guides are on the job overseeing his success so he can rest. They urge him to let go and turn more responsibility over to others. Just because he needs a break doesn't mean that everyone does. He can ask his helper guides for assistance. They know what he needs and they will deliver. He needs to ease up and let them work their miracles on his behalf. His helper guide message to him is, "We've got this." So I feel like a lot, so I feel like that's a portion, is that he's talking to other people, but I feel like a lot of it is he's exhausting himself, working too hard. And I feel like he's got insomnia because he's so concerned about so many things. But so hopefully that helps, Alice. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. There it goes. All right. So we are circling back around here for Marissa. 34030 is for your number 3. So here's all of your timestamps together. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Give that a love and a like here. Let's see, did I give her? Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. So you wanted to know, is Alishan still involved with Kaylin? All right. Let's find out. So is he still involved with Kaylin? All right. Thank you. Boom, boom. do it. These two and this one and this one here. All right. All right. Well, we on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity that's opening up in the outside world. We do have the Seven of Swords, which is the liar, deceit energy. And underneath that, which we just talked about, the moon is also about hidden things going on. So it feels like this is maybe like wasn't involved, but I feel like we're circling back around for that. Are they next in line to start back up again with his little rotations that he does? He's just it's just crazy, right? We have the Magician, which is new action that's coming here. We also have the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. She has a child with him as well, right? Mama energy. Um, so I mean, this energy does show that he's kept in communication with this Queen of Swords energy. But the Nine of Wands has been like physically like away from them. But I feel like they've been communicating because of the mother, because of the children energy. But I feel like when you're talking about involved, you mean like physically, right? That's my impression of sex, right? Physically. Let's see here. But that's what I feel like they haven't been. But I feel like there's about to be a reignition here based on this energy. We do have the Hierophant, which is change energy, which, like I said, there's about to be a change and just a matter of time with the Temperance energy that comes in here too. The golden opportunity that's coming, the slowness of it, but it's like the repeating of the pattern, right? It just feels like they keep repeating the cycle until someone says no. When someone says no, then they bring someone else into the rotation between, you know, um, the baby mamas and new ones, that are there. So I don't feel like they had been physically involved, just talking involved, having to do with the children mainly, and other talking. But I don't feel like they've had any physical interactions um, since he's been hanging around April. But I feel like a golden opportunity is coming up, and I feel like that kind of starts up again because we're reaching that point. I feel like he gets it. I feel like it's a little. It's not going to be like, let's say, in the month. It's not going to be in the month of April because I feel like it's more like May, June-ish, where I feel like April's gonna be gone somewhere, and it's gonna have Ben getting, "All right, I've gotten used to us hanging out and doing stuff. Now you know, I'm you were out of town. You're too busy for me," kind of energy. So, let's see what else here for the fortune cookie here. Okay. And we've got overthinking nature spirits. So let's see what we got here. Number 46. Rumination, obsession, fixation, despondency. You are overthinking and stuck in fight, flight, freeze, and figure out mode. I never heard it called that before. In figure it out mode, right? Um, Too much time spent in the logic brain blocks and drowns out the magic, mystery, and miraculous possibility that comes from trusting your spirit and tuning into the universe for guidance and help. The logic brain focuses only on dense matter and saturates you with limited ideas and beliefs. It's dominated by the fearful ego, which disconnects you from your source and isolates you more than you already are. Your beautiful nature spirits invite you to free yourself from this dense reality and go outside. Look up and around and allow Mother Nature to nurture and restore your faith and connection to the world of wonder. Refresh your nature by walking along the beach or through a forest. Calm your anxiety by sitting on a mountain or strolling through a flower garden. Free your spirit as you wander through the local park and watch butterflies playfully dash and dive among the trees. Soothe your soul by walking barefoot on the grass and listening to the sweet song of birds. Any time spent in nature will lift the fog of doubt and negativity that has descended upon your mind and guide you back to your true self. Better yet, take a longer break and spend some extended time in nature. The more time, the more refreshed and renewed you'll be. Your nature spirit's message to you: reconnect to nature, and you will reconnect with your true nature. Yeah. So that'll help get you out of your mind, get outside if you can, depending where you live, Um, but it's the more you can connect and get away from it and connect and ground with nature, the more you'll get out of that fight or flight mode and get out of your head and back into your heart and your true nature. So that's what they have for that one for you, Marissa. Thank you. I see another donation that you made. So we'll circle back around here after Lauren for that additional one there for you. So thank you again. All right, let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive in here. Lauren. Cheers, cheers, cheers. All right. So let me get up to here. All right. So Lauren, 3:48:55. Here are the timestamps that I got. I know I missed your question number 3 timestamp. But here is your for this donation, and thank you again for your donation via Zcash app. I appreciate that. So let's dive in here, Miss Lauren O'Light. So, is there someone else or was it a front? All right, let's find out here. Okay, thank you. What else? All right. So we'll just answer these as we go, evidently. So we've got here the Hermit card. So that's the answer to is there someone else, right? So that would be a no. He's off by himself. Um, and was it a front? We've got the Eight of Cups, which is an energy of them, walking away from emotions that don't serve them anymore. Walking away from it would be a relationship that didn't serve them anymore, right? The relationship that you guys did have wasn't serving you guys. Not totally, right? So, we've got this energy here of that. So that's kind of that energy there. Yeah, I don't feel like we want to look at the bottom of the deck yet here. So what's he thinking? Like right now. All right. So let's see. What is he thinking? What's going through his head right now? then you guys said here we talked about choices for career options and where you move, and what does he really think about these? So, what does he really think about career options? And what does he think about where you move? Okay, I got those there, right? And then I want that one there. All right, bottom of the deck, we do have Page of Pentacles. So it does look like, under the surface of it all, they are looking for new opportunities, right? Future opportunities. So I feel like that's kind of what's rolling below the surface. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be, contacting here. I don't think they'd be talking. Because underneath the Page of Pentacles, we have that death and rebirth energy. So this, builds into that. And even the Three of Pentacles underneath, this creative energy, this desire to create something new, right? Because the old way is not going to work. And I feel like they know that because we keep returning back to the same cycle. And he's tired of it too, He's not the only one, right? But so we'll see here. Right. So we have, oh, what is he thinking is the energy just off the bat here. So we do have the Seven of Pentacles, which the Seven of Pentacles, the energy of, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit is there. And the fruit that we're getting, it's like it's not really bringing him what he thought. And so this is about, I need to change the orchard in a way, right? And this doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be this, that he's wanting to, he just doesn't want the fruit that has been happening between the two of you, right? Which you don't either. You don't like, I mean, there's some fruit that's good, but you're like, but the rest of this garden needs to be trashed and ripped up and news and reharvested and put something else in here because this ain't working, right? And that's the energy that's coming in here, this death and rebirth energy, that comes in. And it is confusing because he is confused. So the energy you're going to pick up from him is going to be confusing. It's going to be like two sides of a coin, you know, and it's um, night and day, you know, kind of energy, right? Push me, pull me uh, from Dr. Doolittle, that's coming in here. Let's see what else. There's two sets of two cards. We do have the Two of Pentacles and the Page of Swords. So here's that two options going back and forth. And the Page of Swords. This does talk about cycles, right? Cycles of the outside world, the Page of Swords. So that confirms that he is thinking about this repetitive pattern that you guys have, but he has seen it more from his perspective, which from his perspective, I'm getting overwhelmed, and when I'm getting overwhelmed, this is how I react. And so, what I feel is the pattern is that things become stressful in my outside world. That's the pattern that needs to change is I need to remove kind of the patterns of stress, not uh the triggers are what are triggering you, not the outside world. Your triggers are in here, not out here. This stuff out here happens to inside of me trigger, which isn't just you, it's everything happening in his life that sends him over the edge. It's a combination. It's always a combination with him of because he's learned to kind of deal with one thing at a time, but when there's more than one thing out of a time, that's what kind of sends it beep beep and boots him out. So I feel like that's kind of what he's thinking is I need to de-stress my life, but he's not realized yet that it's the triggers that have to be looked at because there's you can't control stressful things not coming into our life because we can't control the world. So things are always gonna be showing up, but it's in here that, we change things, right? So, um, I feel like that's kind of what's going on in their mind. Yeah, and we've got the 7 of swords and the 7 of wands coming out, 2 sevens energy. So, they are wanting to be true to their authentic self and not, you know, I don't want to I want to be true to my authentic self. I've got to be me. I don't want anyone telling me what to do or who to be. I don't want to limit myself. I don't want to have to fit into anyone's. I feel like this is the 7 of swords. This is the secret he's been keeping is I don't want to change. And I feel like that's the truth that needs to come out is that I am me and I'm not going to change. I'm going to be this way. And I don't think I can change. That's I feel like is what he's thinking, right? I've got to share this that I I can't be someone that I'm not. But that's the fear speaking, right? That's he can't face that not that there's something wrong with him, but that he's the cause, because that takes him into this failure, which sends him spinning off again, right? Because he had faced so much of that growing up. I mean, we talked about that, right? About how that feeling of being rejected, never being enough, always falling short, not being preferred, that he's, uh, like I said, different, 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 and not in a good way, um, the bullying and, all that kind of stuff. It, he's got a lot of things that make him feel unsafe because he had a lot of things that made him feel unsafe when he was younger, right? So all this is in his head, right? This is where he's at in his thinking. Well, we'll see what specifically here. Um, So this was career options. What did he think about the career options? Yeah, we got fears, the 9 of swords, a lot of expectations and fears around the career, and the 10 of cups. Yeah, it's kind of here's that torn in between, right? Happy for you, but fearful at the same time. Like I feel like he wants you to be happy. He wants you to have a happy in your career and do what you do. But then he's got a lot of fears and expectations that trigger when the thing that you wanna do that makes you happy is going against his list, his supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's, and, you know, it feels unsafe, it feels, it doesn't feel secure, it doesn't feel guaranteed. I need guarantees. I need fixed income. I need, this and, oh, it brings shaky, shaky stuff underneath the surface, right? So they do want you to be happy. I mean, I feel like he does love you and he does want you to be happy, right? But he's scared a lot. Let's see here. What about moving? What does he feel about moving here? Yep, Ace of Pentacles. So he does see this as a new opportunity and that he agrees for you to move somewhere. Um, yeah, because, you know, we have here the Hierophant and the Eight of Pentacles again, right? So this is the change and transformation master. And then the Eight of Pentacles is about putting in the work and all that. Cause I mean, it feels like they're wanting you to move somewhere where you want to move. We were talking about that, right? Because I feel like they know I things have to change and I'm not sure how fast they'll change. And this is that Ace of Pentacles, like, yeah, you moving to somewhere where you wanna move to, that you feel is right for you. But, I do feel with this Hierophant, there's that fear of change again, right? And I don't know, I'm getting like this energy of theirs, which is I understand the confusion because I'm in their energy right now, and I'm trying to make, you know, sense of it myself. But that's why I'm just listening to spirit because as a human, I'm going, "You're making me dizzy." But I feel like it's mixed emotions, right? On one hand, they have hope, they want you to be happy, but there's also relief of like, it's a relief of, I won't be afraid, of it as well, right? Um, we'll see here. I have another card. We'll see if so you mean is he testing you to see, well, are you gonna do what you're gonna do, or I'm calling your bluff, or, um, I truly want you to do this? Because I feel like he has some mixed feelings of there's freedom if we don't go in the direction we were going, you know, then that I don't have to change, but also I have a hope that maybe I can change and that things can change and that we can circle back around. And then there's also this energy that comes in of maybe you'll give in again and maybe we can go back to, same old for a little while. Um, yeah, right. So let's see here. Let's see what this last card is, and we'll get some clarity here too. Yeah, we got the Wheel of Fortune. This is the tuna for us, knowing that whatever unfolds is always for us, you know. Um, but I don't feel like he knows, when does he even want me with him? I feel like you mean like living with him or together in a relationship? Because I feel like, there's like that's why it's so confusing is because they've got like 3 lines of thought happening, and they're trying to figure it out for themselves. I still feel like it was Sunday, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, this is day 4, and I still feel like they're processing. I feel like they're trying to still figure things out, but, the 3 lines of thought were, right, is that I have hope that, you know, we can work things out and that it'll take some time to get things to where we both can be in a relationship together, right? Yeah, it's only been 4 days. With Sunday, I know it feels like a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, right? Because 'Cause you've been like, "Oh my god," but it's only been 4 days, and you only didn't talk for what, 2? Or 1? So, there is this, he's on this 3 pathways, right? Well, we can work this out. We can do this. I can do the work. Or the, complete opposite is maybe this is for the best because then we can both find somebody that we can both be with and this and that. And then, or we can do this, um, this, you'll give in and we can just keep repeating the same cycles. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, fear kicks in, right? Fear makes us do stupid things. And we go from yeah, and this is the only card that didn't come back into the pile is the 9 of swords. The fear. The fear. Yeah. It can happen in a second, right? When we go into fight or flight mode, we can go from being a calm person to acting like someone that's on crack, in a second because, um, when we're in fight or flight mode, when we feel unsafe, when we feel out of control or uncomfortable, our little inner child just flips the emergency system into gear, and intelligence is gone. Uh, Love and compassion is gone, and we're into survival mode. And when people are in survival mode, they will trample. It's like people who are so kind will trample over an old grandmother in a theater to get out from a fire and be totally unaware what they did. And that's what happens, when we're in fear mode, then we do crazy, crazy, stupid things. And and then when we come back to calmness, we're like it's like we blacked out, and we saw what was happening, but we couldn't help ourselves in a lot of ways, until we, go to this. And it can happen, like it says, it can happen overnight, it can happen over in a second, because, I mean, it can happen, like this. You can see people go from calmness to rage in seconds, right? So, I feel like he doesn't know what he wants. He's still confused and uncertain, and he was so certain before till it became like a reality of you're getting ready to move, and he just and that's been his pattern for since you met him, right? Whenever he gets overwhelmed, he freaks out, and that's how he's built right now. Till he can learn things, he can get tools to help him deal with stress. Um, they have it for all people on spectrum of all sorts of things in humanity to learn, anger management. They teach people to learn anger stuff, people with kind of autism, they give them tools. People with extreme ADHD, they are able to learn through, but it takes effort and time, and it has to take willingness, right? But that's one of the things is that I don't know if he wants to change, if he wants to, be different or not. So, like you said, it's been 4 days, and feel like, you know, spirit would say it's it's not. I mean, I know it's important if they want you or not, if they want to be in a relationship with you or not. But I feel like this time is important for you to decide, do I want to be in a relationship with them, and why? And why not? There's this four-pronged um, thing that you can do if you want to do an exercise. It's a four square. And on the top two boxes, you put, I desire to be in a relationship with him because, and you write all the reasons there. And then, I do not desire to be in a relationship with them because, you write all those out. And then on the two bottom ones, you do the opposites. I desire to not be in a relationship with them. And then the fourth one is, I don't desire. Wait, I'm trying to do the four. I'm trying to do it with something that I've done before. That didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. Um, but it's the opposite. So if you do, I desire to be in a relationship, I desire to be alone. I don't desire to be alone. So when you do the four, two of the squares, you're going to be like, these are things I know already. But some of the subconscious things is like I don't desire to be in a relationship with them. Oh, wait a minute. That's going to give you some insight. And then I desire to be alone. You're going to get some insight, in those. But um, I'll send you the official square after I'm done with this session. I'll make a note here. Um, That'll make more sense, but I feel like that will help bring clarity. Let's see, to Lauren. Let's do the 4 box. I'll put that over there so I don't forget. But I feel like that will help bring some clarity because this is the time for you to know, do you want to be in it and why? And then that will help you make a decision. Because if you're like, these are the reasons why I want to be in this, or not, and then um, it helps you bring clarity because it helps you get into your subconscious to know what's really going on in there, right? And then you get to decide because you might be like, you know what, is this really worth it all? You know, it's kind of like doing an internal cost benefit analysis. Yeah, and then your fortune cookie, which is the here denial with healer guides. What am I not seeing, right? And this is exactly, I guess that's why they wanted this tool. This will help you understand, is there anything that you're not seeing that can help, you know? Because of course, confusion, yeah, distortion, um, yeah. Your divine healers are here to help you take off your blinders and more honestly assess the difficulties in your relationships. Hallelujah. Although you'd prefer to believe that ignorance is bliss, the truth is that denial is not a genuine form of protection against unhappiness. Your guides gently ask you to summon the courage to honestly address the real problems that exist in your relationships. As difficult as they may be, until you do so, there's no chance that these problems will ever heal. So, for example, admit when your best friend isn't just tipsy, but rather is regularly drunk. Or admit, at least to yourself, that when your son says he can't find a job, it's because he isn't looking that hard. Or that when your partner says he must work late every single night for months, that an affair or other digression is likely. Most important, acknowledge with compassion what you might be hiding from yourself or your loved ones, your fears, addictions, excuses, and failures. Realize that what your mind blots out, your heart knows, and so does everyone else. In other words, when you're in denial, you're only kidding yourself. Your divine healers want you to admit these unpleasant realities because until you do, you'll be stuck with them and the chaos they bring. Not every unpleasant reality needs to be challenged or changed, though. Sometimes it's best to compromise or let things be. If your partner's generally sloppy, for example, but is otherwise a gem, let it go. However, if your partner is in serious trouble, or vice versa, you're only harming yourself and others and perpetuating the problem by denying it. So, your healer's guide message to you, take off the blinders and be open to the truth about others and yourself. Only then can you address and heal problems. Wow. All right. So, there you go. You're going to open the blinders and see what is up. So, hopefully that helps, Lauren. I know. Blah, 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 but remember, regardless, like that wheel of fortune, whatever is unfolding in your life is for you. And even though sometimes our human at times goes, why in the hell is this happening? You know, we, we can trust that there's some growth, and on the other side of this, one way or another, I'm going to be fine. But it's in this moment to breathe, like Lamaze or something, right? To birth this new reality for you. So, but I will send you an email when I'm done with the session tonight. It's the 4-part little action thingy, and it'll have more clear direction on it that helps us get into it, our minds, um, our subconscious more so. So hopefully that'll help, right? So hang in there, my dear, my dear. We send you a lot of love, surround you with a big bubble. Help, help, help. All right. We love you. Hey, Sean. Nope, not too late to donate. Please feel free. I'm going to catch up here. I think I had a couple of donations that did come in. Yeah, we got my baby twice. Hey, good to see you. Hello, hello. Get your two donations on here onto the donation list. So thank you for those. And then here, so I got those. And then we have Ankita. Good to see you. And I got your donation as well. So I'll get you on the donation list here. And two additional ones here for Alice. So thank you, Alice, for those. Get you on the list here. And that one here. I'm really close to the microphone. Closer than normal. All right. And then Sean G, I just saw yours come through. So get you on the list here too. All right. I think I got everyone here. Yes, yes, yes. Yep, there it is. Okay. And so, Sean, I'm sure you'll put your question out there in a momentito. So we'll have Marissa Smith up next. That's for number 4 for you. And then Alice, that'll be number 2 and number 3. We have 2 more for you there. And then Ankita, you'll be up after that. And then my baby twice. And then Sean G, you'll be up after that. So thank you. I'll grab that one here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So let me just scooch on back of my chair here again. Let me just adjust this back on my lower back. There we go. Good support. All right. So let's take a sip here and dive back in. Thank you guys again so much for being here. All the thumbs up too. It helps spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you so much. All right. And I heard the magic wand again. So Sean, I see another one coming in here for you. So we'll get you on there too. All right. So Marissa, we're at 41918 here for you. Boom, boom. So here's your, whoops. There we go. And let me just jump up here. Here you are. Give that a love and a like. And you wanted to know, will all Sean come back to you? All right. So based on current energies, will they come back around and come back to you? Because they're in that circular motion, right? Are they making their way back around to you eventually too? Feels like they're going through their rotation. Let's see what we got here. All right, I think I got all my cards in order here. So the bottom of the deck here, we have here framer. So we have the Page of Wands, which does feel like here that they will circle back around, but I don't know if it doesn't. Well, we'll see here with the cards coming in here, because it does feel like there's this energy of, again, going through the cycles, going through the cycles, going through the cycles kind of energy. But we'll see here if there's any, they end up staying with you based on current energy, or is it just, you know, a sailor coming into port, and they're here and then they head off back into the seas to the next port, to the next port. Like they used to have to say that when they were sailors, they had a love in every port. And that's kind of almost feels like the energy I get with them a little bit here. We do have the Celestial Weaver, which this is about you creating your reality. And I feel like this is more of an energy of you creating a new reality, something new coming in rather than, this energy of, you know, thinking that there's going to be something between the two of you that's going to be long term. Just feels like it's going to continue. You're going to continue to go on the merry-go-round until you get off the merry-go-round. And I feel like that's the energy that's coming in with that Weaver here. Yeah, you have the two swords, you have two choices. And it's two clear choices, right? I mean, it's very simple. I'm either going to continue to allow myself to be among the rotation, or I end the rotation and say, no, I'm going to choose a different story. And this is next to the Celestial Weaver, I'm creating a new story. I'm not going to be an option for someone. I'm going to be the choice of someone, right? Yeah, because you have the 3 of Cups, which is third-party situations, and the 9 of Swords. You'll always have that fear with them, and it'll be a warranted fear because it will always happen, you know? I just feel like where they're in their life with their energies, they will continue to always have maybe these are the 3 cups, the 3 wives club, right? But it's not wives, it's the 3 mamas club going from person to person to person and rotating through them. And you will always have that fear with them. Let's see what these 4 cards are here. Yeah, you've got your self-love, this new love to come in here. It's like spirit saying, it's your higher self, your spirit saying, we deserve to have more than that. We deserve to be cherished and honored by someone. And the more you raise your love vibration, the more you'll draw in someone that will reflect that. But until you kind of go from looking at, defining your worth by their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, that doesn't mean anything about you. You know, they're telling you about what's going on inside of them. They don't have self-love. They can't give love. They can just give passion, and passion wears out, and then they move on to another passion until it wears out, and then back to another passion. By the time they get here, the other passion's activated. I start back over here, and I can work my way through. That's why they keep rotating through, but it's because they believe this is how it works, that I'm feeling this way, this must be true. It's like, no, they're not connected. Their heart isn't connected in and turned up. So they're living that from passion instead of from inner love and outer love, right? But as you raise your love vibration, you can draw in someone that'll match that. Yeah, it's the Emperor. You have to choose. You have to be the one to choose you. You have to discover what it is you want. And then you create a plan and take action and to walk away. Yeah, because you do have a relationship, 2 of Cups here. Yeah, I was gonna say it's, compatible. I think you got something like this before. Queen of Swords is a beautiful fit, you know, someone who is a very compatible fit that comes, that you have, and the longer you kinda pine over being one of a group for someone, being part of a harem instead of a queen or an empress with someone, the more you delay in meeting this emperor, energy too. You deserve an emperor and you're an empress, not deserve an emperor who has a harem, right? So I don't feel like I feel like they'll come back around, but not to stick around, is what this energy is coming. See what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. Yeah, but you definitely deserve to be cherished. But it starts with cherishing yourself. because no one can cherish you or love you more than you love yourself or choose yourself. So I learned that through my 5 relationships. Why are they always cheating on me? Well, I was cheating on myself with them because I was looking for my worth outside of myself instead of inward and upward. So I was cheating on myself with them. That was a big surprise when I found that out. All right. Yep, you got charity, nature spirits. Card number 43. Compassion, grace, detachment, and understanding are the energies. It says this is a time to open your heart and find compassion and understanding for someone in pain. I feel like that's you. Do not take another's bad behavior personally, for their plight brings out the worst in them. It is easy to be compassionate and generous with others when they're kind and grateful. However, it's much more difficult when they're hostile and lash out. This does not mean you have to take abuse from anyone. Instead, take good care of yourself and step away from any unacceptable conduct. However, do step back far enough to recognize that the poor behavior that you're witnessing is that of one who is secretly suffering and afraid, right? Like we've been saying. Maintain healthy boundaries so they cannot hurt you and keep your heart open enough to overlook their lousy behavior. Have compassion and forgiveness for others while protecting yourself. The nature spirits are here with their endless love and compassion to soothe the ragged and agitated emotions in the air. Take the high road and give those falling short a pass for now, rather than confront them about their unpleasantness. The bad behavior on display is temporary and will correct itself if you give it time and space. The nature spirit message to you: time out, take nothing personally. Patience and compassion are needed all the way around at this time, right? So that is what they have for that one for you, Marissa. So hang in there, my dear, my dear. And if you want any, I think I might have mentioned my podcast, The Easier Path. It talks a lot about relationships, especially in the beginning, actually, through a lot of my podcasts, because so much of our, I would say, so much of our, so much of our conflict comes from interacting with these mirrors, these other human beings. And we talk a lot about those things and tools and different perspectives. And I talk about my drama and trauma of my relationship. So if you want to not feel alone, you can listen to those too. But all good. I'm so glad. It is. It takes time for us to, for the noise to quiet down, for us to, see it. So I'm glad it's slowly, you know, you're beginning to see how much you're worth, and that's what I love for it for you. So hang in there, my dear. Right. So, okay, Sean, thank you for your second question. We'll get that added on there. And Alice, thank you for your additional donations. We'll add that on there. And we got Langland. Yeah, you can get a reading. Did you want a free general reading, or did you have a specific question? Or if you want to make a donation for a deeper dive one, you can do one of those too. So yeah, help yourself. All the process is down in the description area of the video if you want to check that out. All right, I think I got everyone here. Okay. I think I do. All right. Come on, there it goes. So, whoops. For donations right now, we've got Alice coming up next for 2, then Ankita, and then My Baby 2, Shanji 2, and then to Alice is where we're at right now. All All right. Thank you guys so for all the donations and for your interest in seeking after spirit. I'm so glad that we're able to connect and get clarity in our lives for sure. So, cheers, cheers, cheers to you guys. Thanks for being here. It's so funny. I was talking about my exes, right? I just got an email from LinkedIn, and one of my exes commented on someone I know's post. So it's like, there they are. They're coming back for me. Ah! Run. I gotta go. Fun, fun. So, it was actually my last relationship. But we parted on good things. So there I'm actually friendly with all of my exes now. I'm not with anyone. I don't talk to them on a regular basis either. So we're good. We're safe. Whew. Calm down, inner child. All right. So Alice, we're back up for 3201. So here is for your number two here. So thank you for that here. Let's see, is that one? Oh, I think actually, sorry, Ankita. I think Ankita was next. I'm so sorry, Alice. I mean, let me remove that. I know I got you all excited here for a moment, but I just noticed here when I went up to do to see if I needed to, if there were stickers or if I could love and like them. And Kita was right before your two new ones there. So I'm going to jump to theirs real quick here. And then Alice, you'll be up after that. So sorry about that. Just want to make sure I'm doing this in order. All right. So 43305 is for Ankita. So Ankita, thank you for your donation and your little sadsy sticker. Oh, boo 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 boo. So let's take a look here. You and MFBF decided to take 15 days gap, after which we will decide what to do with relationship, as we weren't talking much, even when we were together. Okay, what will he feel and do after 15 days? And what if you choose to stay after those 15 days, or should you move on? Well, I think we already talked about what you want to do, right? Run, run. No, okay, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, what are they looking at intending toward deciding after 15 days, right? So, let's take a look there. We've got to that and that and that. And then we have here, if you choose to stay, what kind of energy would you have? And if you choose to go, what kind of energy would you have? Because that's what we do. Because spirit doesn't tell you what you should or shouldn't do, right? They just tell you the flavors of the energy so you can make the choice here. So, energy on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Pentacles, which is new beginnings. And underneath that, the Ace of Swords, which is, again, this new kind of beginning energy. You have the Celestial Weaver, which is you choosing your destiny, not letting someone choose it for you. But underneath that, you got the Death card, endings card, right? With the King of Wands, which is you making the choice. So all this energy of empowerment, of newness, because that's what you want to do. You want to start over, and find your dream come true. Underneath all those cards, you have the Nine of Cups, which is, what is your emotional dream come true? Why stay somewhere? There's like this story unfolding under the bottom of the deck with where there's conflict with the Five of Wands, where there's drama. Um, when this isn't what either of you want, but you guys stay together for the sake of what? Because we put in so much time, I don't wanna train someone new. Well, you guys haven't trained each other. You just trained how to, fight, right? Anyway, let's take a look here. That's the bottom of the deck. What will they choose after the 15 days? We do have the 6 of Pentacles, the 4 of Wands. There's this joyful celebration energy and the 6 of Pentacles energy. Underneath that, we do have the 7 of Pentacles and the Temperance. Feels here, the 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit trees. The fruit, it's gonna take forever energy, and the Temperance card is also a take forever card energy. Because there is this 6 of Pentacles energy is this codependent relationship energy, and this 5 of Wands is like marriage card here. I feel like they might, at the end of this 15 days, go, "Well, think we'll stay together, and eventually, maybe someday we'll get married." Right? Here, I'll do it for you.
No.
No. There isn't this. It's either, well, I mean, you don't wanna marry them, you don't wanna be with them. You know, you like the idea of feeling safe and secure in being with someone, and you're like, "I don't have any," you fear that you won't be with someone else, right? That there won't be someone else. So this energy of I feel like they're not gonna they don't wanna be the one to end things, and I feel like that's what comes in here with that, right? I feel like they're just gonna go, "Well, maybe someday, blah, blah, blah," and they'll just kinda put it off, for we'll decide after this, and they're afraid to be the bad guy, and they don't wanna be the one that makes this choice, regarding the relationship. So, what's here in the middle? Yeah, we even got the Ace of Wands. So you've got the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Swords, the Ace of Wands is this was this a rogue card in the middle of the between the two decisions here. You got all this newness. It's like just do what is important. But we'll take a look here. We'll see here so you can make an educated choice. If you stay after those 15 days, yeah. Knight of Pentacles, the other long, 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 long drawn out energy. And eventually you find out with this magician that you end up being the one that's going to have to take action, because I feel like here's this long road of all this. You got the 7 of Pentacles, the Temperance, and the Knight of Pentacles. It's just extended out, repeating the same patterns over and over and over and over and over again. And eventually, I feel like there is no them taking action. You have to take action. And I don't mean asking them to marry you. I feel like it's you going, I think this needs to end, right? If you end it and move on, yeah, you end up here. You end up finding this King of Pentacles, this fullness here. And the Queen of Cups is you, right? All this emotions and this very grounded person, rich beyond your imagination. I'm just kidding. You're like, bye. No, I know you're not just after, but you find someone that you can feel secure in with the King of Pentacles, someone who honors your worth, and it's someone who sees you. See, I like how these came out. You're both looking at each other, you know, and you got all this. See all the fireflies, all that is in there too. I just like that energy. You end up finding someone that you just feel comfortable with, you feel safe around, you feel secure around. That comes in there. So I like that. Got my little expectation gnat flying around. Hey, Igor, if you don't want to die, I would suggest you fly away from me. I do. So let's see what the fortune cookie brings in. But I think it's very clear. You know what you want to do, and it doesn't need to depend on what they're doing. I know. So Let's see here. He's like he's like landing on the cards itself. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? You ready to go to the other side? Visit your other gnat friends? Let me put these cards away. I'll get your fortune cookie here. And I'm not going crazy talking to an invisible gnat. All right. And this one here too. So you've got deprivation. Yep. Healing guides, deprivation. Withholding, paranoia, stinginess, frugality. Says you may find yourself feeling fearful about your finances and security right now. This may cause you to be overly frugal, withhold, deprive yourself, or even hoard. And it can be emotional energy, right? Happily, your healer guides are here to reverse this fearful energy and restore flow and abundance to your life. They inform you that hoarding or withholding in any way goes against the divine flow of the universe and is the opposite of what's called for to create prosperity. Now, do you hear the gnat on the microphone? Go on. Oh, Igor is dead. But he asked for it. You saw it. See, there you go. I think that's for you, Ankita. Someone irritates you enough, they just need to go. The universal laws of prosperity state that we receive what we give. The universe does not lack, lack only exists in our minds. The true source of poverty is disconnecting from our divine source. Like a plant separating from the earth, your true source of support and life force is interrupted. That is why you are fearful. To get back into the flow of things, your healer guides urge you to reconnect to the divine source once again. Begin by being generous and always possible. Stingy tendencies, even with yourself, only keep you cut off from divine supply. Heal your disconnection from source by recognizing that you're a trust fund baby of the universe. Your needs will be met easily if you open your heart to receive the universe's gifts. Connect to this flow by sharing what you can, a smile, a compliment, your assistance, your time. So your healer guide's message to you is tap into the abundance of the universe by sharing your heart. But I feel like this deprivation is like you are depriving yourself of love and you're depriving them of love. Yeah, this is what they mentioned to you before, right? That the more you hang out and go, well, I don't want to hurt him. And he is like, I don't want to hurt you. The more you're hurting each other by keeping each other away from people that will match your energies and be more compatible, then you're also cheating the people that would be more compatible in relationships with each of you from those relationships too. So it's realizing that sometimes we do have to be, the bigger we have to be the adult sometimes in a relationship, right? Where we um, have to end things. I know it sucks to be that person, but sometimes we just have to do that, you know? Help the bee get to the other side. That's right. I helped him transition. You're funny. All right. So that is what they have for Ankita. I got your free question here for when we get to those. And Langlin, I do have yours as well. Let me get you on the free list here. And, okay, there we go. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. And let me see here. So I think I lost count here. Alice, let's see, we got my baby, Shanji. Okay, and then we got another Alice. Thank you, Alice, for your additional donation there. So I got you on there. All right. Let me just remove that. Keep on seeing my ex's name there when I check my emails. So We're just gonna delete that email. I don't need to see that. There you go. That's as easy it is. You just swipe it and it's gone. See, Ankita? Simple. I know it's not that simple. All right. And Maria P, much love to you. All right. I think I've got everyone on the lists. And so we'll continue on here. Let me remove this here. So, Ankita, thank you again for your donation. Like I said, we'll circle back around for your free reading in a little bit. But next, we'll go in here. So, we got Alice. We have these two for you up next. And then just see where we're at. We got 2 for just Alice, and then 2 for my baby, and the 2 for Shanji. It's a 2 for 1 sale, and then 2 more for just Alice, and then we have your free question, Shanji. We'll put that in here too. What's this little cartwheel? You're so funny. I love your emojis. Ooh, power. All right. So let us get up here. And we will continue. Let me take a quick sip and we will dive back in. Thank you guys for your patience in getting into all your readings. I know we've been on for a while, but cheers, cheers. All right. So, Alice, 447.15 is for your number 2 here. So, thank you for that donation. This one you want to know, does Kyle video call other girls as well? And can we talk more about them? All right, tell more about them. So first of all, do he video call with others? Queen of Pentacles. That is a Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy here. It is a abundance card. Not that he does it in abundance, but it is a fruition kind of energy here. So I feel like that. Let me get clarity on here. Sometimes that can be a Mother Nature, Mother Nurture card. We got the King of Cups. Yep, this kind of search for this perfect person, right? King of Cups is a very compatible person. So I feel like this is the search for it. So I feel like they do. Let me see here if we can find out. But I don't feel like I feel like video calling kind of comes more after more conversations. I don't feel like he video calls a ton. I feel like there's 3 here, 3 cards coming out, and we can find out. I feel like we'll find out more about these. We have here the 5 of Wands for someone here. This is someone who is someone in his friends group that he video calls with. This one feels like I don't feel like it's like a romantic kind of video calling with them, which I know that's probably what you're really wanting to find out, right? Is will they, will it be that? Is it that kind, right? But I don't feel like that one is, but I feel like they do video call them, and it's that female friend, right? So I feel like they do that, but I feel like it's mostly innocent. I don't feel like there's anything too promiscuous about that one. Number 2, we have the 5 of Cups. Yep. This person, this 5 of Cups energy, this is someone that has like, it's almost like they're someone who is emotionally broken in a way, because this 5 of Cups talks about sorrow and low, and they've been hurt and that kind of, I wanna say ignites his hero energy because he likes to rescue, some individuals, he likes to have that feeling because he's really needed and really wanted. But I feel like that's someone that he's talking with. I feel like they're very emotionally sensitive, so they haven't gotten to any sexy, video chatting or anything with that. I feel that's more developing that emotional foundation with them and that they're really down and so they're, that source of happiness for them. And they like that feeling of, being able to do that. But with that, like I was going to say, that in those kind of situations, it wears out very quickly on them because they start to realize they're not matching this, you know, mirage of the person that they're looking for. They're like, wow, no. But I'll still continue to chat intermittently with them. Um, I feel like he's in that verge right now of going, wow, they're exhausting me. Because they are down a lot. They're realizing the more they're talking to them, oh, wow, they thought they were an upbeat person. They're realizing how emotionally wounded the person is. And so they're kind of going, well, it's not really matching up to what I want. So I feel like they're starting that less and less interaction with them. And then for number 3, yeah, then we have the sun. My God. So fire, Leo energy. So I do feel like that video chat, this is very, very much about passion and physical attraction and things. I don't, but I kind of feel here in a way, they are in their mind, they're faithful to whoever's batter up, right? Um, Because I don't do those things until I've moved on to the next person. It's like the sexy video chat, I feel happens when they're up for bat, you know, or maybe in the batter's box, because they know that this person's out and they're gonna be up for batter up next, right? So, I feel like that's what we can know about them. And let's see what, the fortune cookie for this one is here. Yeah, balance. Balance, balance, balance. Interesting. How do they balance everyone, right? Jeez. Jeez Louise. Yeah. Support, codependency, manipulation, generosity. So you're in the delicate process of learning how to properly balance the flow of give and take in your personal relationships, and it's time to evaluate your progress. Are you giving too much, leaving you feeling resentful and angry? Are you failing to ask for what you need, hoping others will figure it out, then feeling let down and unloved if they don't? Are you taking too much and burdening others with your responsibilities? Are those you love complaining that they feel neglected or taken advantage of by you? No, more the former two than the last two, right? Your teacher guides help you learn how to interact better in your relationships so that you neither give nor take too much as a means of controlling others. They counsel you to be honest about your motivations and actions and how you show up to others. Your divine teachers are on hand to help you move beyond any unfulfilling and self sabotaging patterns and learn how to connect and communicate with others in a balanced, healthier way. Your teacher guides lovingly assure you that while relationships are the most difficult of all our spiritual classrooms, hell yeah, and the lessons of proper give and take are the most difficult of skills to learn, hell yeah, you can do this. It is now time to make this your priority before you lose important people in your life. Be honest and seek balance in your relationships with others. Ask your divine teachers to guide you in how much to give and receive in all relationships, not just the romantic kind, and why. They will help you create better and more satisfying relationships if you want to learn. Your teacher guide's message to you: give fairly and with unconditional love, and all will turn out well. So I like that. Learning to balance that, especially that codependent energy. The overgivers that we are, we know we tend to overgive, right? All right. Hey, Stormborn, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you on the list here. All right. So that was for number 2 for you, Alice. So thank you for that. And then for number 3, we're at 45606. There you are. And you're like an oracles, an angel spirit guide message advice for you. All right, let's take a look here. So let's see here. What do they have here? What advice? In these? Okay. I think I want this one and this one here too. All right. What do we have here? All right. All right. All right. All right. Bottom of the deck, you have the Emperor energy here. And Emperor energy, that is all about stepping into your power where you get to, you know, realize that, you cleared the throne room of all the people, everything in our head, right? All the supposed to be, should be, whatever. We just cleared the throne room so I can get into stillness and quietness and drop into my heart and say, what is it that I want? And then I make a plan and then I make it happen. But it's about Aries energy. It's about action energy. It's about I'm the one that makes the decisions for my life. And I make them independently of what everyone else, you know, um, wants for me, because it's like it's my dinner. I got to eat it. I'm going to choose my life because I'm the one that has to live it. And so there's this good clarity kind of energy that comes in with that. Um, Yeah, so that's the underlying energy. Then you got 2 cards that came out together. Yeah, you got, the Lovers, the Ace of Pentacles. There's there's a relationship out there, but the Ace of Pentacles is that it's like an time for a new love, you know, kind of energy here. And I feel like you know this, and I feel like with all your questions and all your concerns and all the messages we've been getting around them, that you're realizing, why is it that I'm holding on to this? What fears do I have? What mirror is this showing me for myself? What am I learning through this? I feel like this is an important energy for you here because it's time for you to decide what you want. And maybe it's after these 3 weeks that come in, right? Um, it'll bring you a lot of clarity, but I think, with this guidance from spirit coming in here and your oracles, this is about, you know, discovering in a way your worth. Ace of Pentacles is seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And in doing that, I feel like you do see what you deserve and what you don't deserve and what you want and what you don't want, right? Um, and then you have these 3 cards that came out together. You have the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, here's the codependency awareness card. So it is becoming aware here of, this desire for giving and overgiving comes from our earlier childhood. 7 years old and younger is where we learn to give so much and get so little back. And there is something that you're learning through this relationship for this that's going to set you free from it as you realize I deserve equal to equal, not that I have to give and give and give and give, and then I get, kind of energy. You have the King of Swords, which is this energy of seeing things from a higher perspective and a change of story. Let's see what's underneath here. Yeah, around your 9 of Cups, around what your dream come true is. And there is something that changes being a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships. You know, in the beginning, I loved the wounded animals, the people who were wounded, the people who, um, had such, felt so unloved. And I'm like, I will be everything for you because I had a need to be needed and wanted, right? And so I overgave all the way up till my first 2 relationships after I was done with those. I had signed for cars, co-signing for 2 cars for X number 1, X number 2, and I ended up having to declare bankruptcy because I had given so much. I was so beneath it, um, and I that was a big eye opener for me about my overgivingness because I had to. And, X number 3, actually, I was learning through that, um, while I was seeing them because I had to declare bankruptcy when I started seeing them, and, they, um, they were gonna buy a house, and I was like, "Well, if you need someone to co-sign." I was gonna do it again, but for a house, and they refused, thank God, and their car too. I was gonna sign their truck, um, and I learned that actually, I think it was after that one. It was somewhere around that same period of time, but I learned, we learn, you know, I have to learn sometimes the hard way. So I learned that way the very hard way, and but I feel like that's what's coming in here. You're redefining what your dream come true is, and that's what they're showing you through all this is, but it goes back to that. And in my most recent podcast, even though it's about abundance, I do talk about the 6 of Pentacles in it. Let me grab it here if you haven't checked it out yet. The 6 of Pentacles, this overgiving energy, I do talk about it here. I'll put it down here, and I'll also put it under your name and the pinned comment that I'll pin after I'm done with this session. If you need to come back and find it easily, it'll be right there for you. But that's a big piece of this transformation is you're learning that I deserve more. I deserve to receive what I give, not give and receive, and then give and, you know, you deserve equal to equal, right? And then you have the 9 of Pentacles, yeah, which is this hermit energy, and the Knight of Pentacles. So I do feel like their guidance is, there is a taking some time alone out of relationships to reflect on these things. The Knight of Pentacles, it's a slow moving night, but it things will slow down for us to give us an opportunity to clear out these things so we raise our love vibration to where we stop, like as I did, continue to do what I always did and get what I always got until I found my self-love and raised my love vibration. I stopped drawing in, um, those types of relationships. I didn't need those teachers. I didn't need those mirrors showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw them. So I feel like that's the guidance. I feel like they're saying it's time to make a choice, time to choose even under the Emperor, you have self-love, Ace of Cups. It's time here to, really decide what you want and what you don't want. Maybe a bit of time alone with spirit, raising your love vibration, helping you move past that 6 of Pentacles, so that you can um, draw in someone that matches, the love that you deserve. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, through this oracle, the Ask Your Guides oracle. And you have bounty runner guards. Yeah, here's the abundance. So the adventure in abundance, where it be, um, the link I just posted is about abundance. So that kind of feels like a confirmation for me. Upgrade, benefit, gifts, discovery. When you think life is tough and everything is a struggle, your runner guides will appear on the scene to redirect your attention away from the negative and connect you with all the positive and loving energy surrounding you. Their behind the scenes work may manifest as a spontaneous invitation to a party or the arrival of a gift of appreciation completely out of the blue. You may receive an unexpected compliment, a promotion, or a raise. Your runner guides may also lead you to meet new people who bring tremendous positivity, fun, and friendship into your life. Your runner guides don't want you to get trapped in a negative outlook and miss the beauty all around you. Open your heart and mind and ask your runner guides to help you release your known and unknown mental and emotional blocks and obstacles that stop the bounty and flow of the universe from coming your way. That's what that podcast talks about. The difficult period you've been in is about to ease. The hard trek is behind you. Now comes the easier part. Do not assume because a part of your journey has been challenging that the entire life journey will be. The tides are about to turn in your favor and the good times will begin. Ask your runner guides to bring your attention to any blind spots that keep you from seeing the gifts before you. Your runner guide's message to you: notice and receive the plentiful, positive, and beneficial energy available to you now. I like it. But I do feel like that's referencing that podcast. It's too much. That energy is what this podcast is about. That's just crazy. All right. So that's that one for you there, Alice. So we'll circle back around for number 4 and 5 here in a moment. Up next, we do have My Baby times 2, Shanji times 2, and then Alice times 2, and then to Stormborn after that. All right. And if I don't have any donations after that, I have like a handful of free readings that I will finish up to. All right. So My Baby, you are up 50719. So My Baby, here's your time stamp for number 1. Your boyfriend's thoughts, feelings, intentions towards you. Is he serious about you? Let's take a look here. Your boyfriend's thoughts. Okay. Sorry, itch. Ever since that gnat was flying around, I get an itch. I think it's a gnat trying to crawl up my nose. But I think they're all gone. And feelings and intentions, right? Okay. And then, is he serious about you? I feel like these were for that. All right. So you got 2, 2, and 2. It's interesting because you got the 2 of Wands on the bottom of the deck with the 2 of Cups and the 2 of Swords. Shut up. Yeah. So all this 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 energy. Sorry, I didn't mean to flip you off. I got all this power of choice energy that comes in here. Choice of the mind, the heart, and action energy. I feel like they're undecided. I feel like they're going back and forth. Are they a Gemini? Are they bipolar? uh, those are independent questions, not that Geminis are bipolar. But there's this dual energy that comes in here. So let's see here. What are your boyfriend's thoughts? We got the Page of Pentacles and the Temperance. So their thoughts are, let's take our time. Let's see what unfolds here with the Temperance over time. It's alchemy, the 2 cups going back and forth, magic slowly happening. See what comes forward. Maybe someday it turns to gold. And the Page of Pentacles is that, we'll see what unfolds. It feels like their thoughts are that something good will come of this, and we'll see what happens. And as things build up, and if things get to, we start off with an Ace of Pentacles, we move up all through to get the 10, and then comes the Page, right? So that's like a number 11. Once we get to stage 11, then we'll see what happens. But let's just see what unfolds, kind of energy. Their feelings towards you, got the Judgment card, the High Priestess. Yeah. It's like there's a lot of hidden below the surface here emotionally for them. Judgment card, is a bit of energy of like their heart is being drawn to something. Like they have this idea in their heart. It's funny that ideas are up here, but they have this idea in the heart, a lot of this emotional energy of what they think love is supposed to be. And it's funny that I feel here like their emotions are pushed down and their mind is over their emotions because I keep on getting the ideas and thinking and stuff about emotions, but I don't have the emotions that are there. Because I feel like they've got this idea of what emotions are supposed to be, and emotions come later in my mind. Again, when we reach that Page of Pentacles, then love comes in big and then comes marriage, then comes a baby and a baby carriage, like the old song. But I feel like there's this pulling, like they think love has to be the relationship has to be at a certain level for a certain amount of time, and then love really starts to come in. Feel like they live more from passion than from emotion, which happens a lot with a lot of straight men because they're so taught emotions. No, men aren't emotional. Men are strong. And so they're not a lot of men are not embraced to express emotion, more passion and action and motion and thinking than emotion, right? So that's I feel like they kind of express themselves through actions and motion and physical attraction, energy than they do emotion. So it kind of makes sense with all this combo they got. Intentions they have for you here. Got the Eight of Wands and the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. Intention, Seven of Pentacles. Again, it's that like the temperance. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So taking time for things to kind of unfold and go forward. And then the Eight of Wands, which is passion and movement of, like I was talking about, movement of that fire energy, not water emotional energy, but continue to flow the passion because that's, you know, how they show love is through that. But it's all about their tensions are to take time, which is what we got with the temperance. So that is there. Is he serious about you? Yep. Well, we got one of the unique cards here. You got the Phoenix and the Fool card, which is this, it's like rising from the dead energy. And the Phoenix is about a pattern of, endings, beginnings. It's like going in stages, rebirth, 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 rebirth. And the Fool card is like on this journey and this adventure of not wanting to have intentions and not wanting to be boxed in, but to go on the adventure and see what happens, which comes through all this, right? So I feel like with all these twos, they're trying to figure out are they serious or not, but I feel like they're not. I feel like if we ask them, they're like, "What do you mean? I don't get it." It's stages, I'm as serious as I need to be in this stage, but there's stages that happen. That's too early for that. That's later, that's a later stage, so they don't want restrictions, but they have their own. No expectations is an expectation, right? So hopefully that helps bring a little clarity there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Community. Yeah, 56. So let's take a look here. Receptivity, invitation, availability, vulnerability. So it says the time of feeling like a fish out of water and different from others is ending. Your runner guides can connect you to kindred spirits, like minded others, and your true soul community. We all need people in our lives who get us, who understand our inner world and mirror, value, and affirm who we are. Those people are about to show up in your life. Yeah, it's like your tribe. Feeling alone and misunderstood no longer serves your soul growth. Open your heart and ask your runner guides to connect you with your spiritual family. They will guide you to people who will love you and help you fulfill your soul plan and purpose. Your runner guides are happy to help you make these meaningful, heart centered connections, but you must do your part as well. Be open, flexible, and spontaneous. Know that just as you seek communities, others are simultaneously seeking you too. So follow your inner guide's prompts as they bring your attention to the connections you seek. Be available to new people rather than sit by the sidelines waiting for the world to come to you. Speak up when you feel a positive connection. Extend yourself in brand new ways. Rather than wait for an invitation to coffee, for example, be the one to ask first. There are people out there seeking you, but it's up to you to light the spark in your eyes, smile, and turn on the charm so they can find you in a crowd. Your runner guides will orchestrate meaningful soul encounters and help make the connections you seek, but it's up to you to take the initiative to activate these connections and turn them into true friendships. Your runner guide's message to you: extend yourself to those around you, overcome shyness, and reserve and let people who inspire you know that you are here and want to make friends. You will be met with an open heart and life changing relationships will unfold. I like that. All right. Um, and thank you, Alice, for your additional donation. I'll add you on here. What I'm going to do for the rest of this session, just because we're hitting over 5 hours and I'm starting to get a little tired. For the oracle, fortune cookies, 1 per person, per night for the rest of the reading. So, um, if you have multiple readings, you only I wanna just do 1 fortune cookie, just for the sake so I can get through all the remaining, donations. So, just to let you guys know, and I appreciate your understanding because that's gonna start to add on a lot of time with a lot of repetition, donations here. So, I hope you guys, uh, understand. All right. So, that was for your first one there, my baby. And then for number 2 here, we got 51739. So here's both of yours. I think these were, oh, I did not give you a love and a like on yours. So we'll give that a love and a like for those. All right. So thank you for those. And for number 2, you want does he want you to meet his friends and family soon? Do they know about you? All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So, based on current energy, does he want you to meet his friends and family soon? Okay. And I think that was friends. Let's see, family. And we'll find out, do they know about you? These here. All right. We do have the Hanged Man on the bottom. It's another one of those pause cards. I think you got all of them now in your reading with all those pentacles and temperance, and I mean the Knight of Pentacles, temperance, 7 of Pentacles. Those are some of the cards that are about taking time. This is about being in the cocoon, allowing it to unfold. So I feel like this is like those stages time here. It's, well, that's not at the stage yet, for some people. For his friends, we do have the 9 of Cups and the Temperance card again. He understands that's part of the process, but it's not time yet with the Temperance. He feels like there will be a time, but it's not yet. Do they know about you? We have the Hierophant, which is a card of change and seeing things from a higher perspective, and it's given me like, it's also like the master of stepping stones, and I feel like they're waiting to introduce you to friends to make sure you both make it to the next stage. Because I feel like they've introduced people too early in their life to their friends, and then and then a few weeks later, they introduce someone else, and then a few months later, they introduce someone else, and so they kinda wait till something's really, really like, we're gonna go to the next stage to, like, introduce them to the friends. So I feel like they're, like, getting there, but I feel like it's not quite there yet. Family, I'm sure would probably be even more so, but yeah, we got the King of Wands and the Ace of Cups. Um, yeah, and I figured here, I feel like with this King of Wands, it's like the Emperor energy where they're in this, I'm trying to decide yet or not. So that does confirm that they're kind of in that, you know, before I introduce a new love into, to my family, I want to make sure that um, it's solid, you know, and that we made this decision kind of energy. Do they know about you yet? I don't think they do either, because you have the Nine of Swords, which is their nightmare and insomnia card, which again, they I feel like they introduced people to their family too early, and then they get embarrassed and they're like, "Oh, what are people gonna think of me if this doesn't work out?" It's almost like how we don't tell people that we're pregnant until after a certain amount of trimesters or whatever, or, a certain amount of time. I'm not sure how all that works exactly, but, how we hold off. That's what they brought in with this 9 months energy. It's we wait because we don't want to experience that pain of telling everyone and then, something doesn't come to fruition with it. So I feel like they're not saying I don't want to, just a not yet energy because they're waiting for it to get to a certain point to, and then they're like, okay, this feels like we're going to continue forward. And it doesn't have to do with you as much as it has to do with their fears. And not that they think that you guys aren't gonna work out, because they thought other things were gonna work out and they didn't, and so he's kinda surprised when it doesn't. Um, so because he has that uncertainty, that's why he wants to make sure. So hopefully that makes sense. But so just let it unfold. I usually say that one of the biggest things we do is have gratitude for what they are doing, then that draws in more. If I have expectations of they should, and by this time and do this, then I end up pushing it away because I'm focusing on what's not happening, then the universe will give me more of not happening because that's what my energy is asking for. So if you switch, any kind of energies into gratitude as much as you can, that draws in more growth and more closeness. Whereas we focus on the lack of what's not happening, we get more lack in the relationship. It starts to suck the life out of the relationship. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my baby. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate those. All right. So, Sean G, you are up 523.30 is for your first one here. So, thank you for your donations via Zcash app. So, up first, you want to know if you follow your marketing plan on running ads to the people who came to the show. I did last month. Well, I reached my sales goal for the month of April. Oh, all right. Let's take a look here. So, based on energies, if you do that ad, will it help you get your sales goal? All right. Got that here. I feel like there is an opportunity for it here because you do have the King of Wands on the bottom. The King of Wands, of course, brings a focus and an energy to whatever you focus on with your energy, what is what grows and expands, right? So if you have, we talk about the gratitude energy, grateful for the sales you did have, grateful for the opportunity, and focus on those things, then that can bring in the sales. If you focus on fear and need to and want to lack energy, right, then it makes it harder. It pushes it further away. So with the King of Wands on the bottom, being really aware of the energy that comes in with that is important. You do have the Four of Swords coming in, which is about, letting go of expectations. I know that's hard, right? But it's doing it from a place of seeing it from a higher perspective, seeing it as an opportunity to be able to push things out into the world to be seen. And then I trust you, Creator, you're going to bring in this for me. And I'm so grateful for what you have done. And again, that the expectation is what pushes things away because that is lack energy. Um, and the more we focus on the goal and that we're not at the goal, it's harder to get to the goal. So I feel like that's important too, is, goal is healthy, but too much focus on it actually makes it more difficult for us because We're focusing on not if you're focusing on the goal and look how much of the goal I have, I'm so grateful for it, then it grows it. If I focus on the lack of the goal not achieved, that's what takes it away. I never looked at it that way. So I love that clarity, right? You can focus on the goal, but focus on how much of the goal that you have gotten, not what you haven't, right? What else here? You got the Six of Swords and the Sun card. Yeah. Again, it's if you let go of the old ways of thinking, look at things from that higher perspective, you have the Sun card that comes in, which is about achieving the goal. So I like that, along with the Page of Wands. Yeah. Watching where we're putting our energy. So kind of this same repetition of several times here, just, you know, kind of bringing this mantra into our head of my energy is what draws things to me. I'm focusing on what I do have, not what I don't. That draws things in. And as much as I can catch myself when I get drawn into focusing on what's not happening, then I can, you know, flip to the other. We also have a great new moon coming up next week. Um, the new moon in Aries. So there's some great opportunities for some using the moon energy next week too. Tomorrow, actually midnight tonight, in a couple hours, I'll have a new um, midnight my time, 2 a.m. your time in on the East Coast. Will coming out about how to make the most of that new moon energy. So be sure to check that out too. Right, and since this is your first reading here, we're going to give you a fortune cookie for this one. So what else would they like you to know here? Okay, this one here. You've got retrieval runner guides. I like it. Card number 52. So, your runner guides are here to help you recover what you've lost, whether it is your keys, your purse, your wallet, or your way. Ask your runners to reconnect you to your path and help you recoup all that is important to you, whether it be physical or spiritual. Your momentum will increase and you will return to flow and abundance. I love it. The universe is getting your attention by having you lose things. You're being asked to slow down and regroup. It's not a punishment, nor have you done anything wrong. It is, however, an energetic intervention to intercept you before you go too far off course and to realign you with your true nature and needs. Ask your runners to retrieve your lost objects, lost money, and lost time, and to help even if you've lost your way. Soon all will come back to you. Your losses are temporary. Nothing important is permanently gone. So, your runner guy's message to you: slow down and simplify. You're attached to too many unnecessary things and people, and it's bogging you down. Let go. What truly belongs to you will quickly return. I love it. So, that is for your first one, Sean. So, thank you for that. And then for number two, we're at 529.15. There we go. Thank you for your additional donation. And any guidance or advice from your future self who has already reached her April goals of 3,000. All right, let's take a look here. Stepping into that future higher self, what do they have to say to you? Hey, girl. She's so funny. Your future self is just as hilarious as you are, if not more, because you have a few more weeks of tuning into yourself here. So you do have on the bottom of the deck, you have the death card, this death and rebirth energy that is coming in. Let's see what she has to say here. No, she's not like Whoopi Goldberg, like, girl, you're in danger. You're in danger, girl. She's not saying that. But there is this, you know, a beautiful transformation. Yeah, we have the tower and the death card. She's basically saying trust that whatever comes in to your life is on purpose for a purpose. What is removed from your life is removed on purpose for a purpose. So trust that everything that's unfolding is for you. So I feel like there's a little bit of put an end to how you're defining yourself by whether you reach the goal or not. She feels like there's something underneath the surface that you really learn that when I don't attach myself to an outcome, I'm free and that allows income to come in. Yeah, outcome, when you focus on the outcome, out it goes. When you focus on the income, I mean on the yeah, on the inward, then it brings incoming. That's interesting. She's so smart. And then you have the 3 of swords. Yeah, expectations equal disappointment, and, putting an end to these expectations and that, the more we're disappointed in not reaching expectations, the more we free ourselves from it because we realize, "I survived." I thrive. And I feel like she's telling you that. We've overcome 100% of every obstacle, every challenge in our life, or would be dead right now. And I'm still alive, so you're still alive. So trust. Um, let the expectations go. Let the focus on the outcome and the goals go and focus on the journey and the adventure, I feel she's saying here. Yeah, because when you remove the death card, then you got the star card. Then you have the wish upon a star, dream come true energy. So she's saying when you let the stuff go, then we allow the stuff to come in, right? Let's see what else she says here. Yeah, we got the wheel of fortune. The other one that whatever unfolds in our life is for us. Always. Everything is always for us. And when we can sit in that energy, we know that's what meant for us never passes us by, and whatever is in our life is happening for us, whether it is reaching a goal or not. I feel like there is this, energy coming in. We have the Queen of Swords. Yeah, balancing the head and the heart. The mind does, have its, ideas of how things should be. That's where our expectations live. But the heart doesn't. The heart has no expectations. It does focus on it. So I like this balance your head and your heart. You can have the goals, like it said, but focus on the joy of what is and what you're doing. And that's what helps bring in the abundance energy. So I got itchy, itchy ear. What is that? Does that mean you're getting messages or what is it? Scratchy palm is money coming in? What's an itchy ear? Probably allergies because we got high tree pollens today. You got Queen of Cups. Follow your heart energy, right? Allow your heart to be heard and focus in on that. Yeah. Anyone under all 3 of those cards, you have the full card. Enjoy the adventure. The full card is the first card in the major arcana, which is this energy of possibilities and and it's about letting go of all expectations and not having supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's, those things that bog us down. It's like going returning to that childlikeness where we look at the world full of like I said, anything's possible. I can be an astronaut until we have adults start telling us, no, no, you got to be more reasonable. You got to pick something that is, more secure, yada, yada, blah, 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 right? Sucks the life out of us. Um, but that's what they were taught and what their parents were taught, and what their parents were taught, what their parents were taught, right? But we can return to this childlikeness. And I feel like that's what your future self is saying is the in this path that you can take to reach the goal is to let the goal go and focus on the joy of what you have had and what you're doing, and then have that inspiration come in, and with that energy of gratitude, it flows in, right? So, hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Sean. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. Appreciate those. All righty. So up next we have 2 for Just Alice, and then Stormborn, and then another one for Just Alice. Yeah, came in there. So we'll circle back around for those. And I think that's it for donations so far. All right. So Alice, 535.25. There we go. So that is for number 4, which is why does Kyle stay with M, not break up if he does not want to be in it. So why does Kyle stay with you, right? Not break up if he does not want to be in it. Okay. I was like, who's M? Isn't he with you? And then it's like, they're like, that's what she meant. All right. So let's take a look here. Why does he stay with you and hasn't broken up if he doesn't want to be in it? Let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, I feel here, we've got the world card, which is an ending of a major cycle, beginning of a new adventure. So I feel like the ending is coming here soon. Um, but let's see why isn't he ending it yet here? So we got the Hierophant, which is the master stepping stone change energy here. And I feel like you know, they're learning through this still, but I feel like they're waiting for something to change here. Let's see what this is here. Yeah. So we've got the Judgment card and the Star card. Those are the two about the dream come true energy. It's like they're making sure absolutely that things don't change and that, things don't align and suddenly, you know, that there is this epiphany that you are the dream come true. Because I feel like out of anyone, like everyone that they've been with, you're the closest that they've come to this dream come true energy. And that's pretty impressive compared to this mirage of this human. And I feel like that's why they're holding on here because they're like, either am I willing to change some stuff or will you change? But I still feel like it's kind of heading down that course. It's almost they're showing me like they're on this river boat and there's a waterfall up ahead and if you're gonna go over, you're both it's gonna end, or if you take it to the side, we can escape. So I feel like there's still time to save this, but I feel like they know that it's gonna be ending. That's where they feel like it's leading, but they're still, um, seeing here, what will unfold. And I feel like that's that 3-week period, even though they have that period in between where they are gonna go visit parents, and I feel like they're gonna go visit someone else. Um, I still feel like, you said that they say that they're faithful, and I feel in their mind, they're faithful as long as they don't go do the act with anyone. That's faithful. But I can talk, I can flirt, I can, investigate other people. If I don't do anything, that's faithfulness, I feel like, to them. What else do we have here? Why else haven't they done it? Yeah, they got the 10 of Pentacles. There's this relationship energy and the 6 of Pentacles. See, here's that, you know, um, overgiving, in a relationship. They still like that energy here, that you are, such a huge giver that you outgive them, and they're usually a person that outgives a lot of other people. And I used to do the same thing. I used to take other outgivers and, they were outgivers in their relationship, and I made them the taker. I was such a strong overgiver that I made them submit. I was the big overgiver, you know? And I feel like that's kind of the energy that's here, and they're just wondering if is it gonna be enough? Is it gonna change? But it still hasn't stopped them. I feel like based on history and their experiences that you know, they know that the chances of this going forward are very slim, and so they have that, energy there. So that's what they have for that one, Alice. So we'll circle back here. Nope, Lingland, I haven't got back to any free readings yet. I still have one, two, I've got 3 more donations. And then after that, I will go to free readings. And you're third in the free readings when I get to that one, but I haven't gotten to those yet. So hang in there. If you need to go and come back after I finish a session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with names and timestamps too. So, all right. You're welcome. All right. Then Alice for number 5. Here we got 54117. So here are all your timestamps. Thank you for all these multiple donations. I definitely appreciate those. So would you feel better if you broke up with Kyle or stayed in a relationship with him? How would he feel, think, and respond if you broke up with him versus how would he feel, think, respond if you broke up with him versus afterwards? Okay, we'll take a look here. So based on current energies, would you feel better if you broke up? Let's see what the energy is if you break up or if you stay. Okay. And then how would he feel, think, and respond if you broke up with him? Think, feel, and respond. Versus afterwards. Afterwards. I'm not sure what the afterwards is. Like after you broke up with him? Well, you already asked how would he feel, think, and respond if you broke up with him. You mean at the time he breaks up versus later after you've broken up with him? So if you're here, Alice, let me know what you mean by afterwards. All right. So, so would you feel better if you broke up? The energy, you have the power of choice, which is victory and movement energy. So I definitely feel like that is a positive energy because it is like you feel like you get to step into your power of choice. I chose what I wanted, and I feel like there is empowerment there. You have the 4 of Pentacles. You have this solid foundation of your worth because of this. And that makes sense that you realize I'm the one that gets to define who I am and what unfolds. And you have the 6 of Swords. It definitely takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters with this energy too. So there is a bit of empowerment that comes with breaking up. Your It's like your sense of worth steps in because you're choosing you and not defining yourself by someone else. I feel like it's like I choose you instead of I don't choose you because I'm choosing them. It's like you really are choosing to love yourself with this energy. I feel like that's what kind of comes in there for you. If you stay in a relationship with them, yeah, but I feel like you have here, you eventually have this, um, it eventually ends anyway, because you have this, the phoenix, you rise from the ashes, which requires a death and ending. And the Empress energy is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So you still eventually rise from it and you nurture yourself and you learn from it, just a different type of empowerment, right? Because I feel like it ends up ending and then you do end up rising from the ashes, like I said, from it burning down. Um, and you end up, the Empress energy is more nurturing yourself through it all. It's more divine feminine receiving energy, whereas this other energy is a very kind of more of a masculine empowering energy, your divine masculine energy, right? So how would he feel if you broke up with him? We have the Knight of Pentacles. I feel like he knew it was coming with the Knight of Pentacles. I feel like this is their, the quest they're on is for their self-worth. So, it does challenge their self-worth because I'm usually the one that breaks up with everyone, but you broke up with me? Whoa. So I feel like there's some self-awareness they get through that there, from their that's their feelings, um, which is interesting. The thinking how they think about it here, they see you as this queen of wands, of this, person who takes control, like Queen of Sheba, someone that is empowering and confident, and they're like, "Wow." It actually they're kind of, I'd say, impressed, or like, what is the word? It's not envious, but it's like they're impressed by it. It's the word that keeps on coming in, is like, "Wow, you're one of the few that broke up with me," you know, because I feel like they usually break up with everyone else. And so I feel like that they're impressed by it. It doesn't create any action. Let's see, we wanna how do they respond with it here? Yeah, the world. So, we had that energy before where it is, and, they're like, "Okay, this is an ending, which makes for a new beginning." Batter up, next batter up, because I feel like this is where it's headed anyway, with that energy. So I don't feel like they're not gonna chase you if that's what, if we're wondering, if I break up with them, is that gonna make them, wake up and pursue me? No, they already like, "Oh, okay, well, that's ended. Let's go into the next batter up." I don't feel like they don't chase after, anyone after a breakup kind of energy, whether someone does it to them or they do it to someone else. I feel like they're just all about going on to the next thing. Um, so hopefully that helps a little bit there. All right. So we'll circle back around for your final one here in just a moment. Let's see here. So, Stormborn, we're circling back around here, 54811 for your number two. So, thank you for your additional donation. And that is one where I can give that a love and a like. So, thank you for that. And so, you want to know, will Carolina choose your family to be your nanny? All right. So, I'm going to take another quick sip here. All right. So, based on current energies, will Carolina choose your family to be the nanny? All right, we got that, and that. Okay. All right. Sorry. Itch, itch, itch. Because I think I still have my windows open. Here it is, almost 11 o'clock at night. Hope the the raccoons don't come in the window. Well, we got the Five of Swords on the bottom. There's a little bit of conflicting energy here with Carolina. We'll see what this conflict is about here. Um, we have the moon, we have the Ace of Pentacles. So there is the moon energy. There is like this other opportunity that comes up for them too. So I do feel like they're conflicted between you and another family. So that's where the conflict is coming in. There's an unseen and unknown opportunity that is coming up that they don't know about yet. And they're like, oh my God. And I feel like it's an old family that that they were a nanny for, that has a new child that's coming. And they're like, "Oh, no." So, now they're like, "Oh, no." Now I'm torn between the 2. So, I like that, that energy, because 'cause you're in they're conflicted. It's not, "Oh, bye," that it's a family that they loved and that they helped, but they also are interested in yours. Um, we have the Knight of Wands. which I feel like it's a decision is made fast, um, because they have to make a decision, for it here. Let's see what else we have here too. We have the star, which is this balanced dream come true energy. What's this last one here? Yeah, the two of swords. I do feel like they are conflicted here, and I feel like there is I feel like there is this indecision because I feel like it's so new. It comes out of nowhere with this Knight of Wands, they're saying, and it has them kind of pause things for a moment. Um, oh, yeah, that pays more money, right? Um, yeah, and they have the Knight of Pentacles. They have the 5 of Pentacles here too under the bottom, which takes them a little bit of time, but I feel like they might be able to kind of say, "Well, I can be a nanny for you guys up until their baby is born," which is like, 4 or 5 months from now, kind of energy. They're starting to prepare for the nanny. So I feel like they're kind of saying, "Well, I can do it for a short period of time." But, of course, we don't want that, right? We're like,
No.
"No." My little no button, I gotta use it every once in a while. So, I feel like, that one ends up not being yeah, she would have to be with you for a year, right? So, yeah, I kind of feel like there's this energy, of that coming in, and there's that conflict, and they can't do it for a year. They would only be able to do it for, a certain amount of period of time, and, you know, so and I feel like it the indecision is there, sorry. So, it feels like it's more heading toward them, I know, but I feel like they really like that other family, and they feel like a part of their family, so that's what comes in with that, but yeah, I know, right? I don't know. But, that's what they have for you for that one there. So hang in there. Sorry, I'm gonna get a cough drop. My voice is starting to go away, which is spirit saying I'm almost at 6 hours. So good thing we're headed in here to our last donation, and then we're headed into the last of the free readings. But so sorry, Stormborn. You'll have the perfect person though. You can trust spirit. Sometimes it's going, you know what, creator? If you can change it from feeling like it's happening to you to go, creator, thank you for sparing me from those who aren't the best fit. And you're going to bring the perfect person in the perfect timing, the perfect way. When we change that energy, it opens up to draw them in, right? Instead of, you know, the lack energy. So that can help a little bit too. If you haven't checked out my podcast, The Adventure, this one here, 14 Abundance, Where It Be, that talks about two things around energy that can help you draw something towards you instead of what could be keeping it away. So if you're interested, check that out. It's free, and you can see what it brings there for you. If any of it resonates, you can check it. It has good tools how to transform things too. All right. So thank you again, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Alice, 55444. Look at all those fives and fours. This will be my last donation for this evening. I do need to start closing down because I'm hitting 6 hours and I need to make sure I rest. I'll be back tomorrow, though, for everyone. I'll be back. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night. So if you want to come back for any donations, we can do that tomorrow. Hey, Tammy, good to see you, right? Been busy, busy, busy. Thank you. Oh, you're so kind. You look great. Stop. You do too. Mirror, mirror, right? Because if you think I look great, that means you look great. All right. So, Alice, what did Kyle think when we first started video chatting before he came to see you for your birthday? All right, let's take a look here. All right. Yeah. Shaw, you know. Page of Wands on the bottom, uh, very attracted to you is his first impression. He was like, "Wow." So there was the energetic attraction, of course, but physical attraction too. That Wands passion energy that kicked in. It's the bottom of the deck. We got the Emperor and the Hierophant. So the Emperor energy, that is the energy of Aries fire energy. So we definitely had that there. Um, and it's interesting that you got both the Emperor and the Hierophant. That's those two cards combined are like the rules card, right? There's this the Emperor is the one that rules over society with the rules of we're all going to be together. We have ways that we need to communicate and interact so we don't kill each other living in cities, right? That's why laws and rules and all that. And then the Hierophant is spiritual rules and, those kind of things. So I feel like there was an attraction and stuff there. And they kind of had a little impression that you have your rules around things and expectations, and they were like, "That's okay, I have them too." And I feel like they realized that, but I feel like they realized in that first video chat that there were some things that maybe you guys thought differently on, some rules that you might have that they don't have, some restrictions kind of energy, and they kind of have more or less rules around certain things. Hopefully that resonates for you, but that came through. They're not giving me specifics, and I'm okay with that. We had the judgment card. Yeah, they did think that you had a possibility here, with the judgment card of, maybe are you the one? Are you this? Because they have this the calling, right? That's like that, the mirage. You know, could you be it? Could you be it? Because I feel like they really felt you hit a lot of those things on my expectations list on that dream list, right? So they thought that. They have the 9 of Pentacles, and they did notice this, I feel like the sense of independence in you, self-reliance, self-sufficiency. So I feel like they kind of sense that with you on the video chat that you are, solid in your like your income or the pentacles energy of abundance, like you're secure in your abundance, your, possessions, your so I feel like they notice that you have all of your, that kind of worth energy. Like, huh, I don't know if they saw things behind you and they're like, "Oh my god," or whatever, but they felt like, "Wow, you're very well." That's funny. I was gonna say well endowed. But not in. Maybe it does mean that way, but I feel like they were saying like, "Wow, you're well put together in the physical world." Wow. Okay, it's not that kind of channel. And then the Four of Pentacles again. The home. I feel like they really noticed your home with this energy. Yeah, and again, the Lovers card here. I feel like they immediately had this idea that you are a potential, like that I'm really attracted to you. You have a lot of these things. And so I feel like they really, um, and again, like I said in your earlier, one of your, I think it was the last one, right? That they thought, maybe it was the one before the last one, but it was like you're you're someone that's been like one of the closest, if not the closest person, um, of meeting this mirage that they've ever met. But that's a big but, right? It still falls, they're still looking for that mirage, and they're hoping that maybe they'll look past something or maybe my ideas will change. I feel like that's why they're still hanging on, but I feel like they know that it's headed in this direction because um, some of their behavior still clash with yours, right? So hopefully that helps Alice. Um, you know, and just I hope it's been coming across that it's it's other people's view of us does not change our worth. That people's view of us tells us about who they are because we don't see the world as it is. I don't if like I video chatted with you, I wouldn't see you for who you are. I would see you through my vision of my past and my conditioning and everything else, like we all would. Like all of you probably see a different version of me. Um, and it's amazing that we're like, there was this Facebook post that said, there's 1,000 different versions of us in the world because everyone we come across sees us differently. Even our vision of ourself is not accurate. Our true picture, the true self, we don't none of us see because we're also conditioned. So it's pretty interesting, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for all your multiple donations. Hang in there. I love the journey that you're on of discovering your true powerful worth of what you deserve. And I'm sorry that you have to go through sucky, stepping stones and individuals, but it's part of the process. And we're glad in the future when we come across someone. We're so glad we learned so much about ourselves because we wouldn't meet someone higher vibration if we don't meet people that help us realize the things within our own self that we can release to set us free. And these beautiful mirrors, I call them my teachers. All my past relationships showed me so much about myself that I'm so grateful for because I wouldn't have had I not met them. I would still be in my cycles. So hang in there, my dear. Giving you much love. All right. So I think that is it for donations, which is good because my voice is trying to leave the building. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5 more readings. So we are um, going to um, finish those up, and then I will be ending the session. So, Leslie, thank you so much for your patience in getting to your reading here. 6:03:28. Can you believe 6 hours? Wow. So a general please for this weekend. All right. You said only if you have time. I have time. Let's see here. You've got the 3 of Cups. I like that. And the 10 of Swords. So I like this. 3 of Cups is like gatherings of friends. So I feel like you're going to have an opportunity coming here to hang out with some friends. It's going to be, you have some joyful events. They're more enjoyable with this 10 of Swords. If you do something unexpected and if you don't have, have as little expectations as you can, because the 10 of Swords is, I'm sick and tired of trying to please everyone else and live up to all these expectations and trying to make other people live up to mine. I'm just releasing everyone and myself. I'm just going to go have fun. I'm going to enjoy the weekend, and I'm not going to have, the less amount of expectations I have, the more joy I have. Because expectations suck the life out of things because we're focusing on what's not happening instead of being grateful and joyful for what is. So I feel like there's some great gatherings. And if it's even like you go, hey, let's go out, everybody. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. Let's go do something different. I feel like there's this joyful opportunity this weekend. But the important thing is to not, you know, try to have as little expectations as you can. I feel like is coming in here. So it's, you know, loving what is, enjoying what is, having gratitude for what is, laughing as much as you can, play. It's a weekend for play. I feel like is what your spirit guides are saying is, you know, do what absolutely has to be done. But all these expectations of should and need to and supposed to and must, really evaluate it. Does it really have to get done? Put it off to Monday. Let's go have a great weekend and it's time to let this Aries energy out. It's time for play. All right. You have permission. All right. So that's what they have for you, Leslie. So enjoy. All right. And then Guerrera means war. You are up 6:05:47. So Guerrera, here's your timestamp. So, quick question. Mr. Chad at work, he has been coming around you more in the last few days. Quick temperature check. How is he feeling towards you at the moment? All right, let's take a look here. Check his temperature. You got the Page of Wands and the Phoenix. Wow. Yeah, so there's definitely some passions are rising. This Aries energy that we're in could be having some attraction energy that's coming in. Phoenix is a death and rebirth energy. So I just feel like there is that kind of charisma that's around you and around them. And I just feel energies are heightened, which is bringing a lot of attraction energy up and out. But I just feel like there is a little bit of energy around this Phoenix, right? Phoenix rising from the ashes. But I don't feel like this is a I'm going to take action towards you energy, like romantic or otherwise. I just feel like there's a lot of excitement and they want to go do something with this energy. And so it could be like, you know, hey, ever thought of, is there something you want to go do that you want to invite them to go do it? Not anything naughty. I know you're not thinking that, but well, maybe you are because all this energy that's out here, we got all this fiery Aries energy that's just bubbling up. But doing something, going roller skating, play bowling, ice skating, whatever it may be, something active to help, get some of this fire energy going. I feel like that they would be up for it, or a concert or something that, is a group activity, not so much like, like you know, a date or anything, but it's more like, "Hey, let's go do something fun, kind of energy. So I feel like that's kinda where we're at with that temperature. All right. So many blessings to you. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. Hi. Oh, I'm so glad. My voice is going away. It's probably becoming more soothing. You're so sweet. Thank you. I'm so glad you found our channel too. Thanks for being here. All right. And then Langland, you are up 6:08:22 is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So you and your man just broke up. Oh, not long ago. We're in no contact. His name is Ricky, but I have this full belief that we will get back and he's your soulmate. Just want to know if you and him will get back together and be in a happy relationship again, if there's big possibility of marriage in the future. All right. We can check in based on current energies, which of course can change in the future, but based on where their energy is at and your energy is at. Take a look here. Is reconciliation possible? And is happy relationship and possibilities of marriage in the mix? So we have the Page of Swords, which says that in order for that to happen, there does need to be a change of mindset. There doesn't need to be a change of, you know, expectations and the stories of, what needs to happen. 'Cause it's like you can't keep doing what we've done before and expect a different result, and so there has to be significant questioning of thoughts and beliefs and expectations to release stuff in order for there to be compatibility. Otherwise, there would just be this, and I feel like that's kind of what the energy is saying here, is that it would take a significant change in order for you guys to come back together. The possibilities here, yeah, is, what's the possibilities of being in a relationship again? You got the Tower card. You guys were removed out of each other's life on purpose for a purpose, to make space for someone that's more in alignment with each of your individual energies. So, it wasn't a mistake that you guys were together because you wanted to be able to have this experience to see what you could learn about yourselves in the mirror of each other. So it's important for you to look and go, what did I learn about myself? Where were my fears? What triggers came up? Sorry, another gnat here. Expectations need to be released. Okay, see, he's running away. That's good. Um, but there's this, you know, what did you learn? What did you glean from this? There were gifts in the relationship so you could learn about yourself, about what thoughts and beliefs don't serve you, what emotions don't serve you, what energy and even things in the physical world that don't serve you, to let those go so you could be free. And same thing for them. They learned about themselves too. We're all mirrors. But with this tower card, it is saying that you guys were removed out of each other's life to make space for someone that's more in alignment to move the obstacles so you guys could move forward as well, right? Because you have the magician card, which does show you have everything within you to move forward and that there is this new beginning, that eventually down the road, but it is dependent upon you, looking inward. But with them, I don't feel like there's that energy right now, especially with that you guys were removed out of each other's life on purpose, and it was designed before you came down here. You both knew, okay, for this period of time, we'll have this experience. I'll learn this, you'll learn this, and then we'll move on to other relationships. And so I feel like that's what they have for you. I know. The heart just has a hard time letting go, but um, once you turn inward and understand what you were to learn from it, then that will set you free. So hang in there, my dear. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Then we have Ankita 61233. So for your free reading, thank you for your donation earlier. So will you be able to meet them one last time? Oh yeah, they are in the armor, so they come back home only twice a year. So will you be able to meet them one last time? I have a hard time as a human understanding, but then I also understand that as well. You have the 6 of Cups and the King of Cups. You know, I I don't feel like you will, and I feel like you'll be okay with it, because when they come back, you'll have met somebody very compatible, and you won't care. Because the King of Cups is someone beautiful balance between head and heart, communicate, someone that really has this, this energy that's there, right? And then the 6 of Cups is that energy of someone coming back, from the past, which would be them coming back from the past, or you coming across them, but you won't care anymore because you already have this hunk of big love that you already are head over heels for, right? So I know, but that's what they have for you, Ankita. Yeah, Lang, you just missed you. Here's your timestamp. You just missed it. All right. And then Sean G, we got 61410. Yes, for this. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your free reading. So, advice for reaching your body goals from yourself. I figured that's what the cartwheel and the buff arm. Boom, boom, boom. So let's see here. What does Spirit have here? Advice for reaching your body goals. All right. Yeah. So you have the Nine of Swords, which is, let go of the, expectations. See, we got this gnat coming back. The Nine of Swords is the expectations, the fears, you know, it's what are the thoughts and stuff. When we let go of this, I've got to achieve this, I've got to get to this. Again, it's that goals thing, that goals message, right? When I focus on what's not being done yet, then that makes it harder. When I focus on celebrating what I have done, look at the success, look at how I've done this. Look, I love how this looks. I love my body. we focus on gratitude for what is, then that draws in more of our gratitude for things around our body goals. But it's focusing on what has happened, not what hasn't. And you even have the high priestess, which is, kind of stepping into your high priestess temple. Look at things from a different perspective. And there's this emotional energy that's here. And I love this, see yourself as this high priestess, energy, and see this as this, I, how beautiful you are. Um, I don't know, beautiful on the inside, right? But the Empress is about going into the emotions. What's the emotional basis behind the goals? I feel like it's important to know that and see it from a different perspective, because in doing that, you set yourself free, and the less stressed you are about it, then the more things just flow. And then you're just like, you know what? We're good, you know? So, I like that. And I get it. Like, um, was it 2024? Yeah. So it was like a year and a half ago. Was the first time I saw my doctor, and I was like 325, and they were like, they use the word morbidly obese, right? It's like that's what's in the comments when you get your little doctor visit thing. And I had high blood pressure, and I was pre-diabetic, and all this stuff that you're like, oh my god. And of course, you have these fears, you have these expectations. I got to do this, and I have my doctor's appointment next week with them, and I hurt my back, so I haven't been able to work out. And I'm like, started to freak out and stress a little bit about, oh my god. And I'm like, he's just a person with an opinion. I don't need to please this person. I'm going to celebrate all that I have done, all that's I've gotten up to this point, and yeah, I'm going to lose more weight. I'm going to eat right, and I'm not gonna deprive myself and all this, but it's about getting into the celebration of who you are and loving yourself, right? And I feel like that's kind of the stuff that we do. We can get so caught up and stressed, and stress actually works against us because we go into fight or flight mode, our digestive shuts down, and then we want to well, we want to emotionally eat, but we also, our body wants to retain things because it feels like, uh-oh, we're going to go into battle. We need to conserve everything for fighting, right? Or running. So, there is something about lowering the stress in your life also helps you with your body and helps it work at its highest, as well. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Shanji. So many blessings to you. All right. So, Ruby will be my last question for this session. I do need to cut off because I've been on for over 6 hours. So, Ruby, because you were so kind with your lovely comments. Yes, uh, flattery does go a long way, doesn't it? We'll do yours for the last one. So, you're 619, even. Thank you again for your lovely comment. Here's your timestamp. So, can you tell you anything about your career? Are you supposed to start, or a job opportunity that's supposed to open up? All right, let's take a look here. So, what do they want you to know? Okay, that one about your career. So, you do have the Queen of Cups. Feel like this is about following your heart, kind of energy here. You do have the Nine of Swords, which is about your mind. So there is a specific message here around career. There are no supposed to's, right? From spirit, there's just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. But this Nine of Swords, the human mind, we're taught there's a ton of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's in life, right? And this talks about, our mind will take us into careers, into a prison of existing. When we get into our hearts and we get out of our head and go, heart, what do you want? They take us in a direction of living, right? And so this is a guidance to Close your eyes, get out of your head, go down a little spiral staircase to your heart, knock on your heart. They'll answer. You go in, you sit down with them and go, "Heart, I've been listening to my mind for so long, since we were 7 years old." That's when we were taught, when our mental brain started to develop, our emotional brain, which was seven, the emotional side of us, 7 years old and younger, was pushed down into the basement, and our mental brain took over for most of our life until our heart has had enough and it wants to go, "I want to live, not exist." So there's a rebellion. This is what's happening. The heart wants to be heard. So it's like, where do you want to go, heart? Where's your joy? Where does your passion, where's your excitement come in? Or where's it drawing you, right? And if you follow that, you'll it'll open right up. You'll see these opportunities in your heart. It'll be joyful, not, "Well, I guess I should go do this." You're living your dream when you wake up in the morning and you're excited. You wake up early and you're excited to get into the day and to experience it. When you're not living your dream and you're living someone else's dream, you wake up in the morning going, "Oh, crap, I gotta go live my dream today." So I like this coming in here. Hopefully that gives you guidance here, but follow your heart. It knows the way. And so follow your joy. Follow where excitement is taking you in your life. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up. I am so grateful that we're all on this journey together. If you haven't got into my giveaway for the new year, not new year, new moon coming up next week on the 17th, check out that video. It'll tell you how to get into the drawing where you could win a 30-minute personal private recorded reading from me, or one of my energetic hedges if you prefer that. Here in less than an hour, we're going to have a new video coming out, how to make the most of the new moon energy of Aries, this Aries new moon. So be sure to check that out. I also have the basics of making the most of new moon energy, which dives deep into new moon wishes and affirmation. No, intentions, not affirmations. Full moons are release energy and affirmations. New moons are new moon wishes and intentions. But you can check that out too before that other one comes out, to find out how to make the most of this amazing energy. I talk about in the video how we have an amazing Aries energy coming up, because we're, of course, in the Aries sun. We have Neptune in Aries, the dream world coming into action. We've got Saturn in Aries, which is about our work and putting our work out into the world. And then we have Mars, the ruler of Aries, action energy kicking in here this next week, I think. Tomorrow, maybe even. Mercury, the planet of communication, moving into Aries too before the new moon. And then the moon moves into it. So we got all this powerful action movement, and all the planets are direct retrograde. It keeps us back from, it's difficult to push things out when the tides coming in, but the tides are all going out. It's a wonderful energy of launching stuff for the month of April and even after. But so make the most of that new moon energy. All that to say that. And then I do have a podcast. Every 2 weeks, I have a new podcast that comes out. This one was about abundance, where it be. So be sure to check that out. And then if you want to catch up on any of the past ones, all the playlists are linked down in the description area of the video. And if you go in, or on my main page at the top of my YouTube channel, all the playlists are up there too. So enjoy all of that fun stuff. Right, everybody. I will post a pinned comment listing all of the readings here in a moment, along with the timestamps. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night. So until I see you guys again, remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Night, night. Or good morning. Enjoy your day.